Hey guys, tonight we are not storming castles or slaying dragons. Oh no, we're diving into something far more mundane, yet set within one of mythology's most terrifying addresses. Imagine yourself, if you will, holding a flickering torch, the damp, cool air of ancient stone passages pressing in around you. You hear a distant, mournful bellow. But your job today isn't to fight the beast, it's to, well, let's just say even mythical monsters have their daily needs. We're off to ancient Crete, to the labyrinth of King Minos, to ponder the truly boring, mind-numbing daily chores required to keep such a peculiar prison operational. You probably won't survive this thrilling exposé on subterranean sanitation and monster meal prep without drifting off. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And please, feel free to share your current location and local time in the comments below. It's always fascinating to see where our fellow sleepy mytho janitors are tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find yourself standing on the sun-drenched, wind-swept shores of ancient Crete. A large, elongated island jewel set like a precious stone in the sapphire blue, often choppy, waters of the Aegean Sea. This isn't just any picturesque Mediterranean island. Mind you, this is the legendary heartland of the enigmatic and sophisticated Minoan civilization, a vibrant and remarkably advanced Bronze Age culture that flourished here, reaching its zenith millennia ago, long before the rise of classical Greece. It's a well-established mainstream historical fact that the Minoans, active roughly from around 2700 BCE to about 1450 BCE, were particularly renowned for their magnificent, sprawling, and architecturally complex palace complexes. The most famous of these, of course, is the legendary palace at Knossos, with its vibrant, beautifully preserved frescoes depicting dynamic scenes of ritualistic bull leaping, graceful, playful dolphins dancing in stylized waves, and enigmatic, elegantly attired priestesses with elaborate hairstyles. Their purposes still debated by scholars. The Minoans were a formidable maritime power, a thalassocracy, their sturdy ships dominating the Aegean, trading goods like timber, pottery, wine, and olive oil, as well as precious ideas and cultural influences throughout the eastern Mediterranean, from mainland Greece to Egypt and the Levant. Imagine, if you will, bustling, well-organized harbors filled with high-prowed ships, thriving workshops producing exquisite, almost paper-thin pottery decorated with marine motifs, and skilled artisans crafting intricate gold jewelry and delicate faience figurines. It was a society that, judging from their colorful and lively art, clearly appreciated a good, if somewhat perilous, bull-related sporting event. One can only assume that the Minoan Health and Safety Committee for those acrobatic bull leapers was either exceptionally lenient, or perhaps more likely, entirely non-existent. You might get gored, but think of the frescoes we hiding was probably not in their HR manual. Presiding over this flourishing, artistically rich, if somewhat perplexing and ultimately doomed, civilization is the legendary, almost larger-than-life figure of King Minos. His name echoes powerfully down through the corridors of Greek myth as a powerful, often stern, but ultimately just and wise ruler, so renowned for his keen sense of justice. In fact, that after his death, he was said to have become one of the three elite judges of the dead in the shadowy realm of the underworld, alongside Rhadamanthus and Aeacus. Talk about a significant and rather gloomy career change, from sunny Crete to the land of shades. Minos, according to the ancient tales, was no ordinary mortal king. He was reputed to be the son of Zeus, the king of the gods himself, and Europa, a Phoenician princess whom Zeus, in the rather fetching disguise of a gentle white bull, had famously abducted and carried across the sea to Crete. This divine parentage, of course, gave Minos a direct and rather useful hotline to the head office on Mount Olympus, which probably helped immensely with his royal approval ratings, or at least effectively discouraged too many openly negative Yelp reviews of his long and eventful reign. He was the very same king who, according to the most tragic part of his legend, demanded that cruel tribute of 7 Athenian youths and 7 Athenian maidens be sent to Crete every 9 years, or, as some ancient sources claim, annually to be sacrificed, to be fed into the terrifying, inescapable labyrinth, a grim and brutal detail that forms the necessary, chilling backdrop to our much more mundane, and hopefully sleep-inducing, explorations of its daily upkeep. But why, you might ask? Did this powerful king need such a bizarre and terrifying structure as the labyrinth in the first place? That's where the story, as it so often does in Greek mythology, gets a bit complicated, messy, and involves some rather unfortunate divine intervention and questionable family matters, particularly those involving cursed bulls and ill-advised romantic entanglements. Minos. It seems in a moment of royal pride, or perhaps due to a simple misunderstanding in celestial communication, the ancient equivalent of a badly worded email to a deity managed to royally anger Poseidon, the mighty and often irascible god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. As a particularly inventive and cruel punishment, Poseidon didn't just send a tidal wave or an earthquake. Instead, he afflicted Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae, with an overwhelming, entirely unnatural, and deeply problematic passion for a magnificent, divinely sent white bull, a bull that Minos himself had foolishly promised to sacrifice to Poseidon, but then, admiring its beauty, had treacherously decided to keep for his own herds. Honestly, a word to the wise from ancient history: never ever try to skimp on your promised sacrifices to powerful sea gods, especially when they've gifted you the sacrificial animal. It rarely, if ever, ends well for anyone involved. To facilitate this rather awkward and biologically challenging union, Queen Pasiphae, driven by her divinely inflicted obsession, sought the expert assistance of the era's most brilliant, most renowned, most ingenious, and perhaps, it must be said, most ethically flexible inventor, architect, and all-around craftsman, the legendary Daedalus. Daedalus was, in many ways, the Leonardo da Vinci, or perhaps even the Elon Musk of his day. If Elon Musk also did a lot more hands-on woodworking, intricate bronze casting, and significantly less tweeting, he was an Athenian master craftsman, an exile who had found prestigious and highly valued employ in King Minos' sophisticated Cretan court. He was a veritable genius of invention, a man who could supposedly make intricate statues that moved and breathed as if alive, and who was credited with inventing numerous tools and devices. So, when the queen, his royal patroness, came to him with her, shall we say, highly unusual and rather delicate request, Daedalus, never one to back down from a complex engineering challenge, and perhaps not overly concerned with the moral or long-term implications, duly constructed a remarkably lifelike, hollow wooden cow, cleverly upholstered with real cowhide, into which Queen Pasiphae could discreetly conceal herself. The bizarre plan, astonishingly and rather disturbingly, worked perfectly. The unfortunate result of this divinely cursed Daedalus-enabled union was a monstrous offspring named Asterion, more commonly and fearsomely known to mythology as the Minotaur, a terrifying creature with the powerful, muscular body of a man and the fearsome horned head of a bull. This monstrous hybrid, a living symbol of royal shame and divine displeasure, soon developed an unfortunate and insatiable appetite for human flesh. Good old Daedalus, always the enabler, never one to judge a client's unusual proclivities, it seems. His Yelp reviews for discreet problem-solving must have been off the charts. Now, King Minos, as you can imagine, had a very serious problem on his hands. A big, bellowing, half-bovine, man-eating problem with a distinct taste for his subjects, or at least for the unfortunate Athenian youths who would later become his tribute. He couldn't exactly allow the Minotaur to wander freely around the meticulously planned palace gardens at Knossos. Terrifying the international tourists, disrupting the sacred bull leaping ceremonies and perhaps eating the royal gardeners, or, heaven forbid, a minor noble who had overstayed his welcome at court. That would be bad for public relations and property values. So, with a heavy heart and a furrowed brow, King Minos turned once again to the ever-resourceful, ever-ingenious, and perhaps by now, slightly nervous Daedalus, commissioning him this time to design and construct an absolutely inescapable prison for his monstrous, embarrassing stepson. And Daedalus, being Daedalus, a man who clearly never did anything by halves, didn't just build a sturdy yet reinforced cage or a simple high-walled paddock. Oh no, that would be far too simple. Too unimaginative. For a craftsman of his unparalleled talents and perhaps slightly overdeveloped ego, he designed and constructed the labyrinth. This wasn't your average, pleasant English garden maze with a few neatly trimmed hedges and some tricky dead ends, where you might perhaps temporarily lose your car keys or your sense of direction for a few amusing minutes. The labyrinth of Greek myth was conceived as an architectural nightmare, a bewildering, almost psychologically torturous, complex of innumerable winding passages, endlessly branching, identical-looking corridors, deceptively blind alleys, and countless interconnected rooms that often led only to more rooms, or back to where you started, all designed with such fiendish, almost diabolical ingenuity that once you were thrust inside its dark entrance, escape was said to be virtually impossible for any uninitiated person without divine aid. Or, as famously happened later, a very helpful ball of string and some good advice from a love-struck princess. Its unseen walls were reputedly high and oppressive, its routes deliberately deceptive and disorienting. The very word labyrinth itself might, according to some etymological theories, be connected to the labris, a ceremonial double-headed axe that was a prominent and frequently depicted sacred symbol in Minoan Crete, often found incised on pillars, painted on palace frescoes, and decorating pottery. Some classical scholars have suggested that the term labyrinthos might have originally meant something like the place of the double axe, perhaps referring to a specific shrine, a sacred cave, or even a particular wing of the palace at Knossos where this potent symbol was especially venerated, long before the word became exclusively synonymous with a complex, disorienting maze. That's a historical debate for another sleepy night. Perhaps the singular, grim purpose of this grand, confusing, and terrifying structure was twofold. Firstly, to securely and permanently contain the monstrous Minotaur, to keep him hidden away from the sight of the world and to prevent his escape. And secondly, to provide a suitably horrifying and inescapable arena for the periodic, gruesome sacrifice of the Athenian youths and maidens, a bloody tribute exacted by Minos in retribution for the past murder of his son Androgeos in Athens. Archaeologists, classicists, and mythographers still actively argue and passionately debate whether the labyrinth as described in the myths was an entirely purely mythical construct, a potent allegorical metaphor for the complex, perhaps bewildering and seemingly inescapable administrative and maritime power of the Minoan state, as perceived by its less sophisticated mainland Greek neighbors. Or, alternatively, they ponder whether the persistent legend was perhaps directly inspired by the genuinely bewildering, multi-roomed, and seemingly haphazard, almost maze-like layout of the actual Minoan palace ruins. Particularly the vast and complex site of Knossos, with its myriad chambers, its confusing light wells, its multiple staircases, and its notoriously winding, seemingly endless corridors. Imagine, just for a moment, trying to find the royal bathroom in the palace of Knossos after a particularly long and lavish Minoan feast. Perhaps without a reliable map or a helpful servant to guide you, you might easily end up in a completely different postal code. Or worse, find yourself face to face with an unexpectedly angry, bullheaded, and probably rather hungry distant relative of the king. Daedalus, the master architect. It is said in the ancient stories, constructed the labyrinth with such extraordinary, almost supernatural cunning and complexity that he himself, upon its completion, could barely find his own way out without leaving some kind of secret mark or guide. That's either a testament to his supreme, unparalleled dedication to fulfilling the job, brief to the absolute letter, or perhaps it's a classic, timeless case of a brilliant contractor making things just a little bit too complicated for everyone involved, including, most inconveniently, Knight himself. One can only vaguely imagine the final handover meeting with a presumably rather impatient King Minos. Right then, Your Majesty, the Minotaur's new high-security accommodation is now complete and ready for occupancy. Here are the keys. Oh, wait, there aren't any. Are there? And no. I'm afraid there's no instruction manual or emergency exit plan either. Best of luck with that. And please don't lose the monster. He was terribly difficult to get in there. So, as you settle into your pillows, you have this ancient, sun-kissed island, Crete, a dazzling center of Bronze Age maritime power, artistic innovation, and enigmatic ritual. You have the powerful King Minos, a ruler of legendary, almost divine status, now grappling with a monstrous, shameful family secret that threatens his reputation. You have the unparalleled genius Daedalus, the master architect and inventor who perhaps, just perhaps, somewhat over-delivered on the inescapable subterranean prison concept. And at the very heart of it all, brooding in the darkness, you have the labyrinth itself, a vast, dark, oppressive, stone-built puzzle box, meticulously designed to confuse, to confound, to terrify, and to securely contain a creature of terrifying, bloodthirsty myth. It's into this bewildering, shadowy, and frankly rather poorly signposted, not to mention dangerously inhabited, edifice that we will now metaphorically venture, not as you might expect, as brave, sword-wielding heroes seeking to slay the fearsome beast within, but as something far more essential, far more mundane, and certainly far more conducive to our sleepy purposes tonight, the hypothetical, entirely unsung, and utterly unglamorous labyrinthine maintenance staff. Because even a mythical, man-eating monster confined within an endless, diabolical maze, as we're about to discover in our next few sleepy sections, probably generates a rather fair bit of laundry, or at the very least, probably needs his dark, dusty, and no doubt rather messy bins taking out on a fairly regular basis. Indeed. The rather pressing matter of the Minotaur's bins, and who precisely had the unenviable job of taking them out from the depths of an infinitely perplexing, monster-haunted maze, is just the very tip of a much larger, and significantly smellier, iceberg of practical considerations. Because before you can even begin to worry about waste disposal, you first have to think about what goes in to create that waste. Our half-man, half-bull resident, Asterion, wasn't just a terrifying symbol of royal shame and divine wrath. He was also, presumably, a living, breathing biological entity. And biological entities, even the really grumpy, mythical ones with unfortunate dietary preferences, have certain non-negotiable daily needs. Food, water, a place to rest, and yes, a system for dealing with the inevitable byproducts. So, let's gently peer into the Minotaur's hypothetical daily grocery list and his less-than-glamorous bathroom situation. All from a safe, sleepy distance, of course. First up, the menu. The most famous and certainly the most horrifying aspect of the Minotaur's diet is, of course, the Athenian tribute those 7 youths and 7 maidens delivered periodically to Crete, destined for the labyrinth. Classicists and mythologists still debate whether the Minotaur's diet, as described in the various myths, was exclusively and solely dependent on this periodic offering of human flesh, or if this was perhaps a more ritualistic, symbolic feeding, supplementing a more mundane, perhaps even largely herbivorous or at least omnivorous, daily sustenance. If he only ate every 9 years, or even every year, he'd be a very thin, very hangry Minotaur for most of the time, which probably wouldn't improve his already famously bad temper. It's like trying to survive solely on birthday cake. Delightful for a day, but not a sustainable long-term nutritional plan. So, what did he eat on the other 364 days of the year or the other 284 days? If it was a 9-year cycle, let's consider his hybrid nature. The bull part of him would suggest a need for vast quantities of roughage, hay, grass, grains. Bulls are big animals. They eat a lot to maintain that bulk. Did someone have to haul massive bundles of fodder deep into the labyrinth each day? Imagine the sheer volume. You'd need a dedicated team of hay balers and delivery guys, probably with their own special monster-proof wheelbarrows. Watch out for the horns, lads. He gets a bit peckish around tea time. Then there's the man part. Did that part of him crave cooked food, roasted meats, other than the Athenian specials, bread, olives, figs, ancient Mediterranean civilizations, including the Minoans on Crete? Relied heavily on staple foods like grains, barley, and wheat, olives and olive oil, grapes and wine, alongside domesticated livestock such as sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle, and, of course, abundant seafood. Did the royal kitchens of Minos prepare a special, slightly more refined daily meal for their unfortunate royal relative? Perhaps a hearty stew or a large helping of roasted goat, alongside his bale of hay. The logistics of that would be fascinating. Did he have a preferred dish? Was he a fussy eater? Oh, not goat again. Tell Daedalus I fancy some sea bass today. The poor labyrinth catering service must have had its work cut out. Probably no 5-star Yelp reviews for them either, especially if the customer had a habit of eating the waiter when the service was slow. And water. A creature of that size, whether primarily bovine or human in its metabolism, would require a tremendous amount of fresh water every single day, especially in the warm Mediterranean climate of Crete. How was this supplied? Were there natural springs or cisterns built into the labyrinth by the ever-ingenious Daedalus? Or did a dedicated water-carrying brigade have to make perilous daily treks into the maze, hauling heavy skins or massive clay amphorae filled with water, and then somehow pour it into a trough big enough for a thirsty bullman without getting too close to those formidable horns or that gaping maw? You'd need a pretty robust plumbing system, or some very brave, very fast plumbers. Perhaps Daedalus even invented some early form of automated drinking fountain, though knowing his tendency for overcomplication, it probably required a 3-part ritual and a secret handshake to operate. Then we come to the less palatable, but entirely unavoidable issue of hygiene and waste management. What goes in must, as they say, come out. And a creature consuming large quantities of food and water is going to produce a correspondingly large quantity of, well, Minotaur manure. For want of a more delicate term, whether it was more like bull droppings or something recognizably human, or perhaps a horrifying hybrid of the two, the sheer volume would be a significant daily challenge. Did the labyrinth have a designated latrine area for its primary resident? Unlikely he was particularly well house-trained. So, who had the job of mucking out the Minotaur? This isn't just a bit of light sweeping. We're potentially talking about shoveling industrial quantities of unpleasantness from the dark, winding, and probably very poorly ventilated corridors of a maze designed to be inescapable. The smell alone would be a heroic undertaking. You'd need more than just a little air freshener. You'd need a divine intervention from the god of fresh breezes. Perhaps this was the real reason the Athenians were sacrificed, not as food, but as an infinitely renewable, if tragically short-lived, sanitation crew. A rather grim thought to lull you to sleep. Beyond basic food, water, and waste, what other beastly burdens might our Minotaur have imposed on his unseen caretakers? Did he require bedding straw, perhaps like a bull, or something more befitted to his semi-royal, if cursed, status? If so, that bedding would need to be changed regularly. Another delightful task for the labyrinth support staff. Did he need anything to occupy his time, to prevent him from getting bored and perhaps trying to dismantle the labyrinth stone by stone out of sheer frustration? Probably not high on Minos's list of priorities. Entertainment for the man-eating bull monster likely didn't get a lot of budget allocation. Perhaps he had a very large, very sturdy scratching post for his horns to prevent him from using the walls, or the occasional unfortunate janitor. A quirky, though entirely speculative, tidbit might be to consider what ancient cultures believed about the specific needs or temperaments of hybrid creatures. Were they seen as having the combined strength and perhaps the combined weaknesses or vices of both their constituent parts? Did the Minotaur possess the brute strength and appetite of a bull, combined with the cunning, or perhaps the melancholy, of a human trapped in a monstrous form? Such beliefs might have influenced how his unseen keepers, or indeed King Minos himself, perceived his needs, or the level of danger he posed beyond just his physical hunger. Maybe they left him old copies of the Crete Daily News to keep him occupied, though his eyesight for small print was probably terrible. The daily reality for the Minotaur, trapped in the eternal twilight of Daedalus's creation, was likely one of profound isolation, confusion, and perhaps a constant, simmering rage or sorrow. But for those tasked with keeping him alive, for whatever grim purpose King Minos had in mind beyond the Athenian tribute, it would have been a routine of hard, unpleasant, and terrifyingly dangerous labor. Each delivery of food or water, each foray into the depths to clean up, would have been fraught with peril. This wasn't just a job, it was a daily dance with death, a monotonous cycle of drudgery performed in the oppressive shadow of a living nightmare. And it's these unsung, unglamorous, and utterly terrifying chores that form the quiet, forgotten underbelly of one of the most famous myths of the ancient world. The heroes get the glory, but someone, as always, had to deal with the monster's considerable mess. And that, my friends, is a truly boring, and therefore perfectly sleep-inducing historical burden to contemplate. Indeed, the rather pressing, and no doubt quite fragrant, matter of the Minotaur's metaphorical or perhaps literal bins, and who precisely had the unenviable high-risk job of regularly taking them out from the confusing, dimly lit depths of an infinitely perplexing, monster-haunted maze, is just the very smelly tip of a much larger and significantly more challenging iceberg of purely practical, day-to-day logistical considerations. Because before you can even begin to seriously worry about the complexities of mythical monster waste disposal, a job description you probably wouldn't find on ancient Cretan LinkedIn, you first have to think long and hard about what actually goes in to create that considerable waste in the first place. Our rather unique half-man, half-bull resident of the labyrinth, the creature known as Asterion, or more commonly, the Minotaur, wasn't just a terrifying two-dimensional symbol of royal shame, divine wrath, and Athenian subjugation. He was also, presumably, if the myths are to be taken at face value, a living, breathing, and fairly substantial biological entity. And all biological entities, even the really grumpy, socially awkward, and notoriously mythical ones with highly unfortunate and politically inconvenient dietary preferences, have certain fundamental, non-negotiable daily needs that must be met if they are to continue, well, existing. These basic requirements, as for any large creature, would include a regular supply of food, sufficient fresh water, a relatively safe place to rest, and yes, inevitably, some kind of system. However rudimentary or unpleasant, for dealing with the, shall we say, entirely natural and unavoidable byproducts of digestion. So, let's now gently, and from a very safe, yes, sleepy distance, of course, peer into the Minotaur's hypothetical daily grocery list and ponder his less than glamorous, and probably quite extensive, subterranean bathroom situation. First up on our list of beastly burdens, the menu, the most famous, and certainly the most horrifying, aspect of the Minotaur's reputed diet is, of course, the periodic arrival of the Athenian tribute, those 7 unfortunate youths and 7 equally doomed maidens, delivered with grim regularity to the shores of Crete, destined to be sent into the labyrinth to meet their terrifying end. Classicists, mythologists, and even some intrepid historical fiction writers still actively debate and creatively reinterpret whether the Minotaur's diet, as it is described in the various conflicting ancient myths and later artistic depictions, was exclusively and solely dependent on this periodic sacrificial offering of human flesh, or if this gruesome tribute was perhaps a more ritualistic, symbolic, or even politically motivated feeding, possibly supplementing a more mundane, less sensational, perhaps even largely herbivorous or at least broadly omnivorous. Daily sustenance plan? After all, if he only received a meal, however substantial, every 9 years, as some versions of the myth suggest, or even just once every single year, as other accounts imply, he'd be an incredibly thin, exceptionally hangry, and probably quite lethargic Minotaur for the vast majority of the time. Such an irregular feeding schedule probably wouldn't do much to improve his already famously bad temper, or his general outlook on life within a dark, confusing maze. It's rather like trying to survive and maintain peak physical condition by subsisting solely on the occasional slice of birthday cake. Absolutely delightful for a day or two. No doubt, but hardly a sustainable, balanced, or long-term nutritional strategy for a large, active creature. He'd get very cranky waiting for the next party. So, assuming he didn't just hibernate between Athenian deliveries, what did our bovine-headed friend eat on all the other 364 days of the year, or, if you prefer, the 9-year cycle? The other 284 odd days. Let's consider his unique hybrid nature for a moment. The bull part of him, the part with the impressive horns and the presumably quite large stomach, would strongly suggest a physiological need for vast quantities of roughage and things like hay, fresh grass if any could be cultivated or found nearby and safely delivered, nutritious grains, or perhaps even specially prepared fodder. Bulls are big, powerful animals. They consume a great deal of vegetation every single day just to maintain their considerable bulk and energy levels. Did someone or some unfortunate team of dedicated individuals therefore have the perilous daily job of hauling massive, heavy bundles of fodder deep into the treacherous, winding passages of the labyrinth? Imagine the sheer logistical volume required. You'd likely need a dedicated, highly organized team of royal hay balers and labyrinthine delivery guys, probably equipped with their own special monster-proof, reinforced wheelbarrows and perhaps some very effective, if primitive, olfactory protection. Mind the sharp turn at corridor 7, lads, and watch out for the horns if he's in a mood. He gets a bit peckish around tea time, and his table manners are atrocious. Then, of course, there's the man part of his anatomy and physiology to consider. Did that human aspect of his hybrid nature perhaps crave, or even require, cooked food? Roasted meats other than the occasional, highly controversial Athenian specials. Of course, freshly baked bread, juicy olives, sweet, sun-ripened figs, ancient Mediterranean civilizations, including the sophisticated Minoans on the island of Crete during the Bronze Age, relied heavily for their sustenance on a range of staple foods, such as cultivated grains, primarily barley and wheat, olives and their precious oil, grapes and the wine produced from them, alongside the meat and milk products derived from domesticated livestock like sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle. And, given their island location, they naturally also consumed abundant seafood. Did the extensive, well-staffed royal kitchens of King Minos at Knossos perhaps prepare a special, slightly more refined, daily meal plan for their unfortunate, if royally connected, subterranean relative? Perhaps a hearty steaming stew made with less problematic ingredients, or a large roasted joint of goat, served discreetly alongside his daily bale of fresh hay. The complex logistics of preparing and safely delivering such a specialized diet into the heart of a deadly maze would be truly fascinating to contemplate. Did he have a preferred dish? One wonders, was he a particularly fussy eater? One can almost imagine the hushed, anxious kitchen conversations. Oh dear, not goat again today. Send word to Daedalus. Perhaps the creature fancies some grilled sea bass this evening, with a side of barley cakes. The poor, stressed-out labyrinth catering service, if such a thing existed, must have had its considerable work cut out for it on a daily basis. They probably didn't receive many five-star Yelp reviews either, especially if the primary customer had a notorious habit of occasionally trying to eat the waiter when the room service was perceived to be a little slow or the meal not quite to his liking. And then there's the absolutely vital matter of water, a large active creature of that considerable presumed size. Whether its metabolism was primarily bovine or generally human in its requirements, would undoubtedly require a tremendous, almost continuous supply of fresh, clean water every single day, especially considering the warm, often arid Mediterranean climate of ancient Crete. How was this essential hydration supplied to the labyrinth's soul? A formidable occupant, were there perhaps cleverly concealed natural springs, or ingeniously designed, capacious cisterns already built into the very fabric of the labyrinth by the ever-resourceful, forward-thinking Daedalus? Or, if not, did a dedicated, and presumably very brave, water-carrying brigade have to make numerous, perilous, back-breaking daily treks deep into the bewildering maze, hauling heavy, sloshing animal skins or massive, fragile clay amphorae filled to the brim with precious water, and then, having reached some designated, relatively safe delivery point, how did they manage to pour it all into a trough or basin large enough for a thirsty bullman to drink from, without getting dangerously too close to those formidable, razor-sharp horns or that gaping, tooth-filled maw? You'd need either a remarkably sophisticated, self-filling plumbing system, perhaps another forgotten Daedalian invention involving aqueducts and float valves, or some exceptionally brave, incredibly fast, and probably very well paid or very expendable ancient Cretan plumbers. Perhaps Daedalus even invented some early, rather Rube Goldberg-esque form of automated drinking fountain for his monstrous charge, though knowing his well-documented tendency for elaborate overcomplication, it probably required a secret three-part ritual, the correct alignment of several celestial bodies, and a particularly complex, unguessable secret handshake just to operate the tap. Then, inevitably, we come to the less palatable, indeed the rather distinctly unpalatable, but entirely unavoidable and biologically necessary issue of labyrinthine hygiene and systematic waste management. What goes in, as the ancient, timeless saying so delicately puts it, must, eventually and inevitably, come out. And a very large creature, regularly consuming considerable quantities of diverse food and copious amounts of water, is naturally going to produce a correspondingly, and probably quite alarmingly, large quantity of, well, Minotaur manure, for want of a more polite or scientifically accurate mythological term. Whether its daily output was more akin to that of a large bull, or perhaps something recognizably more human in its nature, or even more horrifyingly, some kind of monstrous, unclassifiable hybrid of the two. The sheer daunting volume of waste produced would undoubtedly present a significant, ongoing, and highly unpleasant daily logistical challenge for someone. Did the labyrinth, one wonders, have a specially designated, perhaps slightly better ventilated, latrine area for its primary, and presumably not particularly well house-trained resident? Highly unlikely, given his temperament. So, who, then, had the truly unenviable, Sisyphean, and almost certainly very smelly, recurring job of mucking out the Minotaur? This isn't just a matter of a bit of light sweeping and dusting around the edges. We're potentially talking about the daily, arduous shoveling of truly industrial, if not mythical, quantities of highly unpleasant organic matter from the dark, narrow, winding, and probably extremely poorly ventilated stone corridors of a vast maze specifically designed to be inescapable. The pervasive, eye-watering smell alone, trapped within those endless passages, would be a heroic, almost Herculean, undertaking to endure on a daily basis. You'd need far more than just a few strategically placed, laurel-scented air fresheners. You'd probably need a direct, personal, divine intervention from Hermes, the god of fresh breezes and speedy escapes, just to survive the shift. Perhaps this was the real unconfessed reason the Athenian youths and maidens were sent into the labyrinth. Not primarily as food, but as an infinitely renewable, if tragically very short-lived and highly inefficient, subterranean sanitation crew. A rather grim and decidedly unheroic thought to lull you gently towards sleep. Beyond these absolute basic biological necessities of food, water, and waste removal, what other peculiar beastly burdens or unusual daily requirements might our lonely Minotaur have imposed, however unintentionally, upon his unseen and probably deeply terrified? Human caretakers, did he, for instance, require some form of bedding? Clean straw, perhaps laid fresh each day, like a prized temple bull? Or maybe something slightly more comfortable and befitted to his semi-royal, if undeniably cursed and monstrous, status. If so, that substantial bedding would need to be regularly changed, soiled material removed, and fresh supplies brought in. Another delightful, fragrant, and no doubt perilous task for the labyrinth's long-suffering, invisible support staff. Did he need anything at all to occupy his long, solitary hours, to prevent him from getting terminally bored and perhaps, in his frustration, attempting to systematically dismantle the very labyrinth stone by heavy stone out of sheer, unadulterated ennui and destructive rage? This was probably not very high on King Minos's list of compassionate priorities. Comprehensive recreational programming for the resident man-eating bull monster likely didn't receive a particularly generous budget allocation from the Cretan royal treasury. Perhaps, though, he had a very large, incredibly sturdy, specially reinforced scratching post somewhere in a central courtyard for his powerful horns, to prevent him from using the irreplaceable Daedalian walls or the occasional, unfortunate and slow-moving janitor for that purpose. One can only hope. A quirky, though entirely speculative and unprovable, tidbit for our sleepy contemplation might be to consider what ancient Bronze Age cultures like the Minoans actually believed about the specific physiological needs, the psychological temperaments, or the spiritual significance of such extraordinary hybrid creatures. If they ever seriously pondered such practicalities beyond their purely mythical or symbolic roles, were these beings seen as possessing the unfortunate combined strengths, and perhaps also the magnified combined weaknesses, animalistic vices, or even human sorrows of both their constituent biological parts? Did the Minotaur, for example, possess the unreasoning brute strength, the territorial aggression, and the voracious appetite of a wild bull, combined with the potential for cunning, the capacity for suffering, or perhaps even the deep, tragic melancholy of a human consciousness trapped helplessly within a monstrous, terrifying form? Such underlying beliefs, if they existed, might well have significantly influenced how his unseen keepers, or indeed King Minos himself and his advisors, perceived his daily needs, the level of inherent danger he posed beyond just his obvious physical hunger, or even the slim possibility of his ever being managed or placated. Maybe, just maybe, in a moment of misguided optimism, they tried leaving him old copies of the Crete Daily News or some improving philosophical scrolls to keep him intellectually occupied in the long, dark hours, though his eyesight for small Minoan linear A script, let alone his literary inclinations, was probably rather terrible. The daily, lived reality for the Minotaur, irretrievably trapped in the disorienting, perpetual twilight of Daedalus's ingenious, inescapable creation, was likely one of profound, echoing isolation, constant spatial confusion, and perhaps a permanent, simmering, low-level rage, or a deep, inconsolable sorrow. But for those unfortunate, anonymous individuals tasked with the perilous duty of somehow keeping him alive, for whatever grim, unstated political or religious purpose King Minos ultimately had in mind beyond the regular appeasement of the Athenian tribute victims, it would have been an unceasing, terrifying routine of incredibly hard, deeply unpleasant, and almost unimaginably frighteningly dangerous daily labor. Each surreptitious delivery of basic food or essential water, each wary, dung-filled foray into the deeper recesses of the maze to clean up his considerable mess, would have been utterly fraught with immediate life-threatening peril. This wasn't just a difficult or undesirable job, it was, for these forgotten souls, a daily, nerve-shredding dance with a gruesome, almost certain death. A monotonous, soul-destroying cycle of relentless drudgery performed constantly in the oppressive, terrifying shadow of a living, breathing, and perpetually hungry nightmare. And it's precisely these unsung, entirely unglamorous, and utterly terrifying daily chores, these beastly burdens of basic biological maintenance, that form the quiet, forgotten, and largely unexamined underbelly of one of the most famous, most dramatic, and most enduring myths of the ancient classical world. The great heroes like Theseus always get the glory, the songs and the statues, but someone, as is always inevitably the case in both myth and reality, had to deal with the Minotaur's truly considerable, and no doubt quite appalling, daily mess. And that, my dear sleepy friends, is a truly deeply boring, and therefore absolutely perfectly sleep-inducing, historical and mythological burden for us to gently contemplate as we drift off tonight. Indeed, contemplating the sheer, unglamorous, and frankly rather appalling daily mess generated by the labyrinth's primary resident is enough to lull anyone into a state of drowsy disbelief. But as you drift further, let's spare a sleepy thought for those truly unsung, unnamed, and undoubtedly deeply unfortunate souls who would have been tasked with actually dealing with it all. Who were these individuals? This hypothetical labyrinthine sanitation department? This corps of subterranean servitors? What was their daily existence like, beyond the mucking out and the water hauling? And what kind of mindset would you need to cultivate to face such a terrifyingly monotonous and monotonously terrifying job, day in and day out? Theirs is a story not of heroic ballads, but of quiet, desperate endurance in the face of overwhelming, bovine-headed dread. It's highly unlikely that King Minos was putting out classified ads in the Crete Chronicle for labyrinth maintenance technicians. Must be brave, discreet, and good with a shovel. Horn-resistant outerwear a plus. Low life expectancy. Apply within. No, the individuals assigned to these uniquely dreadful duties were almost certainly not volunteers. Slavery was a common and accepted institution throughout the ancient Mediterranean world, including, most likely, in Bronze Age Minoan Crete. Slaves, often captured in warfare, through piracy, or born into servitude, performed a vast array of essential manual labor, from agriculture and mining to domestic service and construction within the great palace economies. It's therefore highly probable that the labyrinth's reluctant janitorial staff would have been drawn from the lowest, most expendable rungs of Cretan society slaves. Condemned criminals offered a truly terrible form of community service, or perhaps prisoners of war from some less fortunate neighboring island that had incurred Minos' wrath. It's the kind of job you get when your career options have narrowed considerably, probably to this or being immediately fed to the Minotaur. A tough choice, really. Imagine being one of these servitors. Your day, if you could even call it that in the perpetual gloom of the maze, wouldn't begin with a cheerful sunrise and a hearty breakfast. It would begin with dread. The dread of entering that dark, bewildering maw of stone, knowing that somewhere within its countless, echoing passages lurked a creature of nightmare, a being whose sole purpose, as it seemed, was to consume and to terrify. Each footstep you take into the labyrinth would be a step into palpable fear. The dim, flickering light of your tallow lamp or resinous torch doing little to dispel the oppressive shadows that danced and writhed on the cold, damp walls. The air itself would be thick with the smell of stale confinement, of animal musk, of old blood, and, of course, the ever-present, eye-watering aroma of the Minotaur's less than fragrant contributions to the local ecosystem. It's not exactly the kind of work environment that gets 5 stars on Glassdoor. What would be going through your mind? Constant, gnawing anxiety. Certainly, a heightened, almost animalistic alertness to every sound, every flicker of movement, Every subtle shift in the fetid air currents that might signal the approach of the labyrinth's master, you'd develop an acute sense of hearing, distinguishing the distant, mournful bellow or the guttural snort of the Minotaur from the drip of water from a stalactite, the skittering of rats in a forgotten passage, or the pounding of your own terrified heart. Hope would be a dangerous luxury, perhaps entirely extinguished after weeks, months, or God's forbid, years of this grim routine. If anyone even survived that long, the precise social status and actual origins of those individuals who might have performed the most menial, dangerous, or ritually unclean tasks within the complex, hierarchical palace economies of the Bronze Age Aegean world, and specifically whether they were primarily war captives, debt slaves, a distinct lower class of local laborers, or perhaps even individuals with certain physical or social stigmas, is often incredibly difficult to definitively determine from the surviving archaeological record and the limited textual sources alone. Their lives, their names, their individual stories are almost entirely lost to us, overshadowed by the grand narratives of kings, heroes, and mythical beasts, your companions. If you even had any regular companions on these terrifying janitorial expeditions, would be your only solace, a shared community of dread. You might develop a terse coded language of nods and gestures, as loud speech would be an invitation to disaster. Perhaps a grim, unspoken camaraderie would form, the bond of those who face death together daily. Or maybe the constant fear and suspicion would make any deep connection impossible. Each servitor an isolated island of terror, focused solely on their own survival for one more shift. Dark humor, that last refuge of the damned, might flicker briefly in the oppressive gloom. Anyone else think Asterian's looking a bit peaky today? Maybe we should leave him a get-well-soon card, made of very sharp, pointy things. Probably not voiced too loudly, though. How were these individuals even selected for such a role? Was it a formal assignment? A punishment? A lottery of the damned, a quirky, though entirely speculative? Tidbit might be to imagine if there were any specific local Cretan deities or minor protective spirits that these unfortunate labyrinth workers might have secretly or desperately prayed to before each descent into the maze. Perhaps a spirit of pathways, a guardian of lost souls, or even a deity associated with bulls, hoping for some small measure of placation or divine oversight. Or maybe they carried small, crudely made amulets, a smooth stone found by a sacred spring, a feather from a bird that flew unusually close, anything to ward off the ever-present sense of impending doom. Oh, a great spirit of slightly less terrible maze experiences, please let the big boss be napping when I deliver his hay. The monotony of the tasks themselves, hauling water, delivering fodder, clearing waste, would be a strange counterpoint to the constant, heart-stopping fear. You'd be performing the most basic, most mundane acts of labor, the kind of work done by farmhands and stable boys the world over, but in an environment of unparalleled, mythical horror. One wrong turn, one moment of inattention, one unlucky encounter, and your shift would be over. Permanently. The sheer psychological toll would be immense. The feeling of being utterly forgotten by the sunlit world outside, of being trapped in an endless, repeating nightmare of stone, shadow, and the ever-present threat of a monstrous, hybrid predator. What would their life expectancy be in such a role? Surely not very long. Accidents, exhaustion, getting hopelessly lost, or, of course, a direct encounter with the Minotaur would all take their toll. Perhaps King Minos considered them entirely expendable, a renewable resource of misery. When one team of labyrinth cleaners failed to return, another would simply be sent in. Or maybe, just maybe, there was a system, however flawed, to try and ensure some survival, at least for a while. After all, that even a tyrannical king needs his monster's prison to be minimally maintained, lest the problems within spill out. It's a terrible HR problem. Really? Staff turnover and labyrinth maintenance is, shall we say, brisk. We're always hiring. Next, the tools of their trade would be simple, crude, and heavy. Buckets, shovels perhaps made of wood or bronze tipped, coarse brushes or brooms for sweeping, heavy baskets for carrying out waste. Their clothing would be basic, ragged, probably perpetually stained and stinking. And always, the dim, unreliable light of their torches or small oil lamps, casting long, dancing, terrifying shadows that could transform any familiar stone or turning into a momentary illusion of the beast itself. Every sense would be on high alert, straining against the darkness, the silence, the oppressive, fetid air. These are the true forgotten inhabitants of the labyrinth, the ones whose daily lives were a quiet symphony of drudgery and dread. Their existence is a chilling counterpoint to the heroic tales of brave Athenian youths facing their doom, or of Theseus, and Ariadne finding love and triumph. For the servitors of the maze, there was no glory, no escape, only the relentless, terrifying routine of keeping the nightmare alive. One bucket of waste, one bundle of hay, at a time. Theirs is the ultimate boring myth, the quiet, desperate story of those who toiled in the deepest, darkest, and most dangerous basement of the ancient world. Their only reward another day of survival in the shadow of the beast. Indeed, contemplating the sheer, unglamorous, and frankly rather appalling daily mess generated by the labyrinth's primary and notoriously antisocial. Resident is certainly enough to lull anyone into a state of drowsy, almost incredulous disbelief. But as you drift further and more deeply into this ancient, shadowy world, let's spare a quiet, sleepy thought for those truly unsung, almost entirely unnamed, and undoubtedly profoundly unfortunate souls who would have been specifically tasked with actually dealing with it all, day in and day out. Who precisely were these individuals? This hypothetical, highly specialized labyrinthine sanitation department? This unique and unenviable corps of subterranean servitors? What was their actual, lived daily existence like? Beyond the endless, back-breaking mucking out of soiled bedding and the perilous, nerve-wracking water-hauling expeditions, and perhaps most importantly for our sleepy contemplation, what kind of extraordinary, or perhaps utterly broken, mindset would you even need to cultivate or be forced to adopt in order to face such a terrifyingly monotonous and monotonously terrifying job, day after weary day, in the perpetual twilight of that infernal maze? Theirs, you can be sure, is a story not of heroic, lyre-strummed ballads and glorious, laurel-crowned triumphs, but of quiet, desperate, almost invisible endurance in the constant, oppressive face of overwhelming, implacable, bovine-headed dread. It's highly, almost laughably unlikely that good King Minos, for all his legendary wisdom and supposed justice, was regularly putting out well-remunerated classified advertisements in the Crete Chronicle, or posting notices on palace bulletin boards actively seeking enthusiastic labyrinth maintenance technicians. Must be exceptionally brave, remarkably discreet, and demonstrably good with a large, sturdy shovel. Horn-resistant outerwear considered a definite plus. Please note, low life expectancy is a distinct possibility. Apply within, if you dare. No. The unfortunate individuals who were ultimately assigned to these uniquely dreadful and almost certainly fatal duties were almost certainly not eager volunteers, lining up for a chance at this exciting career opportunity with excellent, albeit short-term prospects. Slavery, it is crucial to remember, was an incredibly common, widely accepted, and structurally integral institution throughout the entire ancient Mediterranean world, including, most likely, during the sophisticated Bronze Age civilization of Minoan Crete. Slaves, often originally captured in brutal warfare between rival city-states or islands, seized through relentless piracy on the high seas, or simply born into a life of inescapable hereditary servitude, performed a vast and diverse array of absolutely essential, often incredibly arduous forms of manual labor. This ranged from tilling the agricultural fields and toiling in dangerous mines, to providing ceaseless domestic service within wealthy households and undertaking the heavy construction work required for building the great labyrinthine palace economies themselves. It's therefore highly probable, if not virtually certain, that the labyrinth's reluctant and entirely unwilling janitorial staff would have been drawn from the very lowest, most disenfranchised, and most tragically expendable rungs of ancient Cretan society, existing slaves from the royal household. Condemned criminals offered a truly terrible and probably non-negotiable form of community service, or perhaps recently captured prisoners of war from some less fortunate neighboring island kingdom that had somehow incurred King Midas's formidable and often unforgiving wrath. It's undeniably the kind of uniquely awful job you get when your available career options have narrowed considerably, probably to something like this, or being immediately and unceremoniously fed to the Minotaur as an appetizer. A tough and rather stark choice for anyone's 5-year plan. Really? Imagine, just for a moment, actually being one of these designated labyrinth servitors. Your day, if you could even accurately call it that in the perpetual, torch-lit gloom and oppressive stillness of that subterranean maze, wouldn't begin with a cheerful, rosy-fingered sunrise and the promise of a hearty, nourishing breakfast. It would almost certainly begin and end with a cold, stomach-churning wave of pure, unadulterated dread. The dread of once again having to enter that dark, bewildering, and reeking maw of cold stone, knowing with chilling certainty that somewhere deep within its countless, confusing, and echoing passages lurked a monstrous creature of nightmare, a terrifying being whose sole, apparent purpose in its cursed existence, it often seemed, was to consume human flesh and to inspire abject, paralyzing terror. Every single footstep you hesitantly take into the confines of the labyrinth would be a reluctant step into a realm of palpable, almost tangible fear. The dim, flickering, and entirely inadequate light cast by your sputtering tallow lamp, or your smoking, resinous pine torch would do precious little to truly dispel the oppressive, all-encompassing shadows that danced and writhed like malevolent spirits on the cold, damp, unyielding walls of the endless corridors. The very air itself within the maze would be thick, heavy, and almost unbreathable, saturated with the cloying smell of stale, trapped confinement, of raw animal musk, of old dried blood from previous victims, and, of course, the ever-present, eye-wateringly pungent aroma of the Minotaur's less than fragrant, and no doubt quite voluminous, daily contributions to the labyrinth's unique and unfortunate local ecosystem. It's not exactly the kind of stimulating and motivational work environment that consistently gets 5-star reviews on ancient Minoan Glassdoor, or makes it onto the best places to work in Bronze Age Crete list. Probably quite the opposite. In fact, what, then, would be constantly going through your terrified mind as you perform these grim, necessary tasks, constant, gnawing, almost unbearable anxiety? Most certainly. A perpetually heightened, almost animalistic level of hyper-alertness to every single tiny sound, every almost imperceptible flicker of movement in the periphery of your vision, every subtle, almost subliminal shift in the fetid, stagnant air currents that might just possibly signal the imminent, terrifying approach of the labyrinth's undisputed horned master. You'd rapidly develop an incredibly acute, almost preternatural sense of hearing, capable of clearly distinguishing the distant, mournful, and blood-chilling bellow, or the closer, guttural, warning snort of the Minotaur from the innocent, rhythmic drip of water from a limestone stalactite, the nervous, unseen skittering of numerous rats in a forgotten, refuse-filled side passage, or even just the frantic, desperate pounding of your own terrified heart in your ears. Hope, that most resilient of human emotions, would become a dangerous, unaffordable luxury in such a place, perhaps entirely, mercifully extinguished after many long weeks and or even months, or God's forbid, entire years of this relentlessly grim, soul-crushing routine. If anyone, by some miracle, even managed to survive in such a role for that long. the precise social status, the exact ethnic origins, and even the typical gender of those unfortunate individuals who might have performed the most menial, the most dangerous, or the most ritually unclean and polluting tasks within the complex, highly stratified, and often rigidly hierarchical palace-centered economies of the Bronze Age Aegean world, and specifically whether they were primarily war captives from foreign lands, local debt slaves working off inescapable obligations, a distinct, hereditary lower class of indigenous Cretan laborers, or perhaps even individuals with certain pronounced physical disabilities or other social stigmas that marked them out for such undesirable roles, is often incredibly difficult, if not entirely impossible, to definitively determine from the limited and often ambiguous surviving archaeological record, like skeletal remains or depictions in art, and the even scarcer textual sources like the linear B tablets, which are mostly concerned with economic inventories rather than individual biographies alone. Their individual lives, their personal names, their unique human stories, and their silent suffering are almost entirely lost to us now, completely overshadowed in the historical and mythological record by the grand, sweeping narratives of powerful kings, divinely aided heroes, beautiful princesses, and terrifying, larger-than-life mythical beasts. They are the forgotten footnotes of a famous story. Your few fellow servitors. If you were even permitted to work in small groups and had any regular trusted companions on these terrifying daily janitorial expeditions deep into the maze, would likely be your only fragile solace, your only connection to a shared community of unending abject dread. You might, out of sheer necessity, develop a terse, highly efficient, coded language of simple nods, subtle hand gestures, and warning hisses, as any loud or unnecessary speech within the labyrinth would surely be an open, foolish invitation to immediate and certain disaster. Perhaps a grim, unspoken, almost desperate camaraderie would eventually form amongst your small, ill-fated team, the unique, unbreakable bond of those who must consistently face the very real prospect of a gruesome death, together on a daily, almost hourly basis, or maybe more tragically, the constant corrosive fear, the gnawing suspicion, and the intense dog-eat-dog struggle for sheer survival would make any deep, trusting human connection utterly impossible, rendering each individual servitor an isolated, trembling island of pure terror, focused solely and entirely on their own desperate survival for just one more shift, one more hour, one more breath. Dark, desperate humor, that last defiant refuge of the truly damned and the utterly hopeless, might perhaps flicker briefly, like a dying torch, in the otherwise oppressive, soul-crushing gloom. Anyone else think old Asterian's looking a bit peaky around the gills today? Maybe we should club together and leave him a get-well-soon card. Perhaps one made of very sharp, very pointy, and hopefully quite effective, bronze spearheads. Probably not a sentiment to be voiced too loudly, or too often, though how were these unfortunate individuals even selected for such a uniquely appalling and almost certainly terminal role in the first place? Was it a formal, dreaded assignment handed down by some stony-faced palace official? Was it a specific, terrible punishment for some heinous crime or act of rebellion? Or was it perhaps a macabre, terrifying lottery of the damned, where drawing the short straw meant a one-way ticket to the labyrinth's deepest, darkest, and smelliest bowels a quirky, though entirely speculative and admittedly rather fanciful, tidbit for our sleepy minds might be to imagine if there were any specific, perhaps very minor, local Cretan deities, benevolent nature spirits, or obscure household guardians that these unfortunate labyrinth workers might have secretly, or perhaps desperately and fervently, prayed to before each terrifying descent into the deadly maze. Perhaps they invoked a forgotten spirit of pathways and safe return, a humble guardian of lost and hopeless souls, or even with a kind of desperate appeasement, a minor deity somehow associated with bulls or dark, subterranean places, hoping against all hope for some small, overlooked measure of divine placation, protection, or simple oversight. Or maybe, more pathetically, they simply carried small, crudely made, personal amulets. A smooth, water-worn pebble found by a sacred spring in happier times. A brightly colored bird's feather that once flew unusually close and seemed like a good omen. Or a tiny, carved piece of driftwood. Anything at all to grasp onto, to ward off, however feebly, the ever-present, suffocating sense of impending, unavoidable doom. You can almost hear their silent, desperate plea. "Oh, great, benevolent spirit of slightly less terrible than usual maze experiences, please, please let the big, grumpy boss with the horns be taking a very long, very deep nap when I have to deliver his enormous bale of hay today." The sheer, crushing monotony of the essential tasks themselves, the endless hauling of heavy water skins, the laborious delivery of massive quantities of fodder, the disgusting, back-breaking clearing of accumulated waste, would be a strange, almost surreal counterpoint to the constant, heart-stopping, adrenaline-fueled fear of imminent death. You'd be performing the most basic, most fundamental, most mind-numbingly mundane acts of physical labor, the kind of repetitive, thankless work done by lowly farmhands, overworked stable boys, and forgotten sanitation workers the world over, throughout all of human history. But you would be doing it in an environment of unparalleled, almost unimaginable, mythical horror. One wrong, careless turn in the disorienting passages, one moment of unfortunate inattention or exhausted distraction, one unlucky, unforeseen encounter with the labyrinth's primary and perpetually irritable resident, and your shift, your very life, would be over, abruptly, terrifyingly, and permanently. The sheer, unrelenting psychological toll of such an existence would be almost impossible for us to truly comprehend. The crushing feeling of being utterly, irrevocably forgotten by the sunlit, vibrant world outside, of being hopelessly trapped in an endless, suffocating, repeating nightmare of cold, indifferent stone, deep, menacing shadow, and the ever-present blood-chilling threat of a monstrous, implacable hybrid predator? What would their average life expectancy be in such a uniquely hazardous role? Surely not very long at all. Simple accidents in the dark, debilitating exhaustion leading to fatal mistakes, the sheer terror of getting hopelessly, irretrievably lost in that diabolical maze. Or, of course, most commonly and most dreadfully, a direct, fatal encounter with the hungry Minotaur himself. All these factors would inevitably take a swift and constant toll on their numbers. Perhaps the pragmatic King Minos simply considered these labyrinth workers to be entirely expendable, a readily renewable, if constantly diminishing resource of abject human misery. When one unfortunate team of labyrinth cleaners predictably failed to return from their duties, another equally doomed group would simply, and without ceremony, be dispatched to take their place. Or maybe, just maybe, there was some kind of rudimentary, however flawed and inefficient, system in place to try and ensure some minimal level of servitor survival, at least for a little while. After all, even a cruel and tyrannical king needs his private monster's inescapable prison to be at least minimally maintained and serviced, lest the considerable problems contained within eventually, and rather unpleasantly, spill out into the wider world and onto his own royal doorstep. It's a truly terrible, almost insoluble human resources problem. Really. When you think about it, staff turnover in the labyrinth maintenance department is, shall we say, consistently and regrettably brisk. We're always hiring, no experience necessary, though a robust sense of fatalism is definitely preferred. Next, the humble tools of their dreadful trade would be simple, crude, heavy, and entirely utilitarian. Roughly fashioned wooden or perhaps bronze-edged buckets for carrying water and slops. Heavy, broad-bladed shovels, perhaps made of sturdy wood reinforced with bronze, or even just fire-hardened timber for clearing the mountainous accumulations of waste. Coarse, stiff brushes or roughly bound bundles of twigs used as brooms for sweeping the stone floors. If anyone even bothered with such niceties under the circumstances, and heavy, woven wicker baskets or strong animal hide sacks for laboriously carrying out the labyrinth's considerable refuse to some designated distant and hopefully downwind disposal site. Their clothing, if they were provided with any at all beyond basic loincloths, would be simple, ragged utilitarian tunics, probably perpetually stained, torn, and stinking abominably of their grim daily work. And always, constantly, they would be accompanied by the dim, flickering, entirely unreliable, and often terrifyingly inadequate light of their individual tallow lamps. Smoky, resinous torches, or perhaps small, easily extinguishable oil lamps, casting long, distorted, dancing, and deeply menacing shadows that could, in an instant, transform any familiar projecting stone or dark turning in a passage into the momentary, heart-stopping illusion of the beast itself. Poised to strike, every single one of their senses would be perpetually on high, screaming alert, constantly straining against the oppressive darkness. The profound, echoing silence broken only by their own furtive sounds, and the ever-present, fetid, almost unbreathable air of the maze. These, then, are the true, entirely forgotten, and utterly tragic human inhabitants of the labyrinth. The ones whose unrecorded daily lives were a quiet, desperate, unending symphony of relentless, mind-numbing drudgery and pure, soul-chilling dread. Their miserable, short-lived existence provides a chilling, sobering, and largely unacknowledged counterpoint to the glorious, heroic tales of the brave, noble Athenian youths facing their predetermined doom with courage, or of the celebrated hero Theseus and the clever princess Ariadne finding true love, ingenious solutions, and ultimate triumph over monstrous tyranny. For the anonymous, expendable servitors of the deadly maze, there was never any prospect of glory, no hope of heroic rescue, no chance of a happy ending, only the relentless, terrifying, and utterly thankless daily routine of somehow keeping the nightmare alive. One heavy bucket of fetid waste, one precarious bundle of rough hay, at a time. Theirs is the ultimate boring, deeply depressing myth, the quiet, almost invisible, desperate human story of those unfortunate souls who toiled, suffered, and ultimately perished in the deepest, darkest, smelliest, and most dangerous forgotten basement of the entire ancient world. Their only conceivable reward, if one could even call it that, was perhaps another single, terrifying day of mere survival, lived out entirely in the cold, oppressive, and ever-present shadow of the ravenous beast. That daily reward of mere survival, eked out in the terrifying shadow of the beast, was a fragile thing indeed. For these unfortunate servitors of the labyrinth, danger didn't just come with horns and a bad temper. It lurked in the very stones of their workplace, in the endless, maddening sameness of the passages, in the constant, disorienting threat of getting hopelessly, irretrievably lost. Remember, this labyrinth was designed by Daedalus, a genius of deliberate confusion, a man who, according to some versions of the myth, could barely find his own way out after its completion. So, if the chief architect himself needed a self-help guide or possibly a very understanding GPS to exit his own creation, what hope did the labyrinth's janitorial staff have of navigating its bewildering depths on a daily basis to deliver the hay, slop out the, well, slops, and then, most crucially, find their way back to something resembling safety, or at least to the slightly less terrifying staff canteen? This is the truly boring yet utterly essential question of labyrinthian logistics. How did they manage their daily commute through an infinite HR nightmare? The very essence of the labyrinth, its defining architectural feature, was its almost supernatural complexity. It wasn't just a series of winding corridors, it was a place designed to break your sense of direction, to make every turning look like the last, to lead you in circles until despair and exhaustion set in. It was the ancient world's ultimate escape room, only the prize for failing wasn't a consolatory pat on the back, but becoming a mid-morning snack for the resident bullman. So, any system for navigating this for routine chores would have to be robust, yet discreet enough not to, say, provide an easy map for any Athenian tributes who fancied a bit of self-guided premature escape, or, even worse, provide the Minotaur himself with a handy floor plan to locate the staff break room. Oh, look, they've left a helpful "You are here" sign next to the water trough. How thoughtful. Perhaps the simplest, if most restrictive method would have been the establishment of strictly limited, designated routes. Maybe the servitors were only ever allowed, or indeed only ever knew, the way to a few specific, relatively accessible points within the labyrinth: a designated feeding station, a particular water source, a predefined waste collection area not too deep within the maze. This would minimize the risk of getting lost, but it would also mean that vast swathes of the labyrinth remained uncleaned, unvisited, and potentially even more dangerous, with who knows what accumulating in their unlit depths. It's like only ever cleaning the very front room of a gigantic, rambling mansion because the rest of it is just too spooky, and you're pretty sure there's a monster in the West Wing. Practical, maybe, but not exactly thorough housekeeping. But even for limited routes, some form of marking system would surely be essential, especially for new recruits to the Labyrinth Maintenance Corps, assuming any recruit ever lasted long enough to become experienced. Ancient peoples, including sailors navigating vast oceans and travelers crossing featureless deserts, developed surprisingly sophisticated methods of navigation using celestial bodies like the stars, prominent natural landmarks, and even rudimentary forms of maps or coastal pilot books known as portolan charts. However, navigating a deliberately confusing, enclosed, artificial structure like the labyrinth, often in dim, flickering torchlight, presents a very different and arguably much harder set of challenges. There are no stars to guide you, and every blasted corridor might look exactly like the last one. So, what could they use? Perhaps simple, unobtrusive chalk marks or incised scratches made on the stone walls at crucial turning points. A line here, a small cross there, a secret symbol known only to the initiated few. These would have to be subtle enough not to be easily noticed or understood by outsiders, or erased by the Minotaur if he had a habit of absent-mindedly rubbing his horns against the stonework. Or maybe they used small, carefully placed cairns of pebbles, or little piles of dried dung, a readily available material. One presumes in their line of work to mark a safe path. Follow the dung heaps to freedom. Lads, it's our new corporate motto. Of course, any such system would be vulnerable. A dislodged pebble, a smudged chalk mark, a new layer of dust obscuring a vital scratch, and suddenly your supposedly safe route becomes a one-way ticket to disorientation and an unscheduled meeting with the HR department's most feared consultant. Memory techniques might have played a part, though the labyrinth's very design was intended to confound memory. Perhaps the servitors developed intricate mnemonic rhymes or chants to remember a sequence of turns left at the damp patch, right at the wall that smells vaguely of despair. Then 3 corridors straight past the echoey bit. Highly unreliable, though, especially when your mind is mostly occupied with not screaming and running in the opposite direction. Or maybe they tried to associate specific turns with unique textural features of the walls, the subtle variations in the stonework, the way a particular draft of fetid air flowed from a side passage. But in a structure supposedly built for uniformity and confusion, such unique identifiers would be few and far between. It's also possible they worked in small, tightly knit teams, with one individual, perhaps the most experienced or the one with the least worst sense of direction, acting as the designated navigator or pathfinder. This person would literally lead the way, their life and the lives of their companions depending on their ability to remember the route in and, crucially, the route back out. The pressure on that individual would be immense. Imagine the blame game if they took a wrong turn. Well, Gallippus, this doesn't look like the usual hay delivery spot. Are those very large teeth marks on the wall? The folklore and mythology of many cultures are filled with tales of navigating mazes or getting lost in bewildering forests, often involving some method of leaving a trail, like Hansel and Gretel's infamous breadcrumbs, which, as we all know, proved to be a spectacularly unreliable bird-friendly navigational aid. Much later, mathematicians would develop maze-solving algorithms, like the wall follower rule, always keeping one hand on a wall and following it. Historians still argue whether such simple algorithms were intuitively known or used in antiquity for navigating complex structures, or if the approach was more ad hoc and memory-based. For the labyrinth servitors, any technique that offered even a sliver of hope would have been clung to. Perhaps Daedalus, in a moment of pity or just to ensure his creation was minimally serviceable, left some incredibly subtle, almost invisible architectural cues in certain key passages, a slightly different pattern in the stone laying, a barely perceptible slope in the floor. Clues that only the most desperate and observant might learn to recognize over time. Or maybe he just cackled and said, "Good luck, suckers." This everyday, life or death navigational challenge for the labyrinth staff stands in stark contrast, of course, to the famous solution provided to Theseus by Ariadne, her magical ball of thread. That was a one-off, hero-level cheat code, a divine intervention of sorts, not a sustainable daily operational procedure for the poor schmucks who had to go in there every Tuesday to deliver the Minotaur's bulk order of whatever it was he ate between Athenian youths. They didn't have a love-struck princess on hand to provide them with enchanted haberdashery. Their navigational aids were likely far more prosaic, far more fallible, and far more terrifyingly dependent on their own wits and luck. You can almost feel their anxiety, their fingers perhaps tracing a familiar sequence of cracks on a wall in the dim torchlight, their ears straining for a specific echo that means turn left here for the relatively less dangerous passage. Money? The constant fear of that one unfamiliar turning. That moment of sickening disorientation when one passage suddenly looks exactly like another. And the chilling realization that the subtle mark you were relying on is no longer there, or was perhaps never there at all. The labyrinth wasn't just a prison for the Minotaur. It was a perpetual, terrifying navigational puzzle for anyone forced to enter its depths. And solving that puzzle, day after day, just to do your chores and survive until the next shift, was perhaps the most unsung, most boring, and yet most heroic feat of all. It makes complaining about your daily commute stuck in traffic seem rather trivial, doesn't it? At least your GPS usually doesn't lead you to a man-eating bull monster if it recalculates the route. That daily, almost miraculous reward of mere survival, so precariously eked out in the terrifying, all-encompassing shadow of the monstrous beast, was an incredibly fragile and constantly threatened thing indeed for those who toiled within the labyrinth. For these unfortunate, largely forgotten servitors, mortal danger didn't just arrive on sharpened horns with a thunderous bellow and a very bad temper. It lurked insidiously in the very cold, indifferent stones of their vast, bewildering workplace. It was present in the endless, maddening, almost hypnotic sameness of the myriad passages, in the constant, disorienting threat of getting hopelessly, irretrievably, and fatally lost in its lightless, echoing depths. Remember, as we've already established, this labyrinth was purposefully and fiendishly designed by the unparalleled genius Daedalus, a master craftsman renowned for his intricate and deliberate confusion, a man who, according to some venerable versions of the ancient myth, could himself barely find his own way out of its intricate coils after its final completion, without resorting to some secret trick or prior knowledge. So, if the chief architect and legendary inventor himself potentially needed a detailed self-help guide, a hefty dose of divine inspiration, or possibly a very understanding and patient Bronze Age GPS system, just to successfully exit his own diabolical creation, what realistic hope did the labyrinth's terrified, overworked, and probably profoundly underpaid janitorial staff actually have of navigating its bewildering, Stygian depths on a regular, daily basis? How could they reliably deliver the necessary hay, slop out the considerable slops, and then, most crucially and most perilously, somehow manage to find their own way back to something vaguely resembling safety, or at least to the slightly less terrifying and marginally more well-lit staff canteen, if such a luxury even existed? This, my sleepy friends, is the truly boring, yet utterly essential and life or death question of practical labyrinthine logistics. How on earth did they manage their daily, nerve-shredding commute through what was, in essence, an infinite three-dimensional human resources nightmare, designed by a genius with a particularly cruel sense of humor? The very core essence of the labyrinth, its defining architectural feature and its primary functional purpose, was its almost supernatural, mind-bending complexity. It wasn't just a mildly confusing series of pleasantly winding garden corridors where you might lose an afternoon. It was conceived and constructed as a place specifically designed to utterly break your innate sense of direction, to make every single shadowed turning look exactly like the 10 you had passed before it, to lead you inexorably in frustrating, maddening circles until abject despair, complete exhaustion, and terrified disorientation inevitably set in. It was, in effect, the ancient world's ultimate high-stakes escape room. Only the grim prize for failing to solve its intricate puzzle wasn't a consolatory pat on the back from the games master and a polite "better luck next time," but rather, almost certainly, becoming an unscheduled, and probably unappetizingly grisly, mid-morning snack for the labyrinth's famously ravenous, bull-headed resident. So, any hypothetical system devised for navigating this architectural monstrosity for the purposes of performing routine? Mundane chores would have to be both incredibly robust and reliable, yet also sufficiently discreet and subtle enough not to, say, inadvertently provide an easy-to-follow, clearly marked map for any of the periodically delivered Athenian tributes who might understandably fancy a bit of self-guided, premature, and entirely unauthorized escape from their grim fate. Or even worse, provide the cunning Minotaur himself with a handy, conveniently annotated floor plan to the staff break room, or perhaps a direct route to the labyrinth's main exit. Oh, look, one can imagine him bellowing with delight. They've thoughtfully left a helpful "You Are Here" sign just next to the communal water trough, complete with little footprints showing the quickest way to the snack bar. Which, I presume, is perhaps the simplest, if also the most severely restrictive method of navigation for these unfortunate servitors, would have been the strict establishment and unwavering adherence to rigidly defined, extremely limited, and perhaps heavily guarded routes. Maybe the labyrinth's maintenance workers were only ever permitted, or indeed only ever knew, the precise way to a few specific, relatively easily accessible, and frequently used points within the vast, sprawling maze. A designated reinforced feeding station for the Minotaur, a particular reliable subterranean water source, a predefined regularly emptied waste collection area situated not too deeply within the maze's treacherous coils. This severely curtailed approach would undoubtedly minimize the ever-present risk of individuals getting hopelessly lost in the further unmapped reaches, but it would also inevitably mean that vast, unexplored swathes of the labyrinth remained entirely uncleaned, unvisited by humans, and potentially even more dangerous as a result, with who knows what horrors besides the main attraction accumulating and perhaps even breeding in their lightless, forgotten depths. It's rather like only ever daring to clean the very front reception room and the main hallway of a gigantic, rambling, and notoriously haunted Gothic mansion, simply because the rest of it is just far too spooky. And you're pretty sure, based on reliable groaning sounds, that there's a very large, very unfriendly monster permanently residing in the West Wing. It's a practical, risk-averse approach, but not exactly conducive to thorough, comprehensive housekeeping or a healthy living environment for anyone involved. But even for these presumably very limited and carefully prescribed routes, some form of reliable, easily recognizable marking system would surely be absolutely essential. especially for any unfortunate new recruits to the Labyrinth Maintenance Corps, always assuming, of course, that any such recruit ever actually lasted long enough on the job to become genuinely experienced or to learn the ropes from a departing colleague. Departing, in this context, usually meaning eaten, ancient peoples, including remarkably skilled Minoan and Mycenaean sailors navigating the vast, often featureless expanses of the Aegean and Mediterranean seas, and desert travelers crossing seemingly endless, shifting Saharan sands, undoubtedly developed surprisingly sophisticated and effective methods of navigation. They used keen observation of celestial bodies like the sun, moon, and stars, the careful noting of prominent natural landmarks, knowledge of prevailing wind and current patterns, and even, in some later periods, rudimentary forms of written sailing directions or coastal pilot books known as paraploi or portolan charts. However, the unique challenge of navigating a deliberately confusing, entirely enclosed, artificially constructed architectural structure like the Minotaur's labyrinth, often in conditions of extremely dim, flickering, and unreliable torchlight, presents a very different and arguably much harder set of cognitive and perceptual navigational challenges. There are no guiding stars visible underground, no helpful prevailing winds, and by its very design, every blasted stone corridor and every shadowy turning might have been deliberately constructed to look exactly like the last one, creating a nightmarish architectural echo chamber. So, what simple, practical, and hopefully monster-proof marking techniques could these labyrinthine janitors possibly have used? Perhaps they relied on simple, unobtrusive chalk marks, or tiny, almost invisible incised scratches laboriously made on the cold stone walls at crucial, easily confused turning points. A single rough line here, a small, hastily etched cross there, perhaps even a secret, coded symbol known only to the initiated, long-suffering few who regularly trod those perilous paths. Any such markings would, of course, have to be subtle enough not to be easily noticed, understood, or deliberately defaced by inquisitive outsiders like those aforementioned Athenian youths looking for an exit strategy, or, more worryingly, accidentally rubbed out or licked off by the Minotaur himself if he happened to have a peculiar habit of absent-mindedly rubbing his massive horns or his slobbery tongue against the damp stonework as he passed. Or maybe, more primitively, they used small, carefully placed and counted cairns of little pebbles, or perhaps even little distinctive piles of dried animal dung, a readily available and easily distinguishable material. One presumes, in their particular line of work, to discreetly mark out a relatively safe, if fragrant, path. Just follow the dung heaps to freedom. Lads, it's our new official corporate motto, and surprisingly effective for finding the exit after the third left turning. Ha, yeah, of course, any such rudimentary physical marking system would be incredibly vulnerable to accidental or deliberate disruption. A single dislodged pebble, a carelessly smudged chalk mark in the dampness, a new layer of thick dust and cobwebs obscuring a vital guiding scratch on the wall, and suddenly your supposedly safe, familiar route through the maze instantly transforms into a terrifying, one-way ticket to complete disorientation, rising panic, and an unscheduled, and probably very final performance review. Meeting with the Labyrinth's HR department's most feared and horniest consultant. Sophisticated memory techniques, such as the method of loci used by ancient orators, might also have played a crucial part in their daily survival, though the labyrinth's very architectural design, with its intentional lack of unique features, was specifically intended to confound and overwhelm ordinary human memory. Perhaps out of sheer desperation. The long-term servitors, if any existed, developed intricate, personalized mnemonic rhymes, secret communal chants, or detailed mental maps to try and remember a specific, vital sequence of left and right turns, third left at the perpetually damp patch on the wall, then straight on past the section that always smells vaguely of profound despair and old bones. Then count 3 dark side corridors on your right before taking the narrow passage that always has that particularly eerie, echoing quality. Highly unreliable, though, one would imagine, especially when your conscious mind is mostly, and quite understandably, preoccupied with the all consuming thoughts of not screaming hysterically and not running blindly in completely the opposite direction from your assigned task. Or maybe what with prolonged exposure, they learn to associate specific, almost imperceptible turns or junctions with unique, subtle textural features of the unseen walls, the almost subliminal variations in the cold stonework under their guiding fingertips, or the distinctive way a particular faint draft of fetid, stale air flowed from a specific side passage or ventilation shaft. But in a structure supposedly built with an emphasis on monotonous uniformity and deliberate, maddening confusion, such uniquely memorable identifying features would likely be incredibly few and frustratingly far between. It's also highly possible, and indeed quite probable for safety reasons, that they always worked in small, tightly knit, and mutually dependent teams, with perhaps one particularly experienced individual, or the one who possessed the least worst innate sense of direction, a rare gift in that place. No doubt, acting as the designated navigator, the official pathfinder, or the keeper of the mental map for that particular work crew, this unfortunate person would literally lead the way into the terrifying darkness, their own life and the lives of all their companions depending entirely on their fallible ability to accurately remember the complex route in and, most crucially and terrifyingly, the equally complex route back out again. The psychological pressure on that single designated individual would be absolutely immense. Imagine the whispered accusations and the rising tide of panic if they ever hesitated, or, gods forbid, actually took a demonstrably wrong turn. Well, Galippus, my friend, this particularly gloomy and unfamiliar cul-de-sac doesn't quite look like the usual designated hay delivery spot. Does it now? And are those what I think they are? Very large, very fresh teeth marks scraped deeply into that particular section of the wall over there. It would be a workplace dynamic filled with more than the usual amount of finger pointing. The rich folklore and diverse mythology of many different cultures across the world are absolutely filled with cautionary tales of navigating treacherous mazes, getting hopelessly lost in bewildering, enchanted forests, or trying to find one's way through other deliberately confusing environments. These stories often involve some ingenious, or sometimes tragically flawed, method of leaving a discernible trail, like the famous, but ultimately unsuccessful, example of Hansel and Gretel's quickly devoured breadcrumbs in the dark forest, which, as we all know, proved to be a spectacularly unreliable, overly bird-friendly, and ultimately disastrous navigational aid. Much, much later in human history. Of course, mathematicians and early computer scientists would develop various logical maze-solving algorithms, such as the well-known wall follower rule, which involves always keeping one hand consistently on either the right or the left wall and continuously following it. Historians of science and ancient technology still actively argue and often inconclusively debate whether such simple, logical, navigational algorithms were perhaps intuitively known, stumbled upon, or even deliberately, if secretly, used in deep antiquity for navigating particularly complex architectural structures, or if the primary approach to finding one's way in such places was always more ad hoc, experience-based, reliant on personal memory, and perhaps even ritually guided by priests or other initiates. For the terrified labyrinth servitors, however, any technique, no matter how rudimentary or seemingly irrational, that offered even the faintest, most desperate sliver of hope for survival and safe return would undoubtedly have been clung to with an almost religious fervor. Perhaps the original architect, Daedalus, in a rare and uncharacteristic moment of compassion, or maybe just to ensure that his monstrous creation was at least minimally serviceable and didn't immediately starve or dehydrate, had actually left some incredibly subtle, almost invisible architectural cues or markers embedded within certain key passages. A slightly different pattern or texture in the stone laying, a barely perceptible, almost unnoticeable slope in the floor, or a unique resonance in a particular corridor, cunning clues that only the most desperate, the most observant, and the most long-suffering, if they survived that long, might eventually learn to recognize and trust over many terrifying trips. Or maybe, far more likely, he just cackled to himself, pocketed his handsome construction fee from King Minos, and muttered under his breath, "Good luck with that. Suckers, don't forget to write. If you ever get out, this constant, everyday, life or death navigational challenge faced by the humble labyrinth support staff stands in stark, almost ironic contrast, of course, to the famously unique and divinely inspired solution that was eventually provided to the heroic Athenian prince Theseus by the love-struck Cretan princess Ariadne, her magical, unfailing ball of guiding thread. That, however, was a clear one-off, hero-level, plot device cheat code, a direct mythological intervention of sorts, specifically designed for a singular, heroic purpose. It was certainly not a sustainable, replicable, or practical daily operational procedure that could be implemented for the poor. Forgotten schmucks who had the thankless task of having to go deep in there every single Tuesday and Thursday morning to deliver the Minotaur's bulk order of, well, whatever it was that he actually consumed on a regular basis between those more famous 7 yearly Athenian youth deliveries. They, most unfortunately, didn't have a conveniently love-struck and helpful princess readily on hand to provide them with spools of enchanted, monster-proof haberdashery before each shift. Their mundane navigational aids, if any, were likely far more prosaic, infinitely more fallible, and far more terrifyingly dependent on their own frayed wits, their failing memories, their flickering torches, and a very, very large dose of sheer dumb luck. You can almost feel their palpable, gut-wrenching anxiety, their trembling fingers perhaps desperately tracing a familiar, memorized sequence of rough cracks or distinctive lichen patches on a cold, damp wall in the dim, wavering torchlight. You can sense their ears straining in the oppressive silence for a specific, reassuring echo that means, turn left here for the relatively less immediately dangerous passage that leads to the water trough. The constant gnawing fear of encountering that one unfamiliar, unexpected turning, that sudden heart-stopping moment of sickening disorientation when one dark, narrow passage abruptly begins to look exactly like every other one they've ever seen. And the chilling, dawning realization that the subtle, vital guiding mark they were so desperately relying on is no longer there, or was perhaps even more terrifyingly, never actually there at all. Just a figment of their stressed imagination. The labyrinth, you see, wasn't just an effective physical prison for the fearsome Minotaur. It was also a perpetual, terrifying, and psychologically grinding navigational puzzle for absolutely anyone else who was ever forced, or foolish enough, to enter its disorienting, light-starved depths. And somehow managing to solve that deadly puzzle, day after weary, terrifying day, just to perform your essential, disgusting chores and simply survive until the next inevitable and dreaded shift, was perhaps the most unsung, the most profoundly boring, and yet in its own quiet, desperate way, the most truly heroic and astonishing feat of all. It really does make complaining about your own daily commute being stuck in unexpectedly heavy traffic seem rather trivial and self-indulgent in comparison. Doesn't it? At least your modern GPS, even when it occasionally tries to send you on a bizarre scenic detour, usually doesn't actively lead you directly to a hungry, man-eating, mythological bull monster if it needs to recalculate the optimal route. Usually, yes, your modern GPS, even with its occasional eccentricities and its insistence on taking you down that one weird, unpaved shortcut, doesn't actively try to serve you up as the blue plate special to a mythological bull monster, which is, a pretty standard and appreciated feature in navigational software. But for the unfortunate souls tasked with catering to Asterion, the Minotaur, navigating those terrifying torchlit corridors was only half the battle. The other, arguably more sphincter-tightening half, was the actual food delivery itself. How exactly do you provide daily sustenance to a creature renowned for its appetite for, well, for you, without inadvertently becoming the main course, or at least an unplanned appetizer? This, my sleepy friends, is the Labyrinth's ultimate extreme catering challenge. The original high-stakes monster meal prep delivery service. Forget your 30 minutes or less pizza guarantee. Here. The guarantee was more like deliver the food and get out in 30 seconds or less. Or else. We've already pondered the Minotaur's likely diverse, if not always gourmet, diet. The grim Athenian tribute specials. Supplemented, one must assume for his continued robust health and impressive bellowing capacity, by a more regular, if less sensational, daily intake of perhaps hay, grains, or other non-human forms of protein. Large ancient palace complexes, such as those of Minoan Crete like Knossos, demonstrably possessed extensive and sophisticated storage facilities, long rows of magazines often lined with massive earthenware jars called pithoi, clearly designed for stockpiling vast quantities of staple goods like grain, olive oil, and wine. This indicates a well-organized system for provisioning not just the royal household and its numerous retainers, but potentially also for any special, long-term, high-security residents the palace might have been hosting. So, the raw ingredients for the Minotaur's less exotic daily meals were probably readily available within King Minos's well-stocked larders. The real trick, and of course, was getting them from the royal pantry to the Minotaur's gullet without any unfortunate staff casualties en route. Imagine the sheer quantity of food required each day. A creature that is half bull is going to have a bull-sized appetite for roughage. At the very least, we're talking about potentially several large bales of hay or fodder daily, not just a polite side salad. And if his human half also had significant caloric needs, then you're adding substantial portions of meat, grain, or whatever else was on his Daedalus-approved, presumably very short list of acceptable edibles. This isn't like feeding a slightly grumpy house cat. This is provisioning a creature of mythic proportions and legendary ill temper. The Labyrinth's grocery bill alone must have been astronomical. Yes, Your Majesty, about Asterian's monthly feed budget. Have you considered perhaps putting him on a diet? Or maybe teaching him to graze more efficiently on the, limited subterranean flora? That conversation with King Minos probably wouldn't go well. So, how did the delivery team, let's call them the Labyrinth Lunchables Brigade for a touch of much-needed levity, actually perform their perilous duties? Did they just heave the food into the general vicinity of a known Minotaur hotspot and then run for their lives, hoping he was in a good mood or perhaps taking a nap? That seems a bit haphazard, even for a system designed by a king trying to keep a monstrous family's secret under wraps. The precise method by which the Athenian tribute, those unfortunate youths and maidens, was actually delivered or presented to the Minotaur is a particularly grim and unpleasant detail that is rarely, if ever, explicitly elaborated upon in the surviving ancient Greek texts, and is thus largely open to rather morbid and chilling speculation by classicists and horror writers alike. Were they simply pushed, terrified and unguided, into the labyrinth's dark entrance to wander helplessly until they were found? Or was there a more ritualized, perhaps even more terrifying, controlled process of presentation at some designated inner sanctum? We don't know. And perhaps it's best not to dwell too long on that particular aspect if we're aiming for a peaceful night's sleep. For the daily, mundane food and water deliveries, however, a more sustainable, if still incredibly dangerous, system must have been in place. Perhaps there was a specific, designated feeding zone within the labyrinth, a particular dead-end corridor or a small, enclosed courtyard that the servitors knew the Minotaur frequented, or could be lured to. Maybe Daedalus, in his infinite, if somewhat morally ambiguous, wisdom, had designed a special feeding chute, a kind of reinforced stone trough, or even a rudimentary dumbwaiter system, a very, very dumb waiter. In this case, if it ever got stuck that allowed food and water to be deposited from a relatively safer upper level, or through a thick, barred opening, minimizing direct contact. Oi, Asterian dinner's ready. And please try not to bite the bars this time. They're terribly expensive to replace. One can imagine the delivery team approaching this designated zone with extreme caution, their hearts pounding like forge hammers, every sense hyper alert. They'd listen intently for any sound of the Minotaur's presence, his heavy breathing, the scrape of his hooves on the stone floor, perhaps a low, hungry rumble from deep within his massive chest, the smell of the fresh food they carried, perhaps newly cut hay, a side of freshly slaughtered goat, or a basket of coarse barley cakes would be a stark, almost painfully normal contrast to the usual fetid, oppressive stench of the labyrinth itself. They would need to be quick, efficient, and absolutely silent, placing the provisions in the designated spot and then retreating along their memorized, hopefully well-marked escape route as swiftly and as quietly as humanly possible. There would be no lingering for a friendly chat with the recipient, no asking if he enjoyed his last meal, and certainly no waiting around for a tip. Service with a silent, terrified smile was probably the order of the day. The timing of these deliveries would also have been crucial. Would it be at a set, predictable time each day? So the Minotaur might learn the routine and perhaps be a little less surprised and aggressive, or would that make the delivery team too predictable a target themselves? Maybe they varied the times, or used some kind of signal, a specific scent, or a sound that only the servitors could make from a safe distance to indicate that a meal was being served. Essentially ringing a dinner gong for a guest who might eat the gong, and the ringer, a quirky and rather common motif in ancient myths and hero tales from various cultures, involves heroes leaving food offerings or sacrifices to placate monstrous guardians or chthonic underworld deities before attempting to enter their lairs or pass through their domains. These offerings were often seen as a way to temporarily appease the creature's hunger or gain its momentary favor. Perhaps the labyrinth servitors engaged in some similar, if far less heroic and far more desperate, form of placation? Maybe they always left a particularly choice morsel, a minotaur's share, a little further away from the main trough, as a kind of offering to whatever dark spirits protected the beast, or just to distract him for a few vital extra seconds while they made their hasty retreat. Here you go, big fella. Have an extra juicy, whatever this is, and please don't follow us home. Or to the staff room, especially not to the staff room. The psychological strain on these individuals must have been unimaginable. Every single food delivery was a life or death gamble. They would have seen the aftermath of the Minotaur's meals, the scattered bones, the unnervingly clean-licked feeding area if he was a tidy eater, or perhaps the signs of his immense destructive frustration if the meal was late or not to his liking. They would live with the constant, visceral knowledge of what awaited them if they made a mistake, if they were too slow, too loud, or simply too unlucky. It's the kind of job that makes being a royal food taster for a notoriously paranoid emperor look like a relaxing walk in the park. And yet, the deliveries had to be made. King Minos, for all his desire to keep the Minotaur hidden and contained, also presumably needed to keep him alive, at least until the next batch of Athenian tributes arrived to fulfill whatever dark political or religious purpose they served. So the Labyrinth Lunchables Brigade, those unsung heroes of mythical catering, would continue their dreadful rounds, their flickering torches casting dancing shadows on the endless stone walls, their hearts in their mouths, carrying the beastly burdens that kept the nightmare of the labyrinth fed, watered, and very much alive, deep within its bewildering, disorienting, and eternally hungry heart. Theirs was truly a thankless, terrifying, and incredibly boring job, ensuring the monster under the bed, or in this case, under the entire palace, never missed a meal. Usually, yes, your modern, sophisticated GPS. Even with its occasional endearing eccentricities, its sometimes baffling insistence on taking you down that one weird, unpaved, and suspiciously muddy shortcut or its tendency to argue with you in a calm, synthesized voice doesn't actively with malicious aforethought, try to serve you up as the daily blue plate special to a ravenous, mythological, bovine-headed monster, which is, a pretty standard, generally unadvertised, yet widely appreciated and comforting feature in most contemporary navigational software. But for those truly unfortunate, anonymous souls who were tasked with the perilous duty of catering to the unique dietary needs of Asterion, the Minotaur, successfully navigating those terrifying, eternally torchlit, and deliberately confusing corridors of the labyrinth was only ever going to be half the daily battle. The other, arguably even more sphincter-tightening and life-threatening half, was the actual physical food delivery itself. How exactly? One might ponder in a sleepy, detached sort of way. Do you safely and consistently provide daily sustenance to a legendary creature renowned throughout the ancient world for its insatiable appetite for people like you, without inadvertently, and rather counterproductively, becoming the main course yourself, or at the very least an unplanned, bite-sized appetizer? This, my dear sleepy friends, is the Labyrinth's ultimate high-stakes, extreme catering challenge, the original, terrifying, monster meal prep delivery service, operating under the most stressful conditions imaginable. Forget your modern guarantees of 30 minutes or less for pizza delivery. Here, in the depths of Minos' maze, the implicit guarantee was more along the lines of deliver the food and get out alive in 30 seconds or less, or else you become part of next week's menu. We've already briefly pondered the Minotaur's likely rather diverse, if not always particularly gourmet or ethically sourced, daily diet, the grim, politically charged Athenian tribute specials, which arrived with tragic regularity. Supplemented, one must logically assume for his continued robust health, impressive bellowing capacity, and general terrifying demeanor, by a more regular, if considerably less sensational and mythically recorded, daily intake of perhaps coarse hay, nutritious grains, or other more mundane, non-human forms of protein, large, complex, ancient palace complexes, such as those of the sophisticated Minoan civilization on Bronze Age Crete, most notably the famous sprawling palace at Knossos, demonstrably possessed incredibly extensive and well-organized subterranean storage facilities. These often took the form of long, narrow corridors known as magazines, frequently lined on either side with massive, beautifully crafted earthenware jars called pithoi, some standing taller than a man. These giant vessels were clearly designed by the Minoans for the long-term stockpiling of vast quantities of essential staple goods like grain barley and wheat, precious olive oil, and undoubtedly, large amounts of locally produced wine. This archaeological evidence clearly indicates a highly developed and remarkably efficient system for provisioning not just the extensive royal household and its numerous retainers, priests, and artisans, but potentially also for any special, long-term, high-security, and perhaps rather embarrassingly monstrous residence the palace might have been discreetly and reluctantly hosting somewhere on its grounds. So the basic raw ingredients for the Minotaur's less exotic, day-to-day vegetarian or perhaps omnivorous meals were probably readily available in abundance within King Minos' well-stocked royal larders and granaries. The real, recurring, and terrifyingly difficult trick, of course, was the practical matter of safely and reliably getting those provisions from the relative security of the royal pantry down into the dark, dangerous depths of the labyrinth, and then presented to its formidable, ever-hungry occupant, without any unfortunate and entirely avoidable staff casualties occurring en route. It would be a catering job with an exceptionally high staff turnover rate. One imagines. Imagine, just for a sleepy moment, the sheer, almost unbelievable quantity of food that would be required each and every single day to sustain such a creature. A being that is described as half bull is going to have, at the very least, a full-sized bull's appetite for roughage and fodder. We're likely talking about the need for several large, heavy bales of fresh hay or other dried grasses delivered daily. Not just a polite, decorative side salad, and if his human half also had significant daily caloric needs, and given his reputed size and strength, it probably did, then you're adding to that the necessity of providing substantial portions of meat, hopefully not always human, cooked grains, or whatever else might have been on his Daedalus approved, presumably very short and non-negotiable list of acceptable daily edibles. This isn't remotely like feeding a slightly grumpy, slightly overweight domestic house cat who might occasionally deign to nibble at its kibble. This is the serious, daily business of provisioning a creature of mythic, terrifying proportions and legendary, hair-trigger ill temper. The labyrinth's annual grocery bill alone, if such a thing were itemized, must have been truly astronomical, probably a significant line item in the Cretan royal budget. Yes, Your Majesty, about young Asterian's rather considerable monthly feed budget. Have you perhaps considered the possibility of putting him on a slightly less expensive, more fiber-based diet? Or maybe, just maybe, teaching him to graze more efficiently and self-sufficiently on the somewhat limited and rather unappetizing subterranean flora available within his immediate enclosure? That particular cost-cutting conversation with the formidable King Minos probably wouldn't go very well for the unfortunate palace accountant who dared to suggest it. So, how precisely did the designated delivery team, let's affectionately, if somewhat nervously, call them the Labyrinth Lunchables Brigade for a touch of much-needed tension-relieving levity, actually manage to perform their perilous, life-threatening duties on a consistent basis? Did they just recklessly heave the daily consignment of food into the general, unseen vicinity of a known Minotaur hotspot? A place where he was often heard bellowing or seen lurking, and then immediately turn tail and run for their dear lives, desperately hoping that he was in a reasonably good mood that day, or perhaps even more fortuitously, taking a long, sound nap in some distant, dark corner. That approach seems a bit too haphazard, a bit too risky, even for a complex system allegedly designed by a king, primarily trying to keep a monstrous, shameful family secret securely under wraps, far from the prying eyes of the public and the judgment of the gods. The precise, gruesome method by which the tragic Athenian tribute, those 14 unfortunate youths and maidens, was actually delivered or formally presented to the ravenous Minotaur is a particularly grim, deeply unpleasant, and chillingly unspoken detail that is rarely, if ever, explicitly elaborated upon in the surviving ancient Greek texts or depicted in classical art. As such, this horrific moment is thus largely left open to rather morbid, imaginative, and often quite terrifying speculation by later classicists, mythographers, and, of course, contemporary horror writers who delight in such dark themes. Were these terrified young victims simply pushed, stumbling and unguided, into the labyrinth's gaping, dark entrance, left to wander helplessly and in abject terror through its disorienting passages until they were eventually, inevitably, found and devoured by the beast? Or was there perhaps a more ritualized, more formalized, and possibly even more psychologically terrifying, controlled process of presentation or sacrifice that took place at some designated, sacred inner sanctum or central arena within the maze? We simply don't know for certain. And perhaps, as we are aiming for a peaceful and untroubled night's sleep, it's best not to dwell too long or too vividly on that particular blood-curdling aspect of the myth tonight. For the more mundane, day-to-day deliveries of basic food and essential water, however, a more sustainable, if still incredibly dangerous and nerve-wracking, system must surely have been devised and implemented. Perhaps there was a specific, clearly designated, and relatively safer feeding zone located within the labyrinth. Maybe a particular, easily accessible dead-end corridor, or a small, specially constructed enclosed courtyard that the labyrinth servitors knew the Minotaur regularly frequented, or to which he could somehow be safely lured or directed at feeding times. Maybe the ever-ingenious, if morally ambiguous, Daedalus, in his infinite architectural wisdom, had even designed some kind of special, reinforced feeding chute a kind of heavy-duty stone trough accessible from a relatively secure outer passage, or even a rudimentary white counterweighted dumbwaiter system. A very, very dumb waiter. Indeed, in this particular high-risk context, especially if it ever got unfortunately stuck between floors with a hungry monster, waiting impatiently below that allowed food and water to be deposited from a relatively safer upper level, or perhaps pushed through a thick, heavily barred opening, thereby minimizing the need for any direct, terrifying face-to-face contact between the delivery personnel and the labyrinth's primary, and always potentially homicidal, resident. One can almost hear the shouted, trembling instructions. "Oi, down there, Asterian. Your dinner's ready, and please, for the love of all the gods, try not to bite the reinforced bronze bars this time. They're terribly expensive to replace." And Daedalus gets awfully cross about it. One can vividly imagine the Labyrinth Lunchables Brigade approaching this designated high-risk delivery zone with extreme, almost painful caution, their hearts pounding like overstressed forge hammers against their ribs, every single one of their senses stretched to the absolute breaking point of hyper-alertness. They'd listen intently, with bated breath, for any telltale sound of the Minotaur's unseen presence. His characteristically heavy, perhaps labored breathing, the distinctive ominous scrape of his powerful hooves on the cold stone floor, perhaps a low, hungry, guttural rumble emanating from deep within his massive hybrid chest, the usually welcome smell of the fresh food they carried, perhaps the sweet scent of newly cut hay, the gamey aroma of a side of freshly slaughtered goat, or the comforting smell of a basket of still warm, coarse barley cakes, would be a stark, almost painfully normal and incongruous contrast to the usual fetid, oppressive, and deeply unsettling stench of the labyrinth itself. They would need to be incredibly quick, ruthlessly efficient, and absolutely deadly silent in their movements, placing the vital provisions in the designated spot and then immediately retreating along their memorized, and hopefully still accurately well marked, designated escape route as swiftly, as stealthily, and as quietly as humanly possible. There would certainly be no polite lingering for a friendly after-dinner chat with the formidable recipient. No solicitous inquiries as to whether he particularly enjoyed his last meal. And most definitely no hopeful waiting around in the shadows, expecting a generous tip for prompt and efficient service. Service with a silent, utterly terrified, and probably quite insincere rictus of a smile was undoubtedly the strict, unwritten order of the day for these brave, or merely desperate souls. The precise timing of these perilous daily deliveries would also have been absolutely crucial for survival. Would it always be at a set, rigidly predictable time each day, so that the Minotaur might perhaps learn the routine and therefore be a little less surprised, agitated, and dangerously aggressive when the food arrived? Or would that very predictability make the unfortunate delivery team too easy and too tempting a target themselves? Maybe, instead, they deliberately varied the delivery times. Or perhaps they used some kind of subtle, prearranged signal, a specific, unusual scent wafted into the labyrinth from a safe distance. Or a particular, low-frequency sound that only the labyrinth servitors could produce from a secure location, to indicate that a meal was being served. This would essentially be like ringing a very discreet, very cautious dinner gong for a particularly dangerous houseguest who might, if startled or kept waiting, decide to eat the gong, the unfortunate ringer, and possibly the entire catering staff for dessert. A quirky and rather common, recurring motif found in ancient myths, legends, and hero tales from many diverse cultures across the globe involves brave heroes deliberately leaving propitiatory food offerings or valuable sacrifices in order to placate monstrous, demonic guardians or powerful chthonic underworld deities before attempting to safely enter their dangerous lairs, pass through their guarded territories, or request some boon from them. These offerings were often seen as a practical way to temporarily appease the creature's immediate hunger, distract its attention, or perhaps even gain its momentary grudging favor or tolerance. Perhaps the terrified labyrinth servitors, in their daily struggle for survival, engaged in some similar, if far less heroic, far more personal and far more desperate form of routine placation. Maybe they always made sure to leave a particularly choice, tempting morsel, a Minotaur's special share, as it were, a little further away from the main feeding trough, as a kind of desperate, hopeful offering to whatever dark, unknown spirits might protect or influence the beast. Or perhaps more pragmatically, just to distract him for a few vital, life-saving extra seconds while they made their own hasty, panicked retreat. You can almost hear their whispered prayers. Here you go then, big fella. Have an extra juicy, whatever this rather suspicious-looking bit of offal is. And please, by all the gods of Crete, don't follow us home, or to the barely fortified staff room, and most especially, definitely not to the staff room, as that's where we keep the emergency escape rations. The unremitting, soul-crushing psychological strain on these anonymous individuals, day after weary day, must have been almost unimaginable. Every single food delivery was, without exaggeration, a terrifying, high-stakes, life-or-death gamble. They would undoubtedly have seen, or at least smelled, the gruesome aftermath of the Minotaur's previous meals. The scattered, gnawed bones of animals, or worse. The unnervingly clean-licked feeding area if he happened to be a surprisingly tidy, if voracious eater, or perhaps more alarmingly, the clear signs of his immense, destructive, and terrifying frustration if a meal was somehow late. Insufficient, or not entirely to his monstrous liking. They would have had to live every waking moment with the constant, visceral, bone-chilling knowledge of precisely what awaited them if they made a single misstep, if they were too slow in their duties, too loud in their movements, or simply, tragically, too unlucky on any given day. It's the kind of uniquely stressful and hazardous job that makes being a professional royal food taster for a notoriously paranoid and poison-obsessed ancient emperor look like a relaxing, carefree walk in a very safe, very pleasant park. And yet, despite all the terror and the overwhelming odds, the vital deliveries of food and water somehow had to be made, day in and day out. King Minos, for all his understandable desire to keep his monstrous stepson securely hidden, contained, and far from public view, also presumably needed to keep him alive and reasonably healthy, at least until the next scheduled shipment of unfortunate Athenian tributes arrived to fulfill whatever dark, complex political or arcane religious purpose they ultimately served in this grim, mythological economy. So the Labyrinth Lunchables Brigade? Those truly unsung, entirely forgotten heroes of ancient mythical catering and high-risk animal husbandry would have had to continue their dreadful, thankless rounds. Their flickering, inadequate torches would cast long, dancing, menacing shadows on the endless cold stone walls as they ventured forth, their hearts undoubtedly lodged firmly in their mouths, bravely, or perhaps just resignedly, carrying the essential, beastly burdens that kept the terrifying nightmare of the labyrinth not just fed and watered, but also very much alive, brooding and bellowing deep within its bewildering, deliberately disorienting, and eternally hungry. Stone-cold heart, theirs was truly a thankless, terrifying, and profoundly, almost beautifully, boring job, simply ensuring that the monster under the bed, or in this rather more elaborate Cretan case, the monster under the entire royal palace complex, never, ever missed a scheduled meal. Ensuring the monster under the entire royal palace complex never missed a scheduled meal was, as we've established, a job fraught with peril and requiring a certain stoic dedication to extreme catering. But once the labyrinth's primary, and presumably only paying customer had finished his unique repast, another, even less glamorous, and arguably far more olfactorily challenging, daily chore would loom large for our unfortunate labyrinthine servitors. We speak, of course, of the mucking out, the cleanup, the dealing with the inevitable consequences of a part bull, part man creature's digestive system. Yes, my sleepy friends, It's time to delve into the truly Sisyphean, Herculean, and frankly rather disgusting task of labyrinthine waste management. A job that makes cleaning out the Augean stables look like a pleasant afternoon pottering in a rose garden. This is where the myth gets really, really boring, and therefore, hopefully, super sleep inducing. Imagine, if you will, the sheer scale of the problem. We're talking about a creature that is half bull. A full grown bull, as any farmer can tell you, is a prodigious producer of manure. Add to that the contributions from his human half, and you're looking at a daily output that would be, to put it mildly, substantial. Ancient cities and even large, well-organized households in antiquity certainly had to develop methods for waste disposal, ranging from simple refuse pits dug outside settlements to more organized collection and removal. Though, by our modern standards, sanitation systems were often incredibly rudimentary, and urban environments could be notoriously smelly and unhygienic. But the labyrinth wasn't an open-air city with breezes and designated dumping grounds. It was an enclosed, bewildering maze, quite possibly with very poor natural ventilation. Any deposits made by Asterion would just stay there, accumulating, decomposing, and generally making their presence known in an increasingly pungent fashion unless someone actively intervened. It's not like he was using a neatly designated composting toilet in a quiet corner of Quadrant C. So, who drew the short straw for this particular duty? Our same team of all-purpose labyrinth support staff. No doubt, probably equipped with some very sturdy, long-handled shovels, perhaps of bronze-reinforced wood, some large, tightly woven wicker baskets or strong hide buckets, and an almost supernatural ability to hold their breath for extended periods. They would have to venture into the areas the Minotaur most frequented, his lair, his preferred napping spots, his, shall we say, comfort stations, and physically remove the offending matter. The degree to which complex, enclosed ancient structures like the mythical labyrinth, or even real-world palaces like Knossos, might have incorporated any rudimentary built-in drainage channels, hidden waste sluicing systems, or even just cleverly designed sloping floors to aid in cleaning. Or if laborious manual removal by human effort was always the sole, grim, and backbreaking option for maintaining any level of hygiene, is a fascinating matter for speculative architectural engineering, as much as it is for traditional archaeology. Given Daedalus's genius, perhaps he did build in some clever self-flushing mechanism powered by an underground spring? But if so, the myths are strangely silent about this marvel of ancient plumbing. More likely, it was down to brute force, strong stomachs, and a lot of heavy lifting. They probably weren't singing cheerful work songs while they did it either. The smell. We've touched upon the labyrinth's likely unique bouquet before, but in the context of mucking out, it would have reached truly epic, almost mythological proportions. Confined spaces, limited airflow, decomposing organic matter, both animal and, grimly, I say sometimes human. If the Athenian tributes weren't entirely consumed, and the general dampness of a subterranean or heavily stone-built structure, it's a recipe for an olfactory assault that could probably knock out a gorgon at 50 paces. The servitors would likely have their faces muffled in damp cloths, perhaps scented with a few crushed herbs if they were lucky, but it would do little to truly combat the pervasive, eye-watering stench. This wasn't just unpleasant, it would be physically sickening, a constant nauseating reminder of the nature of their task and the creature they served. It makes you wonder if hazard pay was a concept in Minoan Crete. Probably not. More like hazard of being entirely expendable. Then there's the sheer physical labor involved. Shoveling, lifting, carrying heavy, sodden loads of waste through narrow, winding, dimly lit passages, all while trying to remain alert for any sign of the Minotaur who might not appreciate his personal leavings being disturbed, or who might just be wandering by looking for a post-meal snack. It would be exhausting, back-breaking work, performed in an atmosphere of constant, simmering terror. And where did they take it? Did they have to haul it all the way out of the labyrinth? Presumably through some discreet service entrance that didn't advertise monster poop removal this way? Or were there designated deep pits or forgotten chambers within the labyrinth itself that served as internal, subterranean landfills? The latter seems more plausible, if equally unpleasant for those tasked with reaching them. Just pile it up in Corridor Z, Section Gamma. Lads. Nobody ever goes down there anyway. We hope. The frequency of this delightful chore would also be a major consideration. Too infrequent, and the labyrinth would rapidly become genuinely uninhabitable, even for a creature presumably somewhat inured to its own aroma. The buildup of waste would attract swarms of flies. Rats more on labyrinthine pest control later. Don't you worry, and other vermin, and the decomposing matter could release dangerous gases. A quirky, though perhaps not entirely appetizing, tidbit is that animal dung was actually a valuable resource in many ancient societies, used for a variety of practical purposes, as fuel for fires when dried, as a key ingredient in fertilizer for agriculture, or even as a component in building materials like daub or adobe. Remember the Daga huts from our previous series' similar principle. However, one rather doubts that King Minos was actively marketing genuine Minotaur manure, excellent for your palace rose gardens. The sheer quantity, the unpleasant nature of its producer, and the extreme difficulty of its extraction probably made it more of a disposal problem than a valuable commodity. Though perhaps some enterprising, if very brave. Crichton alchemist might have believed it held unique magical properties. Essence of Minotaur, a bit whiffy, but potent, unlikely. The dangers inherent in this specific task were manifold, apart from the obvious risk of encountering a grumpy, territorial Minotaur who might object to his personal space, or his personal waste, being interfered with. There were the more mundane, but equally lethal, hazards of working in such an environment. Slipping on a patch of something unpleasant in the dim torchlight and breaking a limb. Becoming overcome by noxious fumes in a poorly ventilated dead-end passage. Getting hopelessly lost while trying to navigate to or from a particularly remote problem area. Or even just the long-term health effects of constantly breathing such foul air and handling such unsanitary materials without any form of modern protective gear. The Labyrinth Sanitation Department probably didn't have a very robust pension plan, because few, if any, would have lived long enough to claim it. You can almost picture the scene: 2 or 3 wretched servitors, their faces grim, their movements furtive, using crude wooden shovels to scrape the labyrinth floor, piling the unspeakable contents into creaking wicker baskets lined with leaves, their torches casting flickering, inadequate light on the truly Augean task before them. Every splash, every squelch, every rustle would echo unnaturally in the oppressive silence of the deeper maze. A silence broken only by their own ragged breathing and the distant, chilling reminder of the beast whose mess they were so diligently and fearfully clearing. They would work as quickly as possible, their eyes constantly darting towards every shadow, every turning, their ears straining for the slightest hint of danger. It's the kind of repetitive, soul-destroying, and utterly disgusting labor that would make even Sisyphus consider his eternal rock-pushing gig a rather pleasant alternative with better scenery and much fresher air. And what was their reward for this truly heroic, if horrifyingly mundane service? Simply not being immediately eaten, simply surviving to face another day of the same. The utter thanklessness of it is almost as staggering as the imagined stench. No statues would be raised to the brave souls of the Labyrinth Mucking Out Brigade. No epic poems would sing of their daily battles against overwhelming tides of effluent. Theirs was a silent, unseen, and profoundly unpleasant struggle. A necessary, boring chore at the very foundation of a terrifying myth. Because even in the grand, high-stakes world of gods, heroes, and monsters, someone, inevitably, always has to take out the trash. And in the labyrinth, that was a job description that truly, deeply stank, ensuring that the formidable monster residing semi-permanently under the entire royal palace complex never ever missed a scheduled meal was, as we've now firmly established, a uniquely challenging and highly perilous job, one requiring a certain stoic, almost zen-like dedication to the principles of extreme, high-risk catering. But once the labyrinth's primary, and presumably only, very discerning and very hungry paying customer had finally, and no doubt rather messily, finished his unique daily repast, another, even less glamorous, significantly more arduous, and arguably far more profoundly olfactorily challenging daily chore would inevitably loom large and menacingly for our unfortunate, entirely unsung labyrinthine servitors. We speak, of course, with hushed, respectful tones, and perhaps with a metaphorical clothes peg firmly attached to our sleepy noses, of the mucking out, the big cleanup, the systematic back-breaking process of dealing with the inevitable and voluminous digestive consequences of a very large, very powerful part bull, part man creature's daily dietary intake. Yes, my dear sleepy friends, it is now time for us to gently, and from a very safe, upwind distance, delve into the truly Sisyphean, almost Herculean, and frankly rather eye-wateringly disgusting, thankless task of labyrinthine waste management. A particular job that surely makes cleaning out the Augean stables in a single day look like a pleasant, leisurely afternoon pottering about in a fragrant, sun-drenched rose garden. This, you see, is precisely where the grand, heroic myth gets really, really, truly, mind-numbingly boring, and therefore, hopefully, for your current purposes, wonderfully, incredibly, and super effectively sleep-inducing. Imagine, if you will, just for a brief, queasy moment, the sheer, almost unimaginable scale of the daily problem. We're talking, after all, about a creature that is, by all accounts, at least half bull, and presumably a rather large and well-fed bull at that. A full-grown, healthy bull, as any experienced farmer or long-suffering stable hand can readily and perhaps rather ruefully attest, is a truly prodigious, almost industrial-scale producer of manure. A veritable organic waste factory on four legs. Now, add to that considerable bovine output the, shall we say, additional contributions from his human half, which, depending on his specific diet, might have their own unique and equally unpleasant characteristics. And you're looking at a daily accumulation of waste material that would be, to put it as mildly and politely as possible, incredibly substantial. Ancient cities and even large, well-organized private households in antiquity certainly had to develop and implement various ongoing methods for basic refuse and waste disposal. These often ranged from very simple, dug refuse pits located just outside the main settlement walls, to more organized, if still rudimentary, systems of communal dung heaps, waste collection by designated individuals, and occasionally the use of natural features like rivers not ideal or the sea for ultimate disposal, though by our modern, sanitized standards, overall sanitation systems in most ancient urban environments were often incredibly basic, frequently quite overwhelmed. And as a result, those environments could be notoriously smelly, fly-blown, and generally unhygienic. But the Minotaur's labyrinth, crucially, wasn't an open-air city with the benefit of fresh breezes, regular rainfall to wash things away, or conveniently located, designated dumping grounds well outside the city limits. It was, by its very definition, an enclosed, deliberately bewildering, almost subterranean maze, quite possibly designed with very poor, if any, effective natural ventilation. Any deposits unfortunately made by young Asterion within its winding corridors would just stay there, steadily accumulating day by day, slowly decomposing where they fell, and generally making their unwelcome presence known in an increasingly pungent, pervasive, and unavoidable fashion unless someone or some unfortunate team actively and regularly intervened. It's not as if he was diligently using a neatly designated, sawdust-filled composting toilet discreetly located in a quiet, well-aired corner of Quadrant C? Now was it one? Rather doubts he was particularly concerned with such domestic niceties. So, who on earth drew the perennially short and undoubtedly very smelly straw for this particular, uniquely dreadful duty? Our same long-suffering, all-purpose labyrinth support staff? No doubt, those jacks of all trades and masters of none except perhaps sheer terror management. They were probably equipped with some very sturdy, very long-handled shovels, perhaps, fashioned from strong wood with sharpened bronze edges. Some large, tightly woven wicker baskets which would have to be replaced very frequently. One imagines, or maybe some strong, stitched animal hide buckets, and most essentially, an almost supernatural, godlike ability to hold their breath for incredibly extended periods of time while working in an oxygen-depleted, methane-rich environment. They would have had no choice but to venture deep into the specific, hazardous areas of the labyrinth that the Minotaur most frequently frequented, his primary lair or sleeping area if he had one, his preferred gloomy napping spots, his, shall we say, regularly used comfort stations, and then somehow physically manually remove all the offending organic matter. The precise degree to which complex enclosed and often subterranean ancient structures like the mythical labyrinth, or even real-world sophisticated palatial complexes like Minotaur, with its surprisingly advanced for its time terracotta pipe drainage systems, might have incorporated any rudimentary, cleverly hidden, built-in drainage channels, secret waste sluicing systems, perhaps utilizing diverted streams or collected rainwater, or even just strategically designed, gently sloping floors to aid in the difficult process of cleaning and maintaining some level of basic hygiene, or if instead, laborious, unpleasant, manual removal by sheer, unremitting human effort was always the sole grim and incredibly backbreaking option for maintaining any semblance of cleanliness in such places, is naturally a fascinating, if somewhat unsavory, matter for speculative architectural engineering and practical archaeology as much as it is for purely mythological interpretation. Given Daedalus's renowned inventive genius, perhaps he did indeed build in some remarkably clever self-flushing waste disposal mechanism, possibly powered by a hidden underground spring or a complex system of counterweights and levers. But if so, the ancient myths are rather disappointingly for plumbing historians. Strangely and entirely silent about this particular marvel of ancient Minoan sanitary engineering. Far more likely, alas, it was all down to grim determination, brute human force, exceptionally strong stomachs among the servitors, and a great deal of very heavy, very unpleasant lifting. They probably weren't singing many cheerful traditional Cretan work songs while they were engaged in this particular task. Either more like muffled groans and fervent, desperate prayers for a swift end to their shift. And the smell. Oh, the smell. We've briefly touched upon the labyrinth's likely unique and pervasive overall bouquet before in previous sleepy sections, but specifically in the context of the daily mucking out operations, it would surely have reached truly epic, almost mythological, and entirely gag-inducing proportions. Imagine the combination confined, unventilated stone spaces, extremely limited airflow if any, vast quantities of rapidly decomposing organic matter, both animal in origin and, even more grimly, sometimes tragically human, if the unfortunate Athenian tributes weren't entirely consumed or were left to decay, and the general, unavoidable dampness and chill of a largely subterranean or heavily stone-built structure, it's an almost perfect, nightmarish recipe for an overwhelming olfactory assault, a miasma that could probably knock out a heavily armed Gorgon at 50 paces, or at least make its snakes feel decidedly unwell. The unfortunate labyrinth servitors would likely have had their faces constantly muffled in layers of damp, coarse cloths, perhaps desperately scented with a few crushed aromatic herbs like rosemary or thyme, if they were exceptionally lucky or resourceful. But any such rudimentary measures would, in reality, do precious little to truly combat or even slightly mitigate the pervasive, eye-watering, throat-catching, and utterly stomach-churning stench. This wasn't just subjectively unpleasant, it would be physically sickening, a constant, inescapable, nauseating reminder of the true nature of their dreadful task and the terrifying creature they unwillingly served. It really does make you wonder if hazard pay, or at least some form of nasal hardship allowance, was a recognized concept in Minoan Crete for particularly challenging occupations. Probably not. More likely, it was just considered part of the general hazard of being entirely expendable and at the bottom of the social ladder. Then there's the sheer, unrelenting physical labor involved in this odious process. The endless shoveling, the constant lifting of heavy, sodden loads, the laborious carrying of reeking waste through narrow, treacherous winding, and very dimly lit stone passages, all while simultaneously trying to remain hyper-alert and acutely vigilant for any sudden sight, sound, or even smell that might signal the unexpected approach of the Minotaur. He might not, one presumes, particularly appreciate his personal, private leavings being disturbed or unceremoniously carted away by lowly servants. Or he might simply be wandering by on his way to his next meal, looking for an unscheduled between-meal snack. It would be utterly exhausting, incredibly backbreaking, and mind-numbingly repetitive work, performed constantly in an atmosphere of palpable, simmering, almost unbearable terror. And where precisely did they even take all this noxious material once it was collected? Did they have to painstakingly haul it all the way up and out of the labyrinth? Presumably through some discreet, well-hidden service entrance that didn't prominently advertise to the wider world. Official monster poop removal this way. Mind your step. Or, perhaps more plausibly, were there certain designated, even deeper, forgotten chambers or sealed-off pits within the labyrinth itself that served as horrifying, subterranean internal landfills, gradually filling up over the years with unspeakable horrors? The latter option seems more practical from a secrecy perspective, if equally, if not more, unpleasant and dangerous for those poor servitors tasked with regularly reaching these remote internal disposal sites. Just go ahead and pile it up neatly in Corridor Z. Section Gamma, lads. Nobody important ever goes down there anyway. At least, we sincerely hope not. The necessary frequency of this particularly delightful chore would also have been a major operational consideration for King Minos's labyrinth management team. If performed too infrequently, the labyrinth would rapidly become genuinely, dangerously uninhabitable, even for a monstrous creature presumably somewhat inured to its own particular natural aroma. The unchecked buildup of massive quantities of organic waste would inevitably attract vast, buzzing swarms of flies. Countless scuttling rats more on labyrinthine pest control in a later sleepy section. Don't you worry your little heads about that just yet, and all manner of other unpleasant vermin. Furthermore, the actively decomposing matter could potentially release dangerous, flammable, or even poisonous gases like methane or hydrogen sulfide into the already stagnant, confined atmosphere. A quirky, though perhaps not entirely appetizing in this specific context, historical tidbit is that ordinary animal dung was actually a surprisingly valuable and versatile resource in many ancient societies around the world. It was widely used for a variety of practical, everyday purposes, most commonly as a slow-burning, readily available fuel for cooking fires and heating when properly dried, especially in treeless regions, as a key nutrient-rich ingredient and fertilizer for enhancing agricultural productivity, or even when mixed with clay or mud, as a durable component in traditional building materials like daub, adobe bricks, or the daga for hut walls that we encountered in our previous Sleepy History series on Great Zimbabwe. Similar principle. Different continent. Equally useful poop. However, one rather strongly doubts that King Minos was actively and publicly marketing genuine Grade A Minotaur manure, guaranteed excellent for your royal palace rose gardens and sacred olive groves. The sheer, almost unimaginable quantity produced, the deeply unpleasant and terrifying nature of its unique producer, and the extreme life-threatening difficulty and danger involved in its regular extraction probably made it far more of an urgent, hazardous disposal problem than a potentially valuable agricultural or commercial commodity. Though perhaps one can imagine some enterprising, if very brave and somewhat eccentric, ancient Cretan alchemist or fringe philosopher might have secretly believed that it held unique, potent magical or medicinal properties. A phial of genuine essence of Minotaur, a bit on the whiffy side, admittedly, but remarkably potent for warding off unwanted dinner guests. Highly unlikely, but a faintly amusing thought for a sleepy mind. The dangers inherent in this specific repulsive task were clearly manifold and ever-present. Apart from the glaringly obvious primary risk of encountering a grumpy, hungry, or simply territorially aggressive minotaur who might violently object to his personal space, or indeed his personal waste products, being interfered with by mere mortals, there were also the more mundane, but equally potentially lethal, everyday hazards of working consistently in such a uniquely dangerous and unhealthy environment. The constant risk of slipping on a patch of something particularly unpleasant and slick on the uneven stone floor in the dim, flickering torchlight and breaking a limb, far from any possible medical aid. The very real danger of becoming gradually or suddenly overcome by noxious, asphyxiating fumes in a poorly ventilated, dead-end passage. The terrifying prospect of getting hopelessly, utterly lost while trying to navigate to or from a particularly remote, newly designated problem area deep within the maze's uncharted depths. Or even just the insidious, long-term, debilitating health effects of constantly breathing such incredibly foul, pathogen-laden air and regularly handling such highly unsanitary disease-carrying materials without any form of modern protective gear, gloves, or respiratory equipment. The labyrinth's dedicated sanitation department probably didn't have a very robust or frequently utilized pension plan, primarily because it's highly improbable that few, if any, of its members would have lived long enough in that role to ever actually claim it. You can almost vividly picture the grim, depressing scene: two or three wretched, hollow-eyed servitors, their faces set in masks of grim resignation and constant fear, their movements necessarily furtive and as silent as possible. They would be using crude, heavy wooden shovels to painstakingly scrape the filth from the labyrinth floor, laboriously piling the unspeakable and reeking contents into creaking, overburdened wicker baskets perhaps hastily lined with broad, disposable leaves, their flickering, inadequate torches casting long, dancing, and deeply menacing shadows on the truly Augean task that lay endlessly before them. Every single unintentional splash, every unavoidable squelch underfoot, every nervous indrawn breath or rustle of their ragged clothing would echo unnaturally, terrifyingly loudly, in the oppressive, tomb-like silence of the deeper sections of the maze. A silence broken otherwise only by their own ragged, fearful breathing, the distant, ominous drip of water from unseen cracks in the ceiling, and, always, the far-off, chilling, and constant reminder of the monstrous beast whose unimaginable mess they were so diligently, so fearfully, and so thanklessly clearing, day after weary day. They would undoubtedly work as quickly and as efficiently as humanly possible, their eyes constantly, nervously darting towards every impenetrable shadow, every ominous dark turning in the corridor ahead, their ears straining desperately for the slightest, faintest hint of approaching danger. It's the kind of relentless, soul-destroying, physically exhausting, and utterly disgusting manual labor that would make even the mythical Sisyphus seriously consider his eternal, frustrating, rock-pushing gig up that infernal hill to be a rather pleasant, comparatively light, and refreshingly airy alternative form of divine punishment, with significantly better scenery and much, much fresher, breathable air. And what, you might ask, was their ultimate daily reward for performing this truly heroic, if horrifyingly mundane, essential and incredibly dangerous service for the Cretan state? Simply and starkly, not being immediately brutally eaten by their ungrateful, horned client, simply surviving against all odds to face yet another terrifying day of the exact same repulsive, mind numbing toil. The utter crushing thanklessness of their unending task is almost as staggering to contemplate as the imagined, all pervading stench of their workplace. No magnificent statues would ever be raised in the squares of Knossos to the brave, forgotten souls of the Labyrinth Mucking Out Brigade. No epic poems or stirring ballads would ever be composed and sung by palace minstrels to celebrate their daily, silent battles against the overwhelming, ever-renewing tides of subterranean effluent. Theirs was an entirely silent, completely unseen, and profoundly, deeply unpleasant daily struggle. A hidden, necessary, and incredibly boring chore that lay at the very foundation of a terrifying, famous, and enduring myth. Because even in the grand, dramatic, high-stakes mythological world of powerful gods, divinely aided heroes, beautiful princesses, and fearsome, bloodthirsty monsters, someone, inevitably, always has to take out the trash. And deep within the dark, twisting confines of the Cretan labyrinth, that was a job description that truly, deeply, and quite literally, stank to high heaven. That job description, the one involving daily, intimate acquaintance with materials that truly, deeply, and quite literally stank to high heaven, naturally brings us to another pressing, if slightly less tangible aspect of labyrinthine daily life, the air itself. Or more accurately, the probable, pervasive, and profoundly unpleasant lack of fresh, breathable air within those endless, winding stone passages. If you're dealing with the byproducts of a very large part bull creature, plus the general dampness of a subterranean or heavily enclosed stone structure, not to mention the smoke from countless flickering torches carried by terrified servitors, then Labyrinth Air Quality Control probably wasn't winning any ancient Cretan environmental awards. It was likely a permanent code brown on the air quality index down there, making for a uniquely challenging and deeply stuffy work environment. Imagine yourself, one of those unfortunate labyrinth attendants, your torch casting feeble, dancing shadows on the oppressive stone walls. The air you breathe is thick, heavy, and carries a complex layered bouquet that would make a modern health inspector weep. There's the damp, earthy smell of ancient stone and subterranean chill. There's the ever-present, acrid smoke from your own torch and those of your hopefully nearby colleagues. A constant irritant to the eyes and lungs. And then, layered over and under everything, is that signature labyrinth aroma we've already touched upon with such delicate, sleepy reluctance, the inescapable and pervasive scent of Minotaur. This would include his musky, bovine body odor, the stale scent of his old bedding if he had any that wasn't regularly changed by some impossibly brave soul, the lingering metallic tang of past meals, and of course, the ever-ripening perfume of his considerable daily waste products, gently decomposing in various unvisited corners. It's not exactly the fresh linen or ocean breeze scent you'd choose for your reed diffuser. A structure like the labyrinth, as myth describes it, vast, complex, with countless turnings and dead ends, possibly built into a hillside or even partially underground to ensure its inescapability, would present formidable ventilation challenges. Ancient architects in various cultures, including the Minoans themselves, did indeed incorporate clever design features like light wells, air shafts, and strategically placed openings into their complex buildings, including some of the grand palaces like Knossos, not only for illumination but also for promoting air circulation and regulating temperature. But the labyrinth's primary design brief wasn't user comfort or a pleasant, airy ambiance. It was inescapable, high-security monster containment. Would Daedalus, in his genius, have also factored in a state-of-the-art Bronze Age HVAC system? Or was the H in that equation just horrendous? Perhaps there were some narrow, almost invisible air shafts reaching up to the surface, disguised amongst the rocks and scrub on the Cretan landscape above. These might allow for a minimal, almost imperceptible exchange of air, a faint sigh from the outside world penetrating the gloom, and an equally faint exhalation of the labyrinth's unique atmosphere. But in a maze designed to prevent escape, too many large or obvious ventilation shafts would also present potential security risks. Either for the Minotaur to somehow find his way out unlikely, given his bulk, but Daedalus was thorough, or for intrepid, and perhaps very foolish. Explorers or would-be rescuers to find their way in. So any ventilation was likely to be minimal, accidental, or very cleverly concealed. It certainly wouldn't be up to modern building codes. The labyrinth probably had the kind of air circulation you find in a forgotten tomb that's been sealed for 3,000 years, only with a very large, very alive, and very gassy bullman wandering around in it. The impact of this chronically poor air quality on the daily lives of both the Minotaur and his unfortunate servitors would have been significant. For the Minotaur himself, a creature of presumably robust, if unnatural, constitution, the stale, oxygen-depleted, and fume-laden air might have contributed to his legendary ill temper and general surliness. It's hard to maintain a sunny disposition when you're constantly breathing in your own, well, everything. Perhaps his loud, mournful bellows, echoing through the maze, were not just expressions of monstrous rage or existential angst, but also a desperate attempt to clear his massive lungs or signal his displeasure with the atmospheric conditions. Can someone please open a window in this infernal maze? It's like a giant's armpit in here. For the human servitors, the effects would have been even more debilitating. Working physically demanding jobs, hauling, shoveling, carrying in such an environment would be exhausting. The lack of fresh oxygen would lead to constant fatigue, headaches, and dizziness. The smoke from their torches would irritate their eyes, making them water and sting, further hampering their already compromised vision in the gloom. The pervasive dampness and chill, combined with the foul air, could easily lead to respiratory illnesses, coughs, and lung infections. The extent to which ancient Minoan or other Bronze Age cultures specifically understood the direct concepts of airborne disease transmission, or the precise physiological effects of prolonged exposure to poor air quality, beyond just the immediate discomfort of bad smells or smoky conditions, is a complex subject of ongoing research and debate in the history of medicine and ancient environmental understanding. They certainly recognized that some places were unhealthy or associated with sickness, the ancient Greek concept of miasma, or bad air, being a later development, but perhaps with earlier roots. But their explanations were often more spiritual or elemental than scientific in our modern sense. Still, you didn't need a degree in public health to know that working long hours in a stinky, stuffy, monster-infested basement probably wasn't going to do wonders for your long-term well-being. One can imagine the servitors trying, in their own small ways, to mitigate the atmospheric awfulness. Perhaps they learned to work near any known drafts or air currents, however faint. Maybe they developed a technique of breathing shallowly, or through a piece of cloth, when in particularly pungent areas. A quirky, though probably rather futile, tidbit from ancient practices in various cultures was the widespread use of burning incense, scattering aromatic herbs, or using perfumed oils to try and mask unpleasant odors or ritually purify the air in enclosed or sacred spaces, like tombs or temples. It's possible that the labyrinth keepers, if they had access to such things and the courage to use them, might have tried burning strongly scented herbs like rosemary or sage at the entrance to their work areas, or carried small pouches of dried lavender, hoping to create a tiny pocket of slightly less offensive air around themselves. Though, realistically, a sprig of lavender versus the full-bodied aroma of eau de Minotaur was probably a hopelessly one-sided battle. It would be like trying to fight a dragon with a water pistol. The flickering of their torches would be another constant visual reminder of the air quality. In areas with even a slight draft, the flames would dance and sputter wildly, casting a chaotic ballet of shadows. In the truly stagnant, dead-end passages, the flames might burn low and smoky, threatening to extinguish altogether. plunging the unfortunate servitor into absolute terrifying darkness. The quality of the light and the behavior of their torch flame might have become an instinctive way for them to gauge the breathability of a particular section of the maze. If the torch is struggling, maybe I should be too, and get out of here fast. So, the labyrinth wasn't just a visual and navigational puzzle, it was an atmospheric one too. A place of perpetual twilight, of stale, heavy, and often profoundly noxious air, where every breath was a reminder of confinement, decay, and the monstrous presence that defined its very existence. The daily chores were performed not just in fear of the beast, but in a constant, low-level battle against an environment that was, in itself, inherently unhealthy and oppressive. It adds another layer of grim, boring, and utterly sleep-inducing reality to the already terrifying myth. The sheer, suffocating unpleasantness of just trying to breathe while you work. It makes you appreciate that next deep, fresh breath you take, doesn't it? That truly unfortunate job description, the one involving a daily, almost intimate, and certainly quite unavoidable acquaintance with various organic materials that, by all logical deduction, truly, deeply, and quite literally stank to high heaven, naturally and perhaps inevitably, brings us, in our sleepy, meandering contemplation, to another rather pressing, if slightly less tangible but equally pervasive, aspect of daily labyrinthine life, the very air itself. Or, to be more precise and probably more accurate, the probable, pervasive, and profoundly, deeply unpleasant lack of fresh, clean, breathable air within those endless, twisting, disorienting stone passages. If you're constantly dealing with the considerable biological byproducts of a very large, very active part bull creature, plus the inherent clinging dampness of a largely subterranean or at least heavily enclosed and poorly lit stone structure, not to mention the continuous choking smoke generated by countless flickering, inefficient torches carried by the terrified, scurrying servitors, then it's a fairly safe bet that Labyrinth Air Quality Control probably wasn't winning any prestigious ancient Cretan environmental awards. Nor was it likely to be featured in Aegean Architectural Digest as a prime example of healthy building design. It was far more probably a permanent, unwavering code brown on the hypothetical ancient air quality index down there in the depths, making for a uniquely challenging, incredibly oppressive, and deeply, deeply stuffy and unpleasant work environment for everyone unfortunate enough to draw the short straw for labyrinth duty. Imagine yourself, for a drowsy moment, as one of those unfortunate anonymous labyrinth attendants, your sputtering smoky torch casting feeble, anxiously dancing shadows on the oppressive, unyielding stone walls that seem to press in on you from all sides. The very air you struggle to breathe is thick, heavy, almost viscous, and it carries a complex, multi-layered, and utterly unforgettable bouquet that would likely make a hardened, modern health inspector weep. Or perhaps immediately demand a very substantial pay raise and a state-of-the-art hazmat suit. There's the ever-present damp, vaguely earthy, slightly metallic smell of ancient, unweathered stone and the constant, bone-chilling subterranean chill that clings to everything. There's the inescapable, acrid, eye-stinging smoke from your own flickering torch and those of your hopefully nearby, equally terrified colleagues. A constant rasping irritant to the eyes, the throat, and the lungs. And then, layered thickly over and deeply under everything else, is that unmistakable signature labyrinth aroma, that unique olfactory calling card we've already touched upon with such delicate, sleepy reluctance in previous sections. The inescapable, all-pervasive, and deeply unsettling scent of Minotaur. This complex miasma would undoubtedly include his strong, musky, distinctly bovine body odor, the stale, slightly sour scent of his old, unlaundered bedding, if he even had any that wasn't regularly changed by some impossibly brave, and probably highly anosmic soul, the faint, lingering, metallic tang of past well, past meals, and of course, the ever ripening, richly ammoniac perfume of his considerable and regularly deposited daily waste products, gently, inexorably decomposing in various unvisited, dark corners and forgotten cul-de-sacs of the maze. It's not exactly the refreshing, fresh linen or the invigorating ocean breeze scent you'd typically choose for your modern, electrically powered reed diffuser to create a calming home ambiance. More like eau de despair and desperation, with strong undertones of bullish regret. A vast, complex architectural structure like the labyrinth, as ancient myth so vividly and terrifyingly describes it, immense in scale, deliberately confusing in its layout, with countless twisting turnings and deceptive dead ends, possibly built directly into a rocky hillside or even constructed partially underground to ensure its absolute inescapability for its primary occupant, would inherently present truly formidable, almost insurmountable, ventilation challenges. Ancient architects in various advanced cultures around the Mediterranean and Near East, including, quite notably, the Minoans themselves on Crete, did indeed incorporate remarkably clever and effective passive design features like strategically placed light wells, vertical air shafts, and carefully positioned window and door openings into their complex, multi-story buildings. This is clearly evident in some of the grand Minoan palaces like Knossos and Phaistos, where such features were used not only for providing essential interior illumination, but also for promoting vital air circulation, moderating internal temperatures, and even, like some scholars suggest, for specific ritualistic or symbolic purposes. But the labyrinth's primary, overriding design brief, as dictated by King Minos to Daedalus, wasn't focused on ensuring maximum user comfort, providing a pleasant, airy ambiance for its inhabitants, or achieving a high green building council rating. Its core purpose was brutally simple and inescapable: high security, long-term monster containment. Would the genius inventor Daedalus, in his meticulous planning, have also factored in a state-of-the-art Bronze Age heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC system for his unique client? Or was the H in that ancient acronym more likely to stand for horrendous, heavy, or hellishly unbreathable? One rather suspects the latter. Perhaps, if Daedalus was feeling particularly considerate or just wanted to ensure his creation didn't immediately become an uninhabitable death trap for its primary occupant, thus rendering his considerable efforts moot, there were some narrow, almost invisible, cunningly disguised air shafts reaching tortuously up from the depths of the maze to the sunlit surface of the Cretan landscape above. These might have allowed for a minimal, almost imperceptible, yet nonetheless crucial, exchange of stale indoor air for fresher outdoor air, a faint, occasional sigh from the outside world penetrating the deep gloom, and an equally faint, though probably far more pungent, exhalation of the labyrinth's unique signature atmosphere back out into the Cretan countryside, much to the dismay of any nearby shepherds or olive growers. But in a maze specifically designed to prevent any possible escape, too many large, obvious, or easily accessible ventilation shafts would also present undeniable and unacceptable potential security risks. They could either provide an alternative, albeit challenging, escape route for the surprisingly agile Minotaur to somehow find his way out, perhaps unlikely, given his presumed bulk and unfamiliarity with vertical climbing, but Daedalus was known for his thoroughness and for considering all eventualities. Or, equally problematically, they might offer a tempting, if dangerous, entry point for intrepid, and perhaps very foolish outside explorers, would-be monster-slaying heroes, or even just tragically misguided Athenian youths hoping to stage a premature and probably ill-fated rescue mission. So any deliberate ventilation system was likely to be absolutely minimal, ingeniously accidental in its functionality, or very, very cleverly concealed from all but its designer. It certainly wouldn't have been up to any recognizable modern building codes or occupational health and safety standards. The labyrinth, one imagines, probably had the kind of sluggish, almost non-existent air circulation you might find in a deeply buried, long forgotten royal tomb that's been hermetically sealed for 3,000 years. Only this particular tomb had a very large, very alive, very active, and undoubtedly very gassy bullman constantly wandering around in it, adding to the general fug. Not exactly an aromatherapy spa. The inevitable and significant impact of this chronically poor, stagnant air quality on the daily lives and general health of both the Minotaur himself and his unfortunate, entirely expendable human servitors would undoubtedly have been quite considerable. For the Minotaur, a creature of presumably robust, if somewhat unnatural and mythologically ambiguous constitution, the constantly stale, oxygen depleted, and fume laden air within his prison might well have contributed significantly to his legendary ill temper, his renowned surliness, and his general, understandable lack of bonhomie. It's notoriously difficult for anyone to maintain a consistently sunny and cheerful disposition when you're constantly breathing in recycled air thick with your own, well, your own everything, really? Perhaps his famously loud, mournful, and terrifying bellows, which were said to echo frighteningly through the endless maze, were not just primal expressions of monstrous rage, profound existential angst, or simple hunger pangs, but also, just possibly, a desperate, instinctive attempt to clear his massive hybrid lungs of the oppressive fug, or perhaps merely a very loud, very direct signal of his understandable displeasure with the generally subpar atmospheric conditions of his bespoke, high-security accommodation. Can someone please, for the love of Zeus, open a damn window in this infernal, stuffy maze? It's like living inside a giant's unwashed armpit in here, and I'm trying to contemplate my tragic destiny. For the human servitors, of course, the deleterious effects of the labyrinth's appalling air quality would have been even more immediately debilitating and cumulatively damaging. Performing physically demanding, strenuous jobs such as endlessly hauling heavy water containers, laboriously shoveling mountains of dung, and constantly carrying weighty loads of fodder or refuse in such a polluted and oxygen-poor environment would be utterly exhausting, far more so than the tasks themselves might suggest. The chronic lack of fresh, clean oxygen would inevitably lead to constant, wearying fatigue, persistent dull headaches, frequent spells of dizziness or lightheadedness, and generally impaired cognitive function. The thick, acrid smoke continually emanating from their essential torches would severely irritate their eyes, making them constantly water, sting, and burn, further hampering their already severely compromised vision in the perpetual, oppressive gloom. The pervasive, clinging dampness and the noticeable chill often found in subterranean stone structures, especially when combined with the foul, stagnant air, could easily lead to a host of debilitating respiratory illnesses, persistent hacking coughs, chronic bronchitis, and potentially fatal lung infections. The precise extent to which ancient Minoan or other contemporaneous Bronze Age cultures specifically understood the complex, often invisible like concepts of airborne disease transmission, or the detailed physiological effects of prolonged, repeated exposure to demonstrably poor air quality, beyond just the immediate obvious discomfort of overwhelmingly bad smells or excessively smoky conditions, is naturally a complex and rather specialized subject of ongoing research and scholarly debate within the intertwined history of medicine, ancient public health, and early environmental understanding. They certainly recognized, through empirical observation, that some specific geographical places or enclosed environments were inherently unhealthy or seemed to be associated with a higher incidence of sickness, the later ancient Greek concept of miasma, or disease-causing bad air, being a well-known example. Though its specific origins may well have earlier, less clearly defined roots in folk belief, however, their primary explanations for such phenomena were often more spiritual, magical, or elemental in nature than purely scientific in our modern empirical sense. Still, you definitely didn't need an advanced degree in ancient public health or environmental science to instinctively know that working extremely long, hard hours in a perpetually stinky, incredibly stuffy, dangerously monster-infested, and almost lightless basement probably wasn't going to do absolute wonders for your long-term physical or mental well-being. Common sense, even in the Bronze Age, that would suggest it was a bad gig. One can easily imagine the labyrinth's terrified servitors trying, in their own small, desperate, and probably largely ineffective ways, to somehow mitigate the sheer atmospheric awfulness of their daily working conditions. Perhaps they quickly learned to preferentially work near any known, if feeble, drafts or discernible air currents, however faint and unreliable they might be. Maybe they developed a specific, shallow breathing technique, or habitually breathed primarily through a piece of damp cloth held over their nose and mouth when they were forced to be in particularly pungent or smoky areas of the maze. A quirky, though probably rather futile in this extreme context, historical tidbit from ancient practices in many diverse cultures around the world was the widespread, almost universal, ritualized use of burning fragrant incense like frankincense or myrrh, the scattering of strongly aromatic herbs such as sage, rosemary, or mint, or the application of perfumed oils in various attempts to try and mask overwhelmingly unpleasant odors, to ritually purify a perceived tainted atmosphere, or to create a more sacred, spiritually conducive ambiance in enclosed or holy spaces, such as tombs, temples, or private shrines. It's just possible, therefore, that the labyrinth keepers, if they ever had access to such comparatively luxurious substances and somehow possessed the courage or the opportunity to actually use them without attracting unwanted attention, might have tried burning small bundles of strongly scented wild Cretan herbs like rosemary or thyme at the entrance to their designated work areas. Or perhaps they carried small, hidden pouches filled with dried lavender flowers or crushed mint leaves, desperately hoping to create a tiny, temporary pocket of slightly less offensive, more breathable air around their own miserable persons. Though, realistically, one must concede that a fragile sprig of lavender versus the full-bodied, multi-layered, and truly industrial strength aroma of Eau de Minotaur et Fils was probably always going to be a hopelessly, laughably one-sided olfactory battle. It would be rather like trying to fight a raging inferno with a very small, very leaky water pistol. Noble in intent, perhaps, but utterly doomed to failure. The constant, nervous flickering of their essential torches would serve as another persistent, visual reminder of the generally poor and unstable air quality within the labyrinth. In those rare sections of the maze that experienced even a slight, discernible draft, the precious torch flames would undoubtedly dance and sputter wildly, casting a chaotic, disorienting ballet of menacing, elongated shadows on the surrounding walls. Conversely, in the truly stagnant, unventilated dead-end passages that likely constituted much of the labyrinth's deeper reaches, the vital flames might burn dangerously low, smoky, and dim, constantly threatening to extinguish altogether, which would instantly plunge the unfortunate isolated servitor into absolute, terrifying, and potentially fatal darkness. The very quality of their essential light, and the often erratic behavior of their torch flame, might well have become an instinctive, highly developed way for these experienced, if short-lived labyrinth workers to quickly, if crudely, gauge the breathability and relative safety of a particular, unfamiliar section of the maze. If the torch is clearly struggling for air and about to go out, one might wisely surmise, then maybe I, too, should be similarly struggling, and should probably get out of this particular corridor as fast as my trembling legs can carry me. So, you see, the labyrinth wasn't just a fiendish visual and navigational puzzle designed by Daedalus. It was also, by its very nature, a profound and inescapable atmospheric one too. It was a place of perpetual, oppressive twilight, of stale, heavy, largely uncirculated, and often profoundly noxious air, where every single indrawn breath served as a constant, unwelcome reminder of suffocating confinement, pervasive organic decay, and the terrifying monstrous presence that defined its very existence and purpose. The endless, drudging daily chores of its unfortunate staff were therefore performed not just in constant, mortal fear of the beast itself, but also in a relentless, low level, and physically draining battle against an immediate working environment that was, in and of itself, inherently, deeply unhealthy, psychologically oppressive, and almost unimaginably unpleasant. It truly adds another distinct, if rather grim, layer of mundane, boring, and utterly sleep inducing historical reality to the already terrifying and dramatic ancient myth. The sheer, suffocating, almost unbearable unpleasantness of just trying to catch a decent, clean breath while you diligently and fearfully went about your daily work in the world's worst office. It really does make you appreciate that next deep, fresh, uncomplicated breath you take as you drift off to sleep, doesn't it? Sweet dreams, and perhaps open a window. That deep, fresh, uncomplicated breath you just took, perhaps with your window now obligingly open, is indeed a luxury that the poor, unfortunate servitors of the Cretan labyrinth could only have dreamed of in their wildest, most oxygen-starved fantasies. But beyond the Herculean tasks of waste management and the constant, oppressive battle against truly appalling air quality, there remained the endless, soul-crushingly mundane, yet utterly necessary, chores of general labyrinthine housekeeping. We're talking about keeping those perplexing, dimly lit pathways at least minimally navigable and preventing the whole subterranean edifice from simply collapsing under a tide of its own accumulated detritus. This wasn't about achieving a sparkling, palace-level clean. Mind you, this was basic, grim, survival-level tidiness in the world's worst basement apartment. An apartment shared with a very large, very messy, and very homicidal roommate. It's the ancient Cretan equivalent of trying to keep a perpetually chaotic teenager's bedroom passably tidy. Only the teenager is a Minotaur, and the bedroom is an infinite, inescapable maze. Good luck with that. So, once you've metaphorically dealt with the Minotaur's daily output, and tried not to pass out from the atmospheric conditions, what's next on your labyrinthine to-do list? Sweeping? Of course. Endless, mind-numbing sweeping. Even in a stone-built maze, dust accumulates. Fine particles of rock dislodged from the walls and ceiling by minute tremors or the passage of time. Soil and debris perhaps tracked in from some unknown surface connection or ventilation shaft. The shed skin of insects. The droppings of bats if they were brave enough to share the labyrinth. And, more grimly, the scattered gnawed bones and other less identifiable remnants of the Minotaur's previous meals, or perhaps even of former, less fortunate colleagues. Regular cleaning and ongoing maintenance were, as a simple historical fact, absolutely necessary for the general upkeep and continued functionality of all large ancient structures, including the grand Minoan palaces and sacred temples, to ensure their structural longevity, their usability, and their symbolic cleanliness, often performed by dedicated teams of palace staff, temple servants, or conscripted laborers. While the labyrinth was a prison, not a palace of public resort, some level of pathway clearance would still be essential, if only to allow the servitors themselves to perform their other vital tasks without constantly tripping over debris or wading through ankle-deep layers of ancient filth. Imagine the scene: you're armed with a crude, probably rather scratchy broom made from bound twigs or coarse plant fibers. Your flickering torch casts just enough light to see a few feet ahead into the seemingly identical, endlessly repeating corridor. And you sweep, and you sweep, and you sweep. The monotonous, rhythmic scrape of your broom against the cold stone floor is one of the few sounds that breaks the oppressive silence. Apart from your own ragged breathing and the distant, unsettling noises from the labyrinth's primary occupant, what are you even sweeping it into? Perhaps designated collection pits and side alcoves? Or just further into less used passages? A problem deferred rather than solved. It's the ultimate exercise in futility, like trying to bail out the ocean with a teaspoon, only smellier and with a much higher chance of being eaten by a mythical beast. Just sweep it under the metaphysical rug. Boys, no one will ever notice down here. And then there's the dusting. As much as one can truly dust a vast, damp, subterranean stone maze, we're not talking about a gentle flick with a feather duster over delicate Minoan pottery here. This would be more about dislodging the thick, ancient cobwebs that would undoubtedly festoon every corner, every projecting stone, every unvisited ceiling, probably reaching sizes that would make a modern arachnophobe faint clean away. These wouldn't be your delicate, artistic spiderwebs. These would be industrial strength, dust-caked, insect corpse-riddled tapestries of arachnid architecture, possibly home to spiders the size of your fist, who might very well object to having their ancient ancestral home so rudely disturbed. A quirky, though perhaps rather relevant, tidbit from various ancient cultures and folklore traditions involves superstitions about cobwebs or accumulated dust in certain places, having either good or bad luck associated with them, or specific ritualistic sweeping or cleaning practices being employed to spiritually purify a space or appease household gods. It's doubtful the labyrinth servitors were too concerned with the nuanced spiritual symbolism of their cobweb removal. Beyond the immediate practical benefit of not walking face first into one in the dark, and ending up looking like a poorly wrapped mummy, their main concern was probably just not angering any giant, potentially poisonous spiders who considered the labyrinth their prime real estate. Minor repairs would also, presumably as yet, fall under their purview. The labyrinth, though divinely inspired by Daedalus's genius, was still a physical structure subject to the wear and tear of time. A very large and occasionally agitated occupant, and perhaps even minor seismic tremors common in the Aegean region. Loose stones in the pathways could present a serious tripping hazard, especially in the dim, flickering torchlight. And a fall in the labyrinth could easily be fatal if it incapacitated you or separated you from your torch and your companions. So perhaps part of the daily or weekly routine involved checking for and resetting any dislodged paving stones, or wedging smaller rocks into place to stabilize a wobbly section of wall. They wouldn't be undertaking major structural engineering or replastering Daedalus's original flawless stonework. Of course, this would be more like basic, handyman-level patching up, just enough to keep the most frequently used passages passably safe for their own perilous transit. It's Labyrinth DIY. Does it yourself because no one else is mad enough to come down here and do it for you. And what about those all-important navigational aids we speculated about earlier? The subtle chalk marks, the carefully placed pebbles, the almost invisible scratches on the walls. If such a system existed, it would require constant, meticulous maintenance. Chalk marks would fade in the damp air or get rubbed off. Pebbles could be accidentally kicked out of place or deliberately disturbed by the Minotaur if he was feeling particularly mischievous or just bored. Scratches could become obscured by new layers of dust, grime, or encroaching moss and lichen. So, part of the housekeeping might involve the terrifyingly risky task of retracing known safe routes specifically to refresh these vital markers, ensuring that the way in and, more importantly, the way out remained discernible, at least to the trained, desperate eye. This would be like being a line marker on the world's deadliest football field, where one wrong stroke could lead to being tackled by something with very large horns. Then there's the matter of illumination. The labyrinth was, by all accounts, a dark and shadowy place. The servitors would have relied entirely on artificial light sources, torches made of resinous wood, or perhaps simple clay oil lamps fueled with olive oil or animal fat. These would need to be constantly replenished. Bundles of new torches or skins of oil would have to be regularly transported to designated storage niches or relay points within the maze. Spent torch stubs and empty lamps would need to be collected and removed, another delightful addition to the labyrinth's unique waste stream. And in particularly crucial or frequently used sections, perhaps some more permanent, if still feeble, lamps were kept burning, requiring someone to regularly trim the wicks and top up the oil. The logistics of just keeping the lights on, or at least keeping them from going out completely at the worst possible moment, would have been a significant, ongoing, and absolutely vital chore. Working in complete darkness in that place was not an option that bore thinking about for long. The extent to which ancient societies, particularly those in the Bronze Age Aegean, consciously prioritized notions of cleanliness or order in purely functional, non-elite, or hidden spaces like a hypothetical labyrinth, beyond what was absolutely necessary for basic passage. Disease prevention, if understood, or preventing overwhelming structural decay or olfactory offense, versus primarily focusing their aesthetic and maintenance efforts on the more public, ceremonial, and elite areas of their palaces and temples, is a complex question of cultural values, available resources, and practical priorities that historians and archaeologists still actively debate and explore. Was the labyrinth kept clean to a standard that King Minos would approve of if he ever did a surprise inspection? Highly unlikely. One presumes he avoided the place like the plague, or at least like the Minotaur, or was it more a case of just clean enough so we don't all die immediately from the filth or get completely lost in our own accumulated rubbish? The latter seems more probable. The sheer, soul-destroying monotony and the almost unimaginable scale of these housekeeping tasks, performed in an environment of constant, underlying terror, is what truly elevates them to the realm of the heroically boring. Imagine sweeping the same dark, dusty, endlessly repeating corridor for the thousandth time, knowing that it will be just as dusty and just as terrifying tomorrow, and the day after that, for as long as you survive. It's the ultimate dead-end job, in every conceivable sense of the word. The futility of it, the endlessness of the labyrinth itself, mirroring the endlessness of their thankless toil, would be enough to crush even the most resilient spirit. Yet, for these forgotten servitors, this mind-numbing routine was also, paradoxically, their fragile lifeline, the necessary drudgery that allowed them to see another dim, torch-lit dawn. If such a concept even had meaning in the perpetual twilight of their subterranean world. Their brooms and shovels were not just tools of cleaning. They were instruments of a desperate daily negotiation with an utterly hostile and bewildering environment. That deep, fresh, uncomplicated breath you just took, perhaps with your window now obligingly and refreshingly open to the night air, is indeed a profound luxury, one that the poor, unfortunate, and chronically oxygen-deprived servitors of the Cretan labyrinth could only have wistfully, desperately dreamed of in their wildest, most fume-addled, and undoubtedly rather stuffy fantasies. But beyond the truly Herculean, almost unimaginable tasks of daily Minotaur waste management, and their constant, oppressive, and largely losing battle against the appalling, almost tangible air quality within that stone prison, there remained the endless, soul-crushingly mundane, yet utterly and unavoidably necessary, ongoing chores of general labyrinthine housekeeping. We're talking, as you drift off, about the thankless, repetitive grind of attempting to keep those perplexing, dimly lit, and infinitely winding stone pathways at least minimally navigable, and perhaps trying to prevent the whole vast subterranean edifice from simply collapsing entirely under a suffocating tide of its own internally generated, accumulated detritus. This wasn't, you must understand, about achieving a sparkling, pristine, palace level of absolute cleanliness. Mind you, this was much more about basic, grim, bare minimum survival level tidiness, undertaken in what was arguably the world's worst, most hazardous, and least desirable basement apartment. An apartment, it must be remembered, that was also shared with a very large, exceptionally messy, notoriously ill-tempered, and actively homicidal roommate. It's the ancient Cretan mythological equivalent, perhaps, of trying to consistently keep a perpetually chaotic and actively destructive teenager's bedroom passably tidy. Only in this rather extreme case, the teenager is a monstrous, man-eating minotaur, and the bedroom is an infinite, inescapable, and terrifyingly dark maze. Good luck with that particular domestic challenge. So, once you've metaphorically, of course, from the safety of your bed, dealt with the Minotaur's considerable daily output, and somehow managed not to pass out entirely from the uniquely challenging atmospheric conditions. What's next on your hypothetical labyrinthine daily to-do list? Sweeping, most probably. Endless, mind-numbing, almost meditative if you weren't constantly terrified sweeping. Even in a meticulously constructed stone-built maze, dust, dirt, and debris inevitably accumulate. There would be fine particles of ancient rock, constantly dislodged from the cyclopean walls and the unseen ceiling by minute earth tremors, Crete being in an active seismic zone, by the subtle settling of the massive structure over time, or simply by the repeated passage of its large, heavy-hooved primary inhabitant. There would be soil and other debris perhaps tracked in from some unknown forgotten surface connection or through rudimentary, poorly maintained ventilation shafts. There would be the shed, desiccated skins of innumerable insects, the dry, brittle droppings of bats if any bats were brave, or foolish, enough to willingly share the labyrinth with its main tenant, and, far more grimly, the scattered, gnawed, and often unidentifiable bones and other less savory organic remnants of the Minotaur's previous unfortunate meals, or perhaps even, most chillingly, of former, less fortunate colleagues who had failed to complete their previous shifts. Regular, systematic cleaning and ongoing. Preventative maintenance were, as a simple and undeniable historical fact, absolutely necessary for the general upkeep, the continued structural integrity, and the basic day-to-day functionality of all large, complex, ancient structures, including the grand, sophisticated Minoan palaces like Knossos and Phaistos, as well as numerous sacred temples and public buildings across the ancient world. These essential tasks were typically performed by dedicated, often highly organized, teams of palace staff, hereditary temple servants, or large groups of conscripted or enslaved laborers, while the labyrinth was, at its core, a brutal prison and a place of sacrifice. Not a grand palace of public resort or divine worship. Some minimal level of pathway clearance and basic structural tidiness would still be absolutely essential, if only to allow the unfortunate servitors themselves to perform their other vital, life-sustaining tasks like food and water delivery without constantly tripping over unseen debris in the dark, or perhaps wading through ankle-deep layers of ancient, accumulated and highly unsanitary filth. It's just basic workplace safety. Even if your workplace is a mythological death trap, you wouldn't want to slip on a loose bone and break your ankle when you're trying to outrun a half-ton bullman. After all, that would be just terribly inconvenient. Imagine the bleak scene: you're one of the labyrinth keepers, armed with a crude, probably rather scratchy and inefficient broom, perhaps fashioned from tightly bound bundles of rough twigs or coarse, fibrous plant matter. Your flickering, smoky torch casts just enough feeble, unreliable light to allow you to see a few precarious feet ahead into the seemingly identical, endlessly repeating, and oppressively dark corridor. And you sweep. And then you sweep some more. And then, just when you think you might be finished with that particular section, you realize you have to sweep it all over again tomorrow. The monotonous, grating, rhythmic scrape of your primitive broom against the cold. Uneven stone floor is likely one of the few sounds that ever breaks the profound, tomb-like silence of the deeper maze. Apart from your own ragged, anxious breathing, the distant, unsettling, and hunger-tinged noises emanating from the labyrinth's primary occupant, and perhaps the occasional terrified squeak of a fellow servitor. What are you even sweeping all this detritus into? Perhaps there were designated, slightly wider collection pits or niches hidden away in rarely used side alcoves, or maybe more pragmatically and less labor-intensively, you just swept it further into even less used, more remote passages. A classic problem deferred and pushed deeper into the darkness, rather than a problem truly solved. It's the ultimate, almost existential exercise in absolute futility, rather like trying to bail out the entire Aegean Sea with a very small, very leaky teaspoon, only significantly smellier, considerably darker, and with a much, much higher statistical probability of being unexpectedly and brutally eaten by a mythical, carnivorous beast. Just sweep it under that particularly large, ominous-looking metaphysical rug over there in Corridor 7. Boys. One can imagine the weary foreman saying, "No one will ever notice it down here anyway." Probably. And then, of course, there's the never-ending task of dusting. As much, that is, as one can ever truly dust a vast, perennially damp, largely subterranean, and roughly hewn stone maze. We're certainly not talking about a gentle, careful flick with a delicate feather duster over precious, fragile Minoan pottery or exquisitely carved ivory figurines here. This would be much more along the lines of a desperate, full-contact battle against the thick, ancient, tenacious cobwebs that would undoubtedly festoon every single dark corner, every projecting stone block, every unseen, oppressive ceiling, probably reaching truly epic, almost biblical proportions over time. These wouldn't be your delicate, artistic, dew-kissed garden spiderwebs. These would be thick, gray, industrial strength, dust-caked, insect corpse-riddled, almost felt like tapestries of advanced arachnid architecture. They would likely be home to generations of enormous, hairy, and perhaps quite venomous spiders the approximate size of your fist or maybe even your head in your more stressed moments, who might very well, and quite understandably, violently object to having their ancient, undisturbed ancestral homes so rudely and unceremoniously disturbed by a mere trembling human with a flimsy twig broom. A quirky, though perhaps rather relevant in this context, historical and folkloric tidbit from many diverse ancient cultures and enduring folk traditions around the world involves various complex superstitions about the presence of cobwebs or the accumulation of undisturbed dust in certain specific places like thresholds, hearths, or sacred niches, having either particularly good or decidedly bad luck associated with them. Furthermore, specific, highly ritualistic sweeping or cleansing practices were often employed in ancient times to spiritually purify a contaminated space, to appease household gods or local spirits, or to ward off malevolent influences. It's highly doubtful, however, that the labyrinth servitors were overly concerned with the nuanced spiritual symbolism or the potential good luck properties of their extensive cobweb removal duties, beyond the immediate, highly practical benefit of not walking face first into a sticky, suffocating, and possibly spider-filled silken trap in the pervasive darkness and ending up looking like a poorly wrapped and recently reanimated ancient mummy. Their primary concern, one imagines, was probably just not inadvertently angering any particularly large, unusually aggressive, and potentially lethally poisonous giant spiders who clearly considered the labyrinth their prime, hereditary real estate, and who might not appreciate the sudden, unwelcome urban renewal efforts. Minor, ongoing structural repairs would also, presumably, fall under their wide and unenviable purview. The labyrinth, though divinely inspired by Daedalus's unparalleled architectural genius and built with massive, enduring stone, was still, at the end of the day, a physical structure subject to the constant, insidious wear and tear of passing time. The stresses imposed by a very large, very strong, and occasionally violently agitated primary occupant, and perhaps even the effects of minor, but not infrequent, seismic tremors which are common in the geologically active Aegean region, loose, unstable stones in the narrow, uneven pathways could present a very serious, potentially fatal tripping hazard, especially in the dim, flickering, and entirely unreliable torchlight. And a sudden, unexpected fall in the depths of the labyrinth could easily be fatal if it incapacitated you, extinguished your precious torch, or worst of all, separated you from your companions and your only known route back to relative safety. So, perhaps a significant part of the daily, or at least weekly, labyrinthine maintenance routine involved carefully checking for and securely resetting any dislodged or dangerously protruding paving stones, or perhaps firmly wedging smaller, suitably shaped rocks into place to try and stabilize a particularly wobbly or leaning section of wall in a frequently used corridor. They certainly wouldn't be undertaking any major, complex structural engineering projects or attempting to meticulously replaster Daedalus's original, supposedly flawless Cyclopean stonework. Of course, this would be more along the lines of basic, essential handyman level patching up and making do, just enough to keep the most frequently used, essential passages passably safe and navigable for their own perilous daily transit. It's labyrinth DIY at its most basic and most desperate. Does it yourself, and does it very carefully because absolutely no one else is ever mad enough or foolish enough to come down here into this hellhole and do it for you? And what about those all-important, life-saving navigational aids that we speculated about in a previous sleepy section? Those subtle, vital chalk marks? Those carefully counted and placed pebbles? Those almost invisible secret scratches etched onto the cold stone walls? If such a rudimentary but essential system for finding one's way actually existed, and it almost certainly must have, in some form, it would require constant, meticulous, and incredibly risky maintenance. Chalk marks would inevitably fade and become indistinct in the perennially damp air, or they could easily get rubbed off by passing bodies or even by the Minotaur himself. Pebbles could be accidentally kicked out of place during a hasty retreat, or perhaps even deliberately, playfully, or just mindlessly disturbed by the Minotaur if he was feeling particularly mischievous, bored, or just generally destructive that day. Scratches on the stone could become obscured by new, thick layers of accumulated dust, grime, or the relentless, creeping growth of subterranean moss and pale, ghostly lichen. So, a vital part of the ongoing housekeeping duties might well have involved the terrifyingly risky, nerve-shredding task of regularly retracing known safe routes through the maze, specifically for the dangerous purpose of carefully refreshing these essential guiding markers, ensuring that the way in and, much more importantly, the precious way back out again remained at least minimally discernible, at least to the highly trained, exceptionally observant, and utterly desperate eye of an experienced servitor. This would be rather like being a professional line marker on the world's deadliest, most confusing, and least well-lit football field, where one single wrong stroke, one moment of inattention, could instantly lead to being unexpectedly and fatally tackled by something very large, very fast, and equipped with very, very sharp horns. Then, of course, there's the absolutely crucial matter of maintaining illumination. The labyrinth was, by all ancient accounts, one a profoundly dark, deeply shadowy, and inherently terrifying place. The unfortunate servitors who toiled within its depths would have relied almost entirely on precarious, easily extinguishable artificial light sources, probably rough, smoky torches made of resinous pine wood bound with sinew, or perhaps slightly more reliable, but still quite feeble, simple clay oil lamps, fueled with precious olive oil or rendered animal fat. These essential light sources would need to be constantly, diligently replenished. Fresh bundles of new torches or heavy skins filled with lamp oil would have to be regularly and laboriously transported from the surface down to designated, secure storage niches or established relay points strategically located within the accessible parts of the maze. Spent, burnt-out torch stubs and empty, useless oil lamps would then need to be carefully collected and safely removed from the labyrinth, another delightful, if somewhat less smelly, addition to the labyrinth's unique and ever-growing waste stream, which probably wasn't recycled, and in particularly crucial, frequently used, or notoriously dangerous sections of the maze. Perhaps some more permanent, if still undoubtedly quite feeble. Lamps were kept burning day and night, requiring someone to make the perilous rounds regularly to trim the smoking wicks and carefully top up the dwindling oil reservoirs. The sheer, unrelenting logistics of just keeping the lights on, or at least preventing them from going out completely at the worst possible, most terrifying moment, would have been a significant, ongoing, absolutely vital, and incredibly stressful daily chore for these labyrinth keepers. Working in complete, absolute, Stygian darkness in that particular place, with its known occupant, was simply not an option that bore thinking about for very long, if one valued one's continued existence. the precise extent to which ancient societies, particularly those as sophisticated as the Bronze Age Minoans, consciously prioritized modern Western notions of cleanliness, hygiene, or meticulous order in what might be considered purely functional, non-elite, or deliberately hidden and terrifying spaces like a hypothetical labyrinth, beyond what was absolutely practically necessary for basic, unimpeded passage. The rudimentary prevention of instantly recognizable disease outbreaks, if such connections were even clearly understood at the time, or simply preventing overwhelming structural decay or truly unbearable olfactory offense, versus primarily focusing their limited aesthetic and considerable maintenance efforts on the more public, highly visible, ritually significant, and elite-occupied areas of their magnificent palaces and sacred temples, is naturally a highly complex and often unanswerable question of differing cultural values, available societal resources, and shifting practical priorities. This subject continues to be actively debated and explored by archaeologists and historians of ancient daily life. Was the labyrinth, one wonders, kept clean to a standard that the notoriously fastidious King Minos himself would personally approve of if he ever decided to conduct a surprise? White-gloved inspection of its deeper recesses, which is, one presumes, an incredibly unlikely scenario, as he probably avoided the place like the proverbial plague, or at least like his terrifying, bull-headed stepson? Or was it, far more plausibly, more a pragmatic case of just clean enough so that we, the unfortunate staff, don't all die immediately from the accumulated filth, become hopelessly lost in our own ever-growing rubbish heaps, or inadvertently provoke the big guy into an even worse temper than usual? The latter, far more minimalist and survival-oriented, approach seems infinitely more probable under the uniquely challenging circumstances. The sheer, almost unimaginable, soul-destroying monotony, and the truly staggering, almost infinite scale of these essential, labyrinthine housekeeping tasks, all performed consistently in an atmosphere of constant, underlying, gut-wrenching terror, is what truly elevates them to the realm of the heroically, almost beautifully, boring, and the profoundly, deeply sleep-inducing. Imagine, if you can bear it, the Sisyphean task of sweeping the same dark, incredibly dusty, endlessly repeating, and indistinguishable stone corridor for the thousandth, or perhaps the 10,000th, weary time, knowing with absolute soul-crushing certainty that it will be just as dusty, just as oppressive, and just as terrifyingly dangerous tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. For as long as your miserable, precarious existence as a labyrinth servitor continues, it's the ultimate, most literal dead-end job in every conceivable but depressing sense of that well-worn phrase. The palpable futility of it all, the inescapable endlessness of the labyrinth itself so perfectly mirroring the perceived endlessness of their thankless, unacknowledged toil would surely be enough to crush even the most resilient, most hopeful human spirit over time. Yet, for these entirely forgotten, anonymous servitors of ancient myth, this mind-numbing, repetitive, daily routine was also, paradoxically and tragically, their only fragile, flickering lifeline, the grim, necessary drudgery that, if performed perfectly and with a great deal of luck, just might allow them to see another dim, smoky, torchlit dawn. If such a hopeful concept as dawn even had any real meaning or relevance in the perpetual, unchanging twilight of their dark, subterranean, working world, their rough brooms, their heavy shovels, their flickering lamps, these were not just simple tools of basic cleaning. They were the humble, essential instruments of a desperate, daily, silent negotiation with an utterly hostile, deliberately bewildering, and constantly life-threatening environment. Those humble, essential instruments, the rough brooms, the heavy shovels, the flickering, unreliable lamps, wielded by the labyrinth servitors in their desperate, daily, silent negotiation with an utterly hostile and deliberately bewildering environment, weren't just for dealing with the Minotaur's direct leavings or the slow decay of the stone passages. Oh no, As if a perpetually grumpy, man-eating bull monster wasn't enough of a workplace hazard. You can be absolutely certain that the labyrinth, like any vast ancient, dimly lit, and largely unhygienic structure, would have been absolutely teeming with a host of other, smaller, but no less unwelcome, uninvited maze guests. We're talking about the full gamut of creepy crawlies, a veritable who's who of things that skitter, slither, buzz, and bite in the dark. Dealing with these little horrors would have been yet another delightful, sleep-inducing addition to the already overflowing chamber pot of daily chores for our unfortunate subterranean staff. No ancient Greek equivalent of a friendly pest control service making regular calls here, I'm afraid. First on the list of unwelcome cohabitants would undoubtedly be the rats. And mice. Lots of them. Ancient granaries, sprawling palace storehouses, and even ordinary domestic homes in virtually all pre-modern societies, from Minoan Crete to pharaonic Egypt and imperial Rome, were constantly, almost universally, plagued by destructive and disease-carrying pests like rodents and insects. People throughout antiquity employed various, often quite ingenious methods, such as domesticating cats, though their primary role in the Bronze Age Aegean is still debated, using different types of mechanical traps, and developing specific food storage techniques like sealed pottery or raised granaries, in a relentless, often losing battle to try and control these ubiquitous, unwelcome guests. Now, imagine the labyrinth, a place with regular, if somewhat haphazardly delivered, food supplies for its primary resident hay, grain, leftover bits of, well, not whatever, plus the accumulated organic waste we've already discussed with such relish, all conveniently located in a dark, sheltered, and largely undisturbed environment. It would have been a five-star, all-inclusive resort for every rat in Crete, a veritable rodent utopia. Come on down to Club Minotaur. The buffet is endless. The lighting is moodily atmospheric, and the big guy mostly sleeps during the day. For the labyrinth servitors, these rats wouldn't just be an occasional startling nuisance. They'd be a constant, pervasive problem. They'd gnaw through any stored food supplies, not just the Minotaurs, but potentially any meager rations the workers themselves might have. They'd contaminate water sources. Their constant skittering and squeaking in the walls and shadows would be an unnerving addition to the labyrinth's already unsettling soundscape, possibly even masking the approach of something far larger and more dangerous. And, of course, they would be carriers of disease, thriving in the unsanitary conditions and posing a constant health risk to the already stressed and vulnerable human inhabitants. Trying to keep their numbers even remotely in check in such an environment, perhaps with crude traps or by encouraging any particularly brave and mouser-inclined labyrinth cats if such a mythical creature existed, would be another thankless, endless task. Then, as we've already shuddered to imagine, there would be the spiders. Oh, the spiders. In a place rarely disturbed by sunlight or fresh breezes, with countless dark corners, crevices, and abandoned passages, spider populations would flourish, spinning their elaborate, dust-caked webs across every conceivable surface. Some of these might be relatively harmless, if rather large and hairy. Common cave spiders, but Crete, like many Mediterranean islands, is also home to some genuinely venomous species. Imagine, in the dim, flickering torchlight, suddenly walking face first into a sticky, resilient web the size of a small fishing net, and then feeling something rather large and multi-legged scuttle across your cheek. It's enough to make even the most stoic labyrinth janitor consider early retirement. If such an option were available, it wasn't. Sweeping away these webs, as we discussed, would be a constant battle and one that you might not always win, especially if the original eight-legged architect was still at home and feeling particularly territorial. It's not like you could just call building management to complain about the excessive cobweb situation. Yes, hello. Labyrinth lost and found. I seem to have lost my colleague in a giant spiderweb near the third left turning, and also my will to live. Bats, too, would likely find the labyrinth's deeper, more cavernous, and less frequently disturbed sections quite appealing, especially if there were any hidden connections to the outside world, like narrow fissures in the rock or forgotten air shafts. While generally harmless to humans unless provoked, or carrying rabies, which is probably a bit anachronistic for our Bronze Age setting. But still, a sudden silent flit of leathery wings past your face in the dark, or the unsettling rustle and squeak of a large bat colony roosting overhead, would do little to soothe already frayed nerves. And then there's the guano. Bat droppings, accumulating in vast quantities over time, would add another distinct, pungent layer to the labyrinth's already complex olfactory signature, and create yet more material for the mucking out crews to deal with. A quirky, though perhaps not immediately relevant to the labyrinth's terrified cleaners, historical tidbit is that bat guano, rich in nitrates, later became a highly prized and incredibly valuable agricultural fertilizer in many parts of the world, even leading to guano wars in the 19th century. For the labyrinth servitors, however, it was probably just another unpleasant, slippery substance to try and avoid stepping in, or to have to eventually shovel up, while hoping a startled bat didn't decide to use their hair as a new nesting site. And what about things that slither and sting? Dark, damp. Cool stone environments are beloved by all sorts of delightful creepy crawlies. Snakes, perhaps seeking shelter or hunting rodents, might be a frequent, unwelcome surprise in a shadowy corner or coiled amongst a pile of discarded bones. Scorpions, with their painful stings, could lurk under loose stones or within piles of debris. Large, fast-moving centipedes, some of which can also deliver a nasty bite, would feel right at home. For the labyrinth workers, often reaching into dark spaces or moving rubble, the risk of a painful or even venomous encounter would be an ever-present, if secondary, threat compared to the main resident. It's like worrying about a paper cut when there's a hungry tiger in the office. The paper cut is still annoying, but your priorities are somewhat elsewhere. Finally, there are the more mundane, but no less irritating, insects. Flies, inevitably, would be drawn in plague-like swarms to any decaying organic matter, particularly the Minotaur's waste and any unconsumed food remnants. Their constant buzzing presence would be a maddening soundtrack to already unpleasant tasks. Cockroaches, those hardy, indestructible champions of survival, would undoubtedly thrive in the labyrinth's dark, damp, and detritus-filled corners, ready to scatter in horrifying numbers when disturbed. Various species of beetles, dung beetles having an absolute field day. One imagines, along with carrion beetles and others that thrive on decay, would also be part of this thriving, if largely unseen, subterranean ecosystem. The ecological impact of such a large, unlit, and largely unmanaged, in terms of its smaller fauna subterranean structure like the labyrinth, and what specific types of troglofauna cave-dwelling animals or opportunistic synanthropes animals that live near and benefit from human settlements. Even if that settlement is a prison for a monster might have realistically colonized its deeper, less frequently disturbed sections over many years, is, of course, a fascinating area for purely speleobiological speculation. If not perhaps direct mythological inquiry, it's a veritable cornucopia for creatures that prefer the dark and don't mind a bit of a mess. So, how did our labyrinthine servitors deal with this constant onslaught of lesser, but still deeply unpleasant? Uninvited guests, their pest control methods would have been rudimentary at best. Perhaps they laid simple, baited deadfall traps for rats, or tried to block up obvious entry points. Maybe they carried sticks to poke into dark corners before reaching in, or learned to stamp their feet loudly before entering a new passage to try and scare away anything lurking there, though making too much noise. As we know, had its own risks. For the most part, however, they probably just had to learn to live with and work around this constant, creepy, crawling, buzzing, and skittering sideshow to the main event. It was just another layer of daily discomfort, another source of potential minor injury or major fright. Another reason why a job in labyrinth maintenance was not exactly a sought after position with a long waiting list. It's like having a terrible roommate who not only eats your food and never cleans up, but also keeps a vast, unsanitary collection of very unpleasant pets. You wouldn't renew that lease, but for the servitors, there was no option to simply move out. Their lease on life was already a very short and very grim one. Those humble, essential, and undoubtedly rather worn out instruments, the rough, twiggy brooms, the heavy, bronze edged shovels, the flickering, smoky, and entirely unreliable oil lamps, wielded with such grim determination by the labyrinth's long suffering servitors in their desperate, daily, silent, and often terrifying negotiation with an utterly hostile, deliberately bewildering, and constantly, imminently life threatening subterranean environment, weren't just for bravely, if futilely, dealing with the Minotaur's direct and considerable organic leavings, or for attempting to mitigate the slow, inevitable structural decay of the ancient stone passages themselves. Oh no, not by a long shot. As if a perpetually grumpy, incredibly powerful, man-eating, bovine-headed monster wasn't quite enough of a daily workplace hazard to keep things interesting. You can be absolutely mathematically certain that the labyrinth, like any vast, ancient, perennially dimly lit, largely unhygienic, and mostly undisturbed underground structure, would have been absolutely positively teeming with a rich and diverse host of other, significantly smaller, but often no less unwelcome, entirely uninvited, and thoroughly unpleasant maze guests. We're talking, as you gently drift off, about the full, unappetizing gamut of common and not-so-common creepy crawlies. A veritable who's who of things that skitter, slither, scuttle, buzz, bite, and generally make your skin crawl in the dark. Attempting to deal with, or at least coexist with, these numerous little horrors would have been yet another delightful, deeply unglamorous, and wonderfully sleep-inducing addition to the already overflowing, metaphorical chamber pot of uniquely dreadful daily chores for our unfortunate, entirely unsung subterranean palace support staff. There was no ancient Cretan equivalent of a friendly, efficient, and reassuringly professional pest control service making regular scheduled calls to the labyrinth with a can of industrial-strength bug spray. I'm very much afraid they were, as with so many things, entirely on their own. First and foremost on the extensive list of unwelcome non-paying cohabitants within the labyrinth would undoubtedly be the ubiquitous, eternally opportunistic rats. And, of course, their smaller, equally nimble cousins, the mice. Lots and lots of them, one would imagine, breeding prolifically in the darkness. Ancient granaries, sprawling royal palace storehouses, humble domestic homes, and even sacred temples in virtually all pre-modern societies. From the earliest days of Minoan Crete and pharaonic Egypt, right through to imperial Rome and beyond, were constantly, almost universally, and often devastatingly plagued by destructive, disease-carrying, and highly adaptable pests like various species of rodents and innumerable types of grain-infesting insects. People throughout all of antiquity, being no strangers to these persistent threats to their food supplies and health, employed a wide and often quite ingenious variety of methods, such as the early domestication and encouragement of cats, though their precise role and prevalence as dedicated mousers in the Bronze Age Aegean is still a subject of some scholarly debate compared to their well-established status in ancient Egypt. The use of different kinds of simple but effective mechanical traps like deadfalls or snares, and the development of specific, improved food storage techniques such as using tightly sealed pottery jars, constructing raised vermin-proof granaries, or regularly fumigating storage areas with smoke, in a relentless, often frustrating, and frequently ultimately losing, ongoing battle to try and control these ubiquitous, unwelcome, and economically damaging household and agricultural guests. Now, try to imagine the conditions within the labyrinth from a rodent's perspective, a place with fairly regular, If somewhat haphazardly delivered, and often rather strangely composed, food supplies intended for its primary, very large resident bales of hay, stores of grain, leftover bits of, well, whatever else was on the menu that week. Plus, as we've already discussed with such sleepy relish, the constantly accumulating, nutrient rich organic waste in numerous undisturbed corners, all of this conveniently located in a vast, dark, relatively sheltered, and largely predator free apart from the big guy himself, who probably wasn't interested in such small fry subterranean environment. It would have been, without a shadow of a doubt, a five-star, all-inclusive, luxury resort for every single rat, mouse, and vole on the island of Crete, a veritable, thriving rodent utopia. Come on down to Club Minotaur. Iguason can almost hear the rat patriarchs squeaking to their extended families. The buffet is truly endless. The mood lighting is consistently, wonderfully atmospheric. The rent is non-existent, and the big, grumpy landlord mostly sleeps during the day and isn't very good at catching us small. Quick ones. For the unfortunate labyrinth servitors, these legions of rats and mice wouldn't just be an occasional, startling, or mildly disgusting nuisance. They'd be a constant, pervasive, and serious problem. They'd undoubtedly gnaw their way through any stored food supplies, not just the Minotaur's carefully rationed provisions, but also, far more critically for the workers, any meager, precious personal rations the servitors themselves might have managed to squirrel away. They'd contaminate any accessible water sources with their droppings and urine. Their constant, unseen, nocturnal skittering, scratching, and squeaking in the dark walls, under the uneven floors, and within the deep shadows would be an incredibly unnerving, almost maddening addition to the labyrinth's already deeply unsettling and fear-inducing natural soundscape. Their sudden movements could even potentially mask the truly dangerous approach of something far larger, far more silent, and infinitely more deadly. And, of course, as is well known, rats are notorious carriers of dangerous diseases, thriving in the generally unsanitary conditions of the labyrinth, and posing a constant, insidious health risk to the already physically stressed and immunologically vulnerable human inhabitants. Trying to keep their prodigious numbers even remotely in check in such a vast, complex, and ideal breeding environment, perhaps with crude, homemade deadfall traps, by training particularly brave and mouser-inclined labyrinth cats if such a mythical, fearless feline creature actually existed and could survive the Minotaur, or simply by beating them with sticks whenever encountered, would be yet another thankless, endless, and largely futile daily task for the maintenance crews. Then, as we've already shuddered to imagine in a previous section when discussing general cleaning, there would be the spiders. Oh, the spiders. In a place so rarely disturbed by direct sunlight, so lacking in fresh, cleansing breezes, and so replete with countless dark, undisturbed corners, deep crevices, and long-forgotten, abandoned passages. The local spider populations would undoubtedly flourish beyond measure, spinning their elaborate, sticky, and often surprisingly resilient webs across every conceivable surface, from wall to wall and floor to ceiling. Some of these arachnid inhabitants might be relatively harmless, if rather disconcertingly large. Hairy and leggy, common cave spiders, content to feast on the abundant insect life. But Crete, like many other warm Mediterranean islands, is also known to be home to some genuinely venomous and potentially dangerous spider species, such as varieties of wolf spiders or perhaps even the notorious black widow. If it had made its way there, imagine, in the dim, flickering, entirely inadequate torchlight, suddenly, without warning, walking face first into a thick, sticky, almost invisible web the approximate size of a small fishing net, and then immediately feeling something rather distressingly large, alarmingly multi-legged, and possibly quite angry, scuttle rapidly across your cheek or down your neck. It's the kind of heart-stopping, primal experience that is more than enough to make even the most stoic, battle-hardened labyrinth janitor consider immediate, albeit entirely unavailable, early retirement, or at least to emit a rather loud, unprofessional, and potentially monster attracting shriek, vigorously sweeping away these ever accumulating, tenacious webs. As we discussed in the context of general housekeeping, would be a constant, frustrating, and ultimately unwinnable battle. And it was a battle you might not always want to win too decisively, especially if the original, very large, eight-legged architect of that particular silken masterpiece was still lurking somewhere nearby, feeling particularly territorial, and perhaps possessing a rather nasty bite. It's not as if you could just dial Palace Maintenance X3i and calmly complain about the increasingly excessive and hazardous cobweb situation in your designated work sector. Yes, hello. Is that Labyrinth lost and found, and possibly pest control? I seem to have unfortunately lost my colleague. Poor Theron. Somewhere in what appears to be a giant man-eating spiderweb near the third left, turning after the really smelly bit. And also, I seem to have misplaced my will to live somewhere down here too. Any chance you could help with either of those bats, too, with their silent, leathery wings and nocturnal habits, would likely find the labyrinth's deeper, more cavernous, less frequently disturbed, and generally darker sections quite appealing and ideally suited for roosting, especially if there were any hidden, narrow connections to the outside world, such as unexplored fissures in the rock formations or long-forgotten, crumbling air shafts. Wild bats are generally quite harmless to humans unless directly provoked or, in very rare cases, carrying diseases like rabies, which is probably a bit of an anachronistic concern for our specific Bronze Age Cretan setting. But still, the general unease remains a sudden, unexpected, silent flit of leathery wings directly past your face in the pitch darkness, or the unsettling, collective rustle and high-pitched squeak of a large bat colony suddenly disturbed and taking flight from their roost overhead, would certainly do very little to soothe already frayed nerves or promote a calm working environment. And then, of course, there's the guano. Copious bat droppings, accumulating in vast, pungent quantities on the floors and ledges over many years, would inevitably add another distinct, sharply ammoniac, and not entirely pleasant layer to the labyrinth's already incredibly complex and challenging olfactory signature. This guano would also create yet more slippery, unsanitary material for the unfortunate mucking out crews to eventually have to deal with. A quirky, though perhaps not immediately relevant to the labyrinth's terrified and probably disgusted cleaners, historical tidbit is that bat guano, due to its high concentration of nitrates and phosphates, later became a highly prized, incredibly valuable, and sometimes internationally contested agricultural fertilizer in many parts of the world, even leading to actual guano wars between nations in the 19th century. For the labyrinth servitors of ancient Crete, however, it was probably just another unpleasant, slimy, and potentially disease-carrying substance to try and avoid stepping in, or to have to eventually laboriously shovel up, all the while fervently hoping that a suddenly startled or disoriented bat didn't decide to use their hair as a convenient new nesting site or a temporary emergency landing strip. And what about all the other creepy things that slither, scuttle, and sting? Dark, damp, cool, and undisturbed stone environments, such as the labyrinth would have provided in abundance. Our beloved, ideal habitats for all sorts of delightful, multi-legged, and often venomous creepy crawlies? Snakes. Perhaps seeking shelter from the Cretan sun or actively hunting the plentiful rodent population might be a frequent, unwelcome, and heart-stopping surprise in a shadowy, unlit corner, or found coiled contentedly amongst a pile of discarded gnawed bones. Scorpions, with their notoriously painful and sometimes dangerous stings, could easily lurk unseen under loose stones, within piles of accumulated debris, or inside discarded pottery fragments. Large, disconcertingly fast-moving, and often aggressive centipedes, some species of which can also deliver a surprisingly nasty and painful bite, would undoubtedly feel right at home in the labyrinth's damp, dark recesses. For the labyrinth workers, often having to reach blindly into dark spaces, disturb piles of old refuse, or move heavy rubble. The constant risk of a painful or even potentially venomous encounter with one of these lesser denizens would be an ever-present, if perhaps secondary source of anxiety and potential danger, always lurking just below their primary concern about the main horned resident. It's rather like being deeply worried about an impending, unavoidable paper cut, when you know for a fact there's a very large, very hungry, and possibly quite irritable tiger loose somewhere in the same office building. The paper cut is still undeniably annoying and potentially painful, but your immediate survival priorities are probably somewhat focused elsewhere at that particular moment. Finally, of course, there are the more mundane, but no less irritating and insanitary. Common insects. Flies, inevitably, would be drawn in plague-like buzzing swarms to any accessible decaying organic matter, particularly the Minotaur's daily waste products and any unconsumed, rotting food remnants. Their constant, annoying, buzzing presence, and their habit of landing on every available surface, including the workers themselves, would be a maddening, almost unbearable soundtrack to already deeply unpleasant and hazardous tasks. Cockroaches. Those hardy, notoriously indestructible, and almost universally reviled champions of ultimate survival, would undoubtedly thrive and multiply exponentially in the labyrinth's dark, damp, food-rich, and detritus-filled corners, ready to scatter in horrifying, rustling numbers when suddenly disturbed by a footstep or a moving torch. Various other species of beetles, dung beetles having an absolute joyous field day, one can only imagine, along with numerous carrion beetles and others that thrive on decay and darkness, would also be an integral, if largely unseen and unappreciated, part of this thriving, complex, if somewhat disgusting, subterranean ecosystem. The potential long-term ecological impact of such a large, permanently unlit, and largely unmanaged, at least in terms of its smaller, non-Minotaur fauna subterranean architectural structure like the labyrinth, and precisely what specific, perhaps even uniquely adapted, types of troglofauna-specialized cave-dwelling animals or opportunistic synanthropes animals that live near and directly benefit from human settlements. Even if that particular settlement happens to be a high-security prison for a mythical monster, might have realistically colonized and flourished within its deeper, less frequently disturbed, and more stable sections over many, many years is, of course, a truly fascinating, if somewhat esoteric, area for purely speleobiological and ecological speculation, if not perhaps for direct mythological inquiry or sleepy bedtime contemplation. It's a veritable, if somewhat terrifying, cornucopia for countless creatures that genuinely prefer the dark, don't mind a bit of a horrific mess, and aren't too fussy about their neighbors. So, how on earth did our perpetually beleaguered labyrinthine servitors even begin to deal with this constant, multi-pronged onslaught of lesser, but still deeply unpleasant and often dangerous, uninvited guests? Their available pest control methods, in the Bronze Age, would have been rudimentary at best, and probably largely ineffective in such an ideal breeding ground. Perhaps they occasionally laid simple, baited deadfall traps for the rats, or tried, with limited success, to block up the most obvious entry points for vermin into their own meager sleeping quarters. If they even had such a luxury, maybe they always carried sturdy sticks to poke cautiously into dark corners or piles of refuse before reaching in with their hands. Or perhaps they learned to stamp their feet loudly and deliberately before entering a new, unfamiliar passage in an attempt to scare away anything venomous that might be lurking unseen there, though making too much sudden noise. As we well know from previous discussions, had its own very significant risks in the labyrinth. For the most part, however, they probably just had to somehow learn to live with and diligently work around this constant, creepy, crawling, buzzing, biting, and generally skittering six-legged or eight-legged or no-legged sideshow to the terrifying main event. It was just another unavoidable, deeply unpleasant layer of daily discomfort and simmering anxiety. Another potential source of minor injury or major heart-stopping fright, and ultimately, Just another very good reason why a long-term job in labyrinth maintenance was not exactly a highly sought-after, prestigious career position with a long and eager waiting list of applicants. It's rather like discovering you have a truly terrible, inconsiderate roommate who not only consistently eats all your food from the shared fridge and never ever cleans up after himself, but who also, as an added bonus, keeps a vast, unsanitary, and actively hostile collection of very, very unpleasant and possibly quite dangerous pets. You probably wouldn't be in a hurry to renew that particular lease, would you? But for the unfortunate servitors of the labyrinth, there was never any comforting option to simply pack their bags, break their lease, and peacefully move out. Their grim lease on life was, by its very nature, already a very short, very precarious, and deeply, deeply unenviable one. That grim, precarious, and deeply unenviable lease on life, held so tenuously by the labyrinth's forgotten servitors, was lived out not just in an atmosphere of pervasive Stygian gloom and questionable air quality, but also within a truly unique and profoundly unsettling soundscape. In a place designed for confusion and containment, where every shadow could hide a monster and every turning could lead to oblivion. What you heard, or often what you didn't hear, would be just as crucial to your fleeting survival as what you could dimly see by your flickering torchlight. So let's attune our sleepy ears to the subtle, terrifying, and mind-numbingly monotonous echoes in that primordial darkness, the characteristic sounds of hushed, fearful work, the constant drip of unseen water, and, of course, the distant, or sometimes not so distant, ominous snorts and bellows of the labyrinth's primary and permanently disgruntled resident. Imagine, first and foremost, the silence. Not a peaceful, contemplative silence, mind you, but a heavy, watchful, almost suffocating quiet that would press in on you from all sides in many of the labyrinth's deeper, less frequented passages. A silence so profound that the loudest sound would be the frantic thumping of your own heart, or the desperate, ragged rasp of your own breathing, the acoustics of ancient, massive, enclosed stone spaces, be they Egyptian pyramids, Roman cisterns, or indeed Minoan Tholos tombs and palace corridors, were often quite significant, whether by deliberate architectural design or simply by happy accident of their construction materials and enclosed geometry. These acoustic properties could, and often did, dramatically contribute to their perceived ritualistic atmosphere, their psychological impact on visitors, or simply their ability to carry or muffle sound in specific ways. In the labyrinth, this inherent quiet would amplify every tiny, unintentional noise you made, turning the accidental clink of a dropped tool or a stifled cough into a thunderclap that seemed to advertise your vulnerable presence to anything or anyone lurking nearby. It's the kind of silence that makes you instinctively hold your breath, a silence that screams of unseen, listening dangers. Not exactly the relaxing sounds of nature playlist you'd put on to unwind after a tough day. Then, layered over this fundamental, unnerving stillness would be the muted, furtive sounds of the servitors themselves, going about their dreadful, daily chores. The soft, almost apologetic shuffle of felt-soled sandals if they were lucky enough to have them on the dusty stone floors. The dull, rhythmic scrape of a twig broom on rough-hewn rock, a sound that would seem to go on forever, echoing slightly and then being swallowed by the darkness. The occasional, carefully muffled clink of a bronze-edged shovel against stone, or the heavier, more resonant thud as a basket filled with labyrinthine byproducts was carefully set down. Communication between workers, if it happened at all in the deeper, more dangerous sections, would be in the lowest of whispers, urgent hisses, or perhaps just a complex, unspoken language of shared glances and terrified nods. No cheerful whistling while you work down here. Remember, that was strictly off the Bronze Age playlist, likely to attract entirely the wrong kind of attention. And then there were the natural, or at least structural sounds of the labyrinth itself. The slow, monotonous, almost maddening drip. Drip, drip of water seeping through cracks in the stone ceiling and damper sections, each drop landing with an echoing plink in a hidden puddle. A sound that could, over time, drive you to distraction or become a perverse kind of temporal marker in the timeless dark. The occasional, almost imperceptible rustle or soft crumble of ancient stone, as the massive structure settled further into the earth, or as tiny pebbles were dislodged by unseen forces, sounds that could make your heart leap into your throat. Imagining some larger, more deliberate movement, if Daedalus had indeed incorporated any hidden ventilation shafts, you might sometimes hear the faint, mournful sigh or eerie whistle of wind finding its way through these narrow, unseen conduits. A ghostly breath from the distant sunlit world above, a sound that could be both a comfort and a torment. And let's not forget the soundscape contributed by those other uninvited labyrinth guests we discussed. The sudden, sharp skittering of rats in the walls or across a nearby passage, their tiny claws making a dry, scratching sound that could momentarily mimic something far larger. The almost inaudible rustle of a large spider shifting in its vast, dusty web. The soft, leathery flutter of a disturbed bat's wings in a higher chamber. The almost silent, sinister slither of a snake across cool stone, or the faint, dry click-clack of a scorpion, or a large centipede exploring a pile of debris. These small, furtive sounds, often heard but not seen, would create a constant, unnerving undercurrent of unseen life. A reminder that you were never truly alone, even when you desperately wished you were. It's like living in a very old, very creepy house where you're constantly hearing things go bump in the night. Only here, the things that go bump might actually want to eat you. But overshadowing all these lesser noises, the one sound that would dominate the servitor's auditory landscape, the one they would strain to hear and simultaneously dread hearing, above all others, was any sound emanating from the Minotaur himself. His distant, mournful, almost bovine bellows, echoing unpredictably from some unknown depth of the maze. A sound that would freeze the blood and send a jolt of pure adrenaline through anyone within earshot. His closer, more guttural, angry snorts and heavy, labored breathing, perhaps indicating his presence just around the next series of blind turnings. The distinctive, heavy thud and scrape of his massive hooves on the stone floor as he moved through his domain. Ancient peoples often attributed great significance to specific, unusual, or frightening sounds, sometimes interpreting them as omens, messages from the gods, or the voices of spirits or monsters. One can easily imagine the labyrinth servitors developing a whole folkloric system for interpreting the Minotaur's various vocalizations. A low rumble might mean he's sleeping. A sharp snort might mean he's agitated. A full-throated bellow might mean dinner's late, and I'm coming to find the delivery boy. The psychological impact of this unique, terrifying soundscape would be immense. The oppressive silence would heighten every other sense, making every unexpected creak or rustle a potential threat. The inability to see far in the torchlight would make hearing your primary early warning system. Yet the very nature of the labyrinth, with its winding passages and solid stone walls, would distort and muffle sounds, making it incredibly difficult to judge the direction or distance of any noise, especially the approach of its most dangerous inhabitant. Was that heavy breathing getting closer? Or was it just an echo? Did that distant bellow come from the left passage or the one straight ahead? This auditory uncertainty would be a constant source of anxiety, a never-ending game of lethal sonic hide-and-seek. The extent to which the builders of ancient monumental structures, such as temples, tombs, or even deliberately disorienting complexes like the mythical labyrinth, consciously and intentionally manipulated the acoustic properties of those spaces for specific psychological, ritualistic, or even defensive effects. Beyond the natural resonant qualities inherent in stone and enclosed geometries, remains a truly fascinating and often debated area of the emerging field of archaeoacoustics. Did Daedalus, for instance, deliberately designed certain sections of the labyrinth to amplify the Minotaur's roars or to create confusing echoes that would further disorient anyone trapped within its a chilling, if entirely speculative thought for the servitors. The labyrinth soundscape was an integral part of its terror. It was a world where silence could be as menacing as a roar, where the drip of water could sound like a footstep, and where the scrape of their own broom could feel like a fatal betrayal of their presence. They were living and working in a place that was not just a physical maze, but an auditory one too. A place where their ears were constantly straining, constantly being deceived, constantly listening for the one sound they prayed they would never hear too close the sound of the beast. An echo in the darkness that signaled not just a chore undone, but a life about to be horrifically, and probably very noisily, ended. It makes you appreciate a good pair of noise-canceling headphones. Doesn't it, though, in their case, they probably would have preferred some kind of Minotaur-repelling sonic emitter. If only Daedalus had invented one of those. That grim, incredibly precarious, and deeply unenviable lease on life, held so very tenuously by the labyrinth's entirely forgotten and utterly anonymous servitors, was lived out, as we are beginning to understand, not just in an atmosphere of pervasive Stygian gloom, questionable, recycled air quality, and constant mortal fear, but also within a truly unique, deeply unsettling, and profoundly isolating acoustic environment, in a place so deliberately and ingeniously designed by Daedalus for maximum confusion and effective, permanent containment, where every flickering shadow projected by their feeble torches could momentarily hide a lurking monster, and where every single unfamiliar turning in the endless passages could potentially lead to swift, unheralded oblivion. What you heard, or often, even more terrifyingly, what you didn't hear when you expected to, would be just as crucial to your fleeting, day-to-day survival as what you could dimly, imperfectly perceive by your wavering, insufficient torchlight. So, let's now collectively attune our sleepy, receptive ears to the subtle, often terrifying, and mind-numbingly monotonous echoes that would have permeated that primordial, man-made darkness, the characteristic, hushed, almost furtive sounds of fearful, repetitive work, the constant rhythmic, almost hypnotic drip of unseen water from damp ceilings, and, of course, casting a pall over everything, the distant, or sometimes, with heart-stopping suddenness, not so distant, ominous, guttural snorts and blood-chilling bellows of the labyrinth's primary and permanently disgruntled horned resident. Imagine, first and foremost, as you lie there in your comfortable, safe bed, the overwhelming, almost tangible presence of silence. Not a peaceful, restful, contemplative silence, now mind you, the kind you might seek out for meditation or a quiet afternoon nap. Oh no. This would have been a heavy, watchful, almost suffocating quiet, a silence that seemed to press in on you physically from all sides, particularly in many of the labyrinth's deeper, less frequently disturbed, and more remote passages. It would have been a silence so profound, so absolute at times, that the loudest, most intrusive sound you could perceive would be the frantic, desperate thumping of your own terrified heart within your ribcage, or the shallow, ragged, almost painful rasp of your own constricted breathing in your parched throat. The specific acoustics of ancient, massive, enclosed stone spaces, whether they be the inner chambers of Egyptian pyramids, the vast subterranean Roman cisterns, or indeed, the mysterious Minoan Tholos tombs and the long, narrow palace corridors of Knossos, were often quite significant and highly distinctive. Whether by deliberate, sophisticated architectural design intended to evoke awe or focus sound, or simply by the happy or unhappy acoustic accident of their particular construction materials, their enclosed geometry, and their sheer scale. These inherent acoustic properties could, and often demonstrably did, dramatically contribute to their perceived ritualistic atmosphere, their profound psychological impact on anyone entering them, or simply their functional ability to carry, distort, or effectively muffle sound in very specific, sometimes quite surprising ways, within the disorienting confines of the labyrinth. This pervasive underlying quiet would have mercilessly amplified every tiny, unintentional noise you or your fellow servitors made. The accidental metallic clink of a dropped bronze tool, or a suddenly stifled, nervous cough, could instantly transform into an echoing thunderclap in that stillness. A sound that seemed to surely advertise your vulnerable, insignificant human presence to anything or anyone, monstrous that might be lurking, listening, just around the next unseen bend. It's the kind of oppressive, unnerving silence that makes you instinctively hold your breath. A silence that practically screams of unseen, patiently listening dangers. Not exactly the relaxing sounds of the rainforest or gentle ocean waves playlist you'd typically put on your bedside device to help you unwind and drift off to sleep after a particularly tough day at the office. Then, layered very carefully and very quietly over this fundamental, deeply unnerving stillness, would be the necessarily muted, almost furtive sounds generated by the servitors themselves as they went about their dreadful, repetitive, daily chores. The soft, almost apologetic, nearly inaudible shuffle of felt-soled sandals if they were fortunate enough to be issued with such a luxury, rather than being forced to work barefoot on the cold, damp stone on the perpetually dusty, uneven stone floors. The dull, monotonous, rhythmic scrape of a rough twig broom against hard-hewn rock. A sound that would seem to go on for an eternity, echoing slightly in the immediate vicinity and then being quickly, almost hungrily, swallowed by the greater darkness and silence beyond the small circle of torchlight. The occasional, carefully muffled, almost accidental clink of a bronze-edged shovel striking against a loose stone, or the heavier, more resonant, yet still cautiously placed, thud as a heavy wicker basket filled to the brim with, well, with labyrinthine byproducts, was carefully, almost reverently, set down. Any essential communication between the workers, if it happened at all in the deeper, more obviously dangerous sections of the maze, would almost certainly be conducted in the lowest, most urgent of whispers, perhaps as sharp, almost invisible hisses of warning, or more likely, just through a complex, unspoken, and highly developed language of shared fearful glances, subtle hand signals, and terrified, understanding nods. No cheerful, morale-boosting whistling while you work down here in the dark. Remember that particular sonic indulgence was strictly, and for very good reason, off the Bronze Age Cretan workplace playlist, as it was highly likely to attract entirely the wrong kind of unwanted, and probably fatal, professional attention from upper management. And then, of course, there were the natural, or at least the structural and environmental, sounds inherent to the labyrinth itself, sounds that would become intimately, if unpleasantly, familiar to its long-term, however brief that long-term might actually be human occupants. The slow, steady, monotonous, almost maddeningly rhythmic drip, drip, drip of cold water seeping through unseen cracks in the massive stone ceiling in the damper. More subterranean sections of the maze, each individual drop landing with a sharp, distinct, surprisingly loud echoing plink in some hidden, stagnant puddle below. A sound that could, over many long, dark, terrifying hours of repetitive toil, quite easily drive a person to the very brink of distraction, or perhaps more charitably, become a perverse, distorted kind of temporal marker, a way of measuring the slow, agonizing passage of time in that timeless, sunless, eternal dark. The occasional, almost imperceptible, yet deeply unsettling rustle or soft, gritty crumble of ancient stone, as the massive cyclopean structure settled further and almost imperceptibly into the Cretan earth beneath it over the centuries. Or as tiny, insignificant pebbles were dislodged from the walls or ceiling by unseen forces like minute seismic tremors or even just changes in humidity, small, innocuous sounds that could nonetheless make your already overstressed heart leap violently into your throat, as you momentarily imagined some larger, more deliberate, and far more threatening movement nearby. If the ingenious Daedalus had indeed incorporated any cleverly hidden, almost invisible ventilation shafts into his design, as we speculated earlier, you might also sometimes hear the faint, mournful, almost human-like sigh or the eerie, high-pitched whistle of the outside wind as it found its way through these narrow, unseen, and probably cobweb-choked conduits. A ghostly, disembodied breath from the distant, sunlit, longed-for world above. A sound that could be both an incredible, poignant comfort and a profound, unbearable torment to those trapped below. And let's not, for a moment, forget the diverse and unsettling soundscape contributed by those other smaller, but equally unwelcome, uninvited labyrinth guests that we discussed in our previous sleepy segment. The sudden, sharp, almost explosive skittering of numerous rats within the unseen hollows of the walls, or dashing unseen across a nearby darkened passage. Their tiny, sharp claws making a dry, urgent, scratching sound that could, in a moment of panic, easily be mistaken for something far larger and more sinister. The almost inaudible, yet skin-crawlingly perceptible, rustle of a very large, very ancient spider shifting patiently in its vast, thick, dusty web just above your head. The soft, sudden, leathery flutter and click of a disturbed bat's wings as it navigated by echolocation in a higher, vaulted chamber. Its presence often felt before it was seen. The almost completely silent, yet utterly terrifying, sinister slither of a hunting snake across the cool, smooth stone floor nearby, or the faint, dry, almost metallic click-clack of a wary scorpion, or a large, armored centipede as it explored a pile of accumulated refuse or a crack in the wall just inches from your hand. These numerous, small, furtive, often unseen sounds, frequently heard but rarely pinpointed, would create a constant, deeply unnerving, and psychologically wearing undercurrent of unseen, often venomous, life all around you. A persistent, multi-layered reminder that you were never, ever truly alone down there, even when you most desperately, fervently wished you were. It's rather like living permanently in a very old, very large, very creepy, and demonstrably haunted house, where you're constantly, inescapably hearing things go bump, scratch, and slither in the night and also in the day, as it's always night in the labyrinth, only here. The things that go bump might not just be mischievous ghosts, but also actual physical creatures that might very well want to bite, sting, or otherwise inconvenience you. But clearly, overshadowing all these lesser, more ambient noises, the one specific set of sounds that would utterly dominate the labyrinth servitor's auditory landscape, the sounds they would constantly obsessively strain their ears to hear, and simultaneously, with every fiber of their being, dread ever hearing too clearly, above all others, was any sound whatsoever emanating from the Minotaur himself. His distant, mournful, almost bovine, yet disturbingly human-tinged bellows, echoing unpredictably and with terrifying resonance from some unknown, lightless depth of the sprawling maze. A sound that would instantly freeze the blood in your veins and send a sickening jolt of pure, unadulterated adrenaline coursing through anyone unfortunate enough to be within earshot. His closer, more guttural, angry, impatient snorts and his heavy, labored, almost asthmatic breathing, perhaps clearly indicating his formidable unseen physical presence lurking just around the next series of blind, oppressive turnings. The distinctive heavy, irregular thud and deliberate scrape of his massive cloven hooves on the hard stone floor as he purposefully, or perhaps just aimlessly, moved through his dark, familiar domain. Ancient peoples across many cultures often attributed great, sometimes prophetic, significance to specific, unusual, or particularly frightening sounds, frequently interpreting them as direct omens from the gods or demons, unambiguous messages from the spirit world, or even the literal voices of invisible spirits, malevolent monsters, or local nature deities. One can very easily and sympathetically imagine the terrified labyrinth servitors developing their own highly nuanced, if entirely unscientific, folkloric system for anxiously interpreting the Minotaur's various and frequent vocalizations. A low, continuous rumble might perhaps mean he's sleeping soundly and can be safely, or at least less dangerously, approached for feeding. A series of sharp, irritated snorts might clearly indicate that he's agitated and best avoided at all costs. A full-throated, enraged bellow, however, might chillingly signify that dinner's significantly late today, and I'm personally coming to find the delivery boy, and I am not in a good mood about it. The profound, unremitting psychological impact of this unique, perpetually terrifying, and utterly disorienting soundscape upon the labyrinth's human staff would have been immense and cumulatively devastating. The oppressive, almost tangible silence in many sections would inevitably heighten every other sense to an almost unbearable degree, making every unexpected innocent creak of stone or distant rustle of unseen movement a potential immediate and life-threatening sign of danger. The unavoidable inability to see very far in the dim, wavering torchlight would, by necessity, make their sense of hearing their primary, though often unreliable, early warning system against attack. Yet the very nature of the labyrinth's architecture, with its countless winding, narrow passages, its numerous blind corners, and its hard, sound-reflecting stone walls, would constantly distort, muffle, and strangely amplify sounds in unpredictable ways, making it incredibly difficult, if not outright impossible, to accurately judge the precise direction or the true distance of any particular noise, especially the critically important sounds indicating the approach of its most dangerous and only truly significant inhabitant. Was that heavy, rhythmic breathing sound actually getting closer? Or was it just a trick of the labyrinth's peculiar disorienting echoes? Did that last terrifying bellow come from the dark passage to the left, or from the one leading straight ahead into even deeper blackness? This pervasive, gnawing auditory uncertainty would be a constant, unbearable source of acute anxiety and chronic stress. A never-ending, high-stakes game of lethal, unseen, sonic hide-and-seek. The precise extent to which the original builders of ancient, monumental, and often sacred or fear-inspiring structures, such as the constructors of Egyptian tombs, the architects of Mesoamerican pyramids, or even, hypothetically, a genius like Daedalus designing the deliberately disorienting Cretan labyrinth, consciously, deliberately, and skillfully manipulated the specific acoustic properties of those enclosed spaces to achieve particular desired psychological, ritualistic, or even defensive effects. Beyond the inherent natural resonant qualities of massive stone construction and deliberately enclosed geometries, remains a truly fascinating, often highly speculative, and increasingly explored area of modern research, sometimes referred to as archaeoacoustics. Did Daedalus, for instance, with his legendary cunning, deliberately design certain specific sections of the Ladron to unnaturally amplify the Minotaur's terrifying roars, making him seem even larger and more ubiquitous than he actually was? Or did he perhaps engineer other areas to create deliberately confusing, disorienting echoes that would further confound and terrify anyone unfortunate enough to be trapped within its deadly coils? It's a chilling, if entirely unprovable, thought to take with you into your dreams. For the labyrinth's forgotten servitors, then the unique and ever-changing soundscape of their prison workplace was an absolutely integral, inescapable, and defining part of its daily terror. It was a world where an unnatural, prolonged silence could be just as menacing, if not more so, than a sudden, identifiable roar. It was a place where the innocent, rhythmic drip of water could, over time, sound like the slow, deliberate, approaching footstep of doom, and where the necessary, unavoidable scrape of their own humble broom on the stone floor could feel like a fatal, foolish betrayal of their vulnerable, hidden presence. They were living and somehow managing to work in a place that was not just a fiendishly complex physical maze, but also an equally bewildering and terrifying auditory one. A place where their ears were constantly, desperately straining, constantly being cruelly deceived by echoes and distortions, constantly, fearfully listening for the one specific, unmistakable sound they all prayed with every fiber of their being, that they would never, ever hear too close the unmistakable, final sound of the beast. An echo in the darkness that signaled not just another tedious chore left undone, but a human life about to be horrifically, brutally, and probably very, very noisily ended. It really does make you appreciate a good, solid, soundproofed pair of modern noise-canceling headphones, doesn't it? Though, in their particularly unenviable case, they probably would have collectively preferred some kind of highly effective, long-range, Minotaur repelling sonic emitter? If only the brilliant Daedalus had thought to invent one of those as well. Perhaps as a small workplace safety feature. If only. If only, indeed, the brilliant Daedalus had thought to invent some kind of highly effective, long-range, Minotaur repelling sonic emitter, perhaps with a pleasant lavender scent option as a standard workplace safety feature for the labyrinth's unfortunate staff. That certainly would have topped their wish list, just above better lighting and a decent dental plan. But alas, ancient Cretan employee benefits packages were notoriously lacking in monster deterrent technology. And while the Minotaur himself was undoubtedly hazard number one, with a capital H for horns, horrible and hungry, the labyrinth, that masterpiece of malicious architecture, was absolutely riddled with a host of other more mundane, yet still potentially lethal, occupational maze hazards. Just getting through a standard workday without being gored, eaten, or terminally bewildered was an achievement in itself. This wasn't just a dangerous job. It was an extreme sport where the only prize was not dying that particular day. Beyond the ever-present, bellowing, bull-headed elephant in every room or corridor, rather, the most constant, insidious fear for any labyrinth servitor was simply, profoundly, and terrifyingly getting lost. We've touched on their rudimentary navigational techniques, the chalk marks, the pebble cairns, the desperate mental maps, but the labyrinth was designed by a genius specifically to confound and defeat such efforts. Imagine the cold, sickening lurch in your stomach when you realize that the familiar sequence of turns you were following has suddenly led you into a completely unknown section of the maze. The passage ahead looks identical to 100 others, but it doesn't feel right. The air is different. The echoes are wrong. And that reassuring smudge of chalk you were expecting on the left-hand wall simply isn't there. Panic would be an instant, icy companion? In that disorienting, torchlit gloom, every wrong turning could be your last, leading you further and further away from any known landmark, deeper into the unmapped, uncleaned, and quite possibly more frequently Minotaur-patrolled heart of the maze. The consequences of becoming truly lost were dire, slow starvation and dehydration if the Minotaur didn't find you first. Or, more likely, blundering in your confused terror directly into his path. It's like your sat-nav having a total meltdown in the worst part of town. At night, with your phone battery at 1%, only instead of just risking getting mugged, you risk getting munched. Then there were the simple, everyday dangers of working in such a poorly lit, uneven, and often debris-strewn environment. Many ancient occupations, particularly things like mining, quarrying, or large-scale construction projects involving heavy stonework, were inherently incredibly dangerous by modern standards. Accident rates were undoubtedly high, and there was virtually no concept of formal workplace safety regulations. Personal protective equipment beyond perhaps a sturdy pair of sandals, if you were lucky, or employer liability as we understand it today. The labyrinth floors would have been uneven, littered with loose stones, perhaps slippery with dampness or other labyrinthine substances. Tripping and falling in the dim, flickering torchlight would be an almost daily occurrence. A twisted ankle, a a sprained wrist, a gashed knee. Injuries that might be minor annoyances in the outside world could be a death sentence in the labyrinth. If you couldn't keep up with your work team, if you couldn't move quickly when necessary, you became a liability, or worse, an easy, slow-moving target. A more serious injury, like a broken leg or a significant head wound from a fall, would be utterly catastrophic, effectively sealing your fate. There was no labyrinthine emergency medical service, no conveniently located first aid station stocked with bandages and ambrosia. Your colleagues, themselves terrified and struggling for survival, might offer what little help they could. But ultimately, you'd be on your own, a grim offering to the maze's indifference. Losing your tools, especially your light source, was another constant, terrifying hazard. Imagine your greasy, resinous torch sputtering, a vital sign you've ignored for too long in your haste or fear. And then, with a final, defiant hiss, it extinguishes, plunging you into absolute, impenetrable, Stygian darkness. The terror of that moment, suddenly blind in a place designed to confuse, acutely aware of every rustle and every drip, every imagined breath nearby, is almost too much to contemplate. Even losing a more mundane tool, like your shovel or your water bucket, could be disastrous. It might mean an inability to complete your assigned task, which could incur the wrath of whatever overseer managed the labyrinth staff, assuming such a middle manager of misery existed. Or it might mean having to backtrack through dangerous territory to retrieve it, doubling your risk of an unpleasant encounter. Has anyone seen my good labyrinth mucking shovel? The one with the slightly bent handle? I think I left it next to that pile of very large, suspicious-looking bones. Probably not a conversation you wanted to have too often. And what about the structural integrity of the labyrinth itself? Daedalus was a genius, no doubt, but even his masterpiece was built of stone, subject to the slow decay of time, the subtle shifting of the earth, and the not-so-subtle stresses of having a very large, very strong, and occasionally very angry Minotaur stomping around inside it. Small rock falls from the ceiling, dislodged by tremors or by the creature's own movements, could be a sudden, unexpected danger. Passages might gradually become unstable, their walls bulging or threatening to collapse. The extent to which ancient employers or states in the Bronze Age Aegean or other early civilizations felt any significant, ongoing responsibility for the physical safety and general well-being of their lowest status laborers, particularly those who were slaves, captives, or performing uniquely hazardous roles like mining or, hypothetically, labyrinth maintenance, beyond simply ensuring the immediate completion of a required task, is a complex and often rather sobering question in ancient social and economic history. While a skilled artisan might be valued, an expendable servitor in a deadly maze was probably not high on the list for regular workplace safety inspections or structural integrity reports. The West Wing corridor seems a bit crumbly today. Sire, just prop it up with a spare Athenian. Daedalus, I'm busy. We've already touched upon the delightful lesser denizens of the labyrinth. The rats, the spiders, the snakes, the scorpions, the centipedes. While perhaps not as immediately life-threatening as the Minotaur, a bite or sting from one of these venomous, uninvited guests, especially in an environment with no access to medical treatment, could easily lead to a painful, debilitating illness, infection, or even a slow, agonizing death. A sudden, startling encounter with a snake in a narrow passage could also cause you to drop your torch, stumble, or cry out, any of which could attract far worse attention. It's like trying to focus on your main job while also constantly having to play a real-life version of that game where you whack the prairie dogs. Only the prairie dogs are poisonous and the hammer is your own terrified foot. Finally, there are the insidious psychological hazards. The constant, unrelenting fear, the profound, soul-crushing isolation, even if working in a small team, the sheer mind-numbing monotony of the dreadful tasks, repeated day after day in the same oppressive, terrifying environment, the ever-present awareness of your own expendability. All of this would take a terrible toll on anyone's mental state. leading to distraction, carelessness, and fatal mistakes. Ancient mariners, miners, and travelers undertaking long and perilous journeys sometimes carried specific amulets, talismans, or invoked particular patron deities or saints for protection against getting lost, for warding off evil spirits, or for ensuring a safe return from their dangerous endeavors. Perhaps the labyrinth servitors had their own desperate, unrecorded versions of such practices. A whispered prayer to a forgotten Cretan earth deity, a small, smooth stone clutched in a sweaty palm, a secret symbol scratched on a hidden part of their ragged clothing. Anything to provide even a sliver of psychological comfort? A tiny shield against the overwhelming sense of dread and hopelessness? They might have even developed a very dark, very specific labyrinth-based gallows humor, if only to keep themselves from going completely mad. What's the Minotaur's favorite type of music? Heavy metal. On bone flutes. Too soon. Probably always too soon down there. So, you see, even if, by some miracle, the Minotaur was having a particularly placid day, perhaps peacefully digesting his latest Athenian tribute and taking a long nap in his favorite gloomy cul-de-sac, the labyrinth itself remained an incredibly, relentlessly dangerous work environment. It was a death trap by design, a place where a moment's inattention, a flicker of bad luck, or a simple mundane accident could be just as fatal as a direct encounter with the beast it was built to contain. The occupational hazards were not just mythical, they were terrifyingly, grindingly real for those forgotten souls whose daily chores involved walking, working, and trying to survive in the world's most perilous and poorly managed basement. Their pay slip, had they received one, would have needed a very, very long section under risk allowance. If only, indeed, the brilliant, if somewhat morally flexible, Daedalus had thought to invent some kind of highly effective, long-range, perhaps even pleasantly scented, Minotaur-repelling sonic emitter, and then generously included it as a standard workplace safety feature for the labyrinth's perpetually unfortunate and undoubtedly highly stressed staff. That particular piece of advanced Minoan technology certainly would have topped their collective wish list, probably ranking just slightly above considerably better interior lighting. A reliable map that actually works, and perhaps even a decent, comprehensive dental plan that covers horn-related injuries. But alas, as far as the myths tell us, ancient Cretan employee benefits packages were notoriously, and rather tragically, lacking in any form of effective monster deterrent technology. And while the fearsome Minotaur himself, with his sharp horns, his crushing hooves, and his notoriously bad temper, was undoubtedly hazard number one, with a very large, very capital H for horns, of course, but also for horrible, homicidal, and perpetually hungry. The labyrinth itself, that masterpiece of malicious and deliberately bewildering architecture, was absolutely positively riddled with a veritable host of other, more mundane, less mythically glamorous, yet still potentially quite lethal, everyday occupational maze hazards, just successfully getting through a standard, miserable workday within its oppressive confines without being gored, unexpectedly eaten, or simply terminally bewildered and lost, was surely an achievement of almost heroic proportions in itself. This wasn't just a statistically dangerous job with a high attrition rate. This was effectively an extreme, involuntary sport where the only conceivable prize at the end of each shift was the dubious honor of not having died that particular day, only to have to face it all again on the morrow. Beyond the ever-present, bellowing, bullheaded, and generally rather antisocial elephant in every single room, or rather in every single dark, echoing corridor, the most constant, the most insidious, and perhaps the most psychologically wearing fear for any labyrinth servitor was simply, profoundly, and utterly terrifyingly, getting hopelessly, irretrievably lost. We've already touched upon their likely desperate, rudimentary navigational techniques in a previous sleepy segment. The faint, easily smudged chalk marks, the carefully arranged but easily disturbed pebble cairns, The desperate, fallible mental maps. But it bears repeating that the labyrinth was specifically designed by a recognized genius of intricate construction with the primary, malicious intention of confounding and utterly defeating all such mundane human efforts at orientation and escape. Imagine, just for a chilling moment, that cold, sickening, almost physical lurch in the pit of your stomach when you suddenly horribly realize that the familiar, memorized sequence of left and right turns you were so confidently following has unexpectedly, inexplicably led you into a completely unknown, utterly featureless section of the endless maze. The dark passage ahead looks precisely, maddeningly identical to 100 others you've already trudged through, but it somehow doesn't feel right. The stale air is subtly different. The echoes of your own footsteps sound disturbingly wrong, and that one reassuringly familiar. Uniquely shaped smudge of ancient lichen you were expecting to see on the left-hand wall at this particular junction simply isn't there. Cold, primal panic would be an instant, icy, and entirely unwelcome companion. In that disorienting, flickering, insufficient torchlit gloom, every single uncertain new turning could potentially be your very last, leading you further and further away from any known landmark, any hope of rescue, deeper and deeper into the unmapped, uncleaned, unvisited, and quite possibly far more frequently Minotaur patrolled. Dark heart of the infernal maze. The inevitable consequences of becoming truly, hopelessly lost within its coils were predictably dire. A slow, agonizing death from starvation and dehydration. If the Minotaur, by some miracle, didn't happen to find you first, or, far more likely, blundering in your confused, exhausted terror directly and calamitously into his path when he was feeling particularly peckish. It's rather like your modern smartphone sat-nav suddenly having a complete catastrophic meltdown and repeatedly telling you to turn left into the abyss while you're navigating the worst, most dangerous part of an unfamiliar city, late at night, with your phone battery rapidly draining down to 1%, only instead of just risking the comparatively mundane unpleasantness of getting mugged, you face the far more mythically significant and considerably messier risk of getting thoroughly and enthusiastically munched by a large mythical hybrid. Then, of course, there were the simple, almost unavoidable and everyday physical dangers of consistently working in such a poorly lit, incredibly uneven, and often treacherously debris-strewn subterranean environment. Many ancient occupations, particularly large-scale endeavors such as mining for precious metals in deep, unstable shafts, quarrying massive stone blocks for monumental construction, or engaging in complex multi-story building projects like the Minoan palaces themselves, were inherently incredibly dangerous by any modern safety standards. Accident rates were undoubtedly extremely high, and there was virtually no formal concept of occupational health and safety regulations. No provision of personal protective equipment beyond perhaps a sturdy pair of thick-soled leather sandals. If you were exceptionally fortunate as a laborer, and certainly no established system of employer liability or workers' compensation as we would understand it today. The rough, uneven floors of the labyrinth would undoubtedly have been perpetually littered with loose, sharp stones, perhaps slippery with constant dampness in places, or made even more treacherous by unseen patches of, well, other more organic, labyrinthine substances that we've already discussed at some length. Tripping, stumbling, and falling in the dim, unreliable and flickering torchlight would have been an almost daily, if not hourly, occupational occurrence for the labyrinth staff. A painfully twisted ankle, a badly sprained wrist from trying to break a fall, a deeply gashed knee from colliding with a sharp stone projection, injuries that might be considered relatively minor. Treatable annoyances in the sunlit outside world could easily become a debilitating, life-threatening death sentence down in the isolated darkness of the labyrinth. If you couldn't keep up with your designated work team due to injury, if you couldn't move quickly and quietly when absolutely necessary, you instantly became a dangerous liability to your colleagues. Or worse, an easy, slow moving, and conveniently incapacitated target for the labyrinth's primary predator. A more serious injury, such as a compound fracture of a leg or a significant bleeding head wound sustained from a bad fall onto the hard stone, would be utterly, irredeemably catastrophic, effectively sealing your grim fate on the spot. There was certainly no labyrinthine emergency medical service on standby, no conveniently located, well-stocked first aid station staffed by trained paramedics with fresh bandages and perhaps a soothing vial of ambrosia. Your terrified colleagues, themselves constantly struggling for their own precarious survival, might offer what little panicked help they could. Perhaps a crude binding for a wound, or a shoulder to lean on for a short distance. But ultimately, if seriously injured, you'd be entirely on your own. Another grim, anonymous offering to the maze's cold, stony indifference. The labyrinth had no sick leave policy, only a very efficient, if gruesome, termination process. Losing your essential tools, especially your precious life-sustaining light source, was another constant, deeply terrifying occupational hazard. Imagine, for a truly chilling moment, your greasy, resinous, sputtering torch. A vital sign of dwindling fuel that you've perhaps ignored for just a moment too long in your haste. Your fear, or your sheer exhaustion, suddenly with a final, defiant, smoky hiss, extinguishing completely, plunging you instantly and utterly into absolute impenetrable, suffocating, Stygian darkness. The sheer, primal terror of that single moment, suddenly rendered completely blind in a place specifically designed to confuse and disorient all your other senses. Acutely, almost painfully aware of every tiny, imagined rustle, every distant, echoing drip of water, every imagined monstrous breath nearby in the blackness, is almost too much for a sleepy mind to comfortably contemplate. Even losing a more mundane, less immediately critical tool, like your trusty shovel or your essential water bucket, could be equally disastrous in its own way. It might mean an immediate inability to complete your assigned, life-sustaining task for that shift, which could, in turn, incur the swift and terrible wrath of whatever unseen, pitiless overseer might have managed the labyrinth's unfortunate human staff, assuming such a specialized middle manager of profound misery even existed. Or, perhaps even more dangerously, it might mean having to make the terrifying decision to backtrack alone through previously traversed, potentially monster-patrolled territory in a desperate attempt to retrieve it, thereby effectively doubling your personal risk of a very unpleasant, and probably very final, encounter with the beast. Has anyone seen my good, sturdy labyrinth mucking shovel? The one with the slightly bent handle and the distinctive pattern of ancient, dried bloodstains? I think I might have absent-mindedly left it next to that particularly large, rather suspicious-looking pile of very fresh, very big bones back there. That's probably not a workplace conversation you wanted to have too often. Or indeed, ever. And what about the inherent structural integrity, or potential lack thereof, of the labyrinth itself over the many long years or even decades of its use? Daedalus was undeniably a genius, a master builder. No doubt about it. But even his divinely inspired architectural masterpiece was ultimately built of heavy stone, inevitably subject to the slow, insidious decay of passing time. The subtle, constant shifting of the Cretan earth beneath it, the Aegean being a seismically active region, and, of course, the not-so-subtle, occasionally violent stresses and strains of having a very large, very strong, and sometimes incredibly angry Minotaur stomping, charging, and perhaps even deliberately battering around inside its confining walls. Small, unexpected rockfalls from the unseen, lofty ceiling, or sections of wall suddenly dislodged by minor earth tremors or by the creature's own powerful, frustrated movements, could represent a sudden, unforeseen, and potentially crushing danger to anyone unfortunate enough to be in the wrong corridor at the wrong time. Certain passages might gradually become structurally unstable over the years, their ancient walls bulging inwards or threatening to completely collapse without warning. The precise extent to which ancient employers, powerful states, or even individual patrons in the Bronze Age Aegean or other early civilizations felt any significant, ongoing, or legally binding responsibility for ensuring the physical safety and general day-to-day well-being of their lowest status. Most expendable laborers, and particularly those who were clearly identifiable as slaves, captured enemies, or individuals performing uniquely hazardous and undesirable roles, such as mining in unsafe conditions or, hypothetically, providing daily labyrinth maintenance, beyond simply ensuring the immediate necessary completion of a required task, is naturally a complex, often rather sobering, and frequently debated question in ancient social and economic history. While a highly skilled, valued artisan or a trusted palace administrator might have been considered a valuable asset worth protecting, an entirely anonymous and easily replaceable servitor toiling in a deadly hidden maze was probably not particularly high on King Midas's list for regular workplace safety inspections. Comprehensive risk assessments, or timely structural integrity reports from Daedalus Engineering Inc. That particular corridor in the West Wing seems a bit unusually crumbly and unstable today. Your Majesty, just tell them to prop it up with a spare Athenian tribute. Daedalus, I'm terribly busy with affairs of state this morning, and try not to bother me with such trivialities again. We've already touched, with a suitable shudder, upon the delightful ever-present company of the lesser denizens of the labyrinth in a previous section. The ubiquitous rats, the enormous ancient spiders, the silent, slithering snakes, the lurking scorpions, the scurrying, venomous centipedes, venomous, while perhaps not as immediately and overwhelmingly life-threatening as an encounter with the Minotaur himself. A sudden, unexpected bite or sting from one of these many charming, uninvited, venomous guests, especially in an environment with absolutely no access to any form of effective medical treatment or antidote, could easily lead to a painful, debilitating illness, a raging, unchecked infection, or even a slow, miserable, agonizing death from poison or sepsis. A sudden, startling encounter with a large, aggressive snake in a narrow, confined passage could also easily cause you to drop your precious torch in terror, stumble backwards into an unseen hazard, or cry out involuntarily, any of which unfortunate reactions could, in turn, attract far worse and far larger, unwanted attention. It's rather like trying to concentrate on your primary, very important job, not being eaten by the Minotaur while also simultaneously having to play a constant, exhausting real-life version of that classic arcade game where you have to frantically whack the prairie dogs as they pop up from their holes. Only in this particularly stressful version, the prairie dogs are all highly poisonous, and the only hammer you have is your own terrified, frantically stamping foot. Finally, and perhaps most insidiously of all, there are the profound, unavoidable psychological hazards of such an existence. The constant, unremitting, soul-eroding fear. The profound, echoing, almost complete social and sensory isolation, even if one was occasionally working in a very small, equally terrified team. The sheer, mind-numbing, almost unbearable monotony of the dreadful and repulsive tasks. Repeated day after weary day in the same oppressive, unchanging, terrifying environment. The ever-present, crushing awareness of your own utter expendability in the eyes of your masters. All of this accumulated stress and despair would inevitably take a terrible, irreversible toll on anyone's mental state, leading to chronic distraction, dangerous carelessness, profound depression, and ultimately, a higher likelihood of making fatal mistakes. Ancient mariners embarking on long, perilous sea voyages, miners descending into dark, dangerous shafts, and solitary travelers undertaking journeys through bandit-infested wildernesses sometimes carried specific, treasured amulets, powerful talismans, or fervently invoked particular patron deities, saints, or local spirits for divine protection against the specific dangers of getting lost, for the warding off of evil spirits or ill fortune, or simply for the desperate hope of ensuring a safe return from their hazardous endeavors. Perhaps the labyrinth servitors, in their abject misery, had their own desperate, unrecorded, and probably entirely ineffective versions of such protective practices. A whispered, heartfelt prayer to some forgotten, benevolent Cretan earth deity or a spirit of lost causes? A small, smooth, comforting stone clutched tightly in a sweaty, trembling palm. A secret, hopeful symbol surreptitiously scratched onto a hidden part of their ragged, filthy clothing with a sharp flint. Anything at all, no matter how small or irrational, to provide even a fleeting, momentary sliver of psychological comfort. A tiny, fragile shield against the overwhelming, crushing sense of omnipresent dread and utter abject hopelessness. They might have, even in their darkest hours, developed a very grim, very specific, labyrinth-based gallows humor, if only to keep themselves from succumbing entirely to madness. What's the Minotaur's absolute favorite type of popular music? You ask why? Heavy metal, of course. Preferably played on instruments fashioned from freshly gnawed human bone flutes. Too soon for that joke. Probably always far too soon. Down there in the eternal, terrifying darkness. So, you can clearly see, as you drift further into your own safe, comfortable sleep, that even if by some incredible once-in-a-lifetime miracle, the mighty Minotaur was having a particularly placid, perhaps even a generously benevolent day, maybe he was peacefully digesting his latest substantial Athenian tribute and taking an exceptionally long, contented nap in his favorite gloomy, inaccessible cul-de-sac, the labyrinth itself, as a physical structure and a working environment, remained an incredibly, relentlessly, and multifariously dangerous place to be. It was, by its very inception and brilliant design, an elaborate, inescapable death trap, a place where a single moment's inattention, a fleeting flicker of bad luck, or a simple, mundane, everyday accident could be just as instantly and unequivocally fatal as a direct, terrifying, head-on encounter with the monstrous, bloodthirsty beast it was so famously, and so effectively, built to contain. The numerous occupational hazards faced by its staff were not just mythical or symbolic. They were terrifyingly, grindingly, and unavoidably real for those forgotten. Anonymous souls whose grim daily chores involved the necessity of walking, working, and somehow attempting to survive day after terrifying day in what was arguably the world's most perilous, most unpleasant, and most thoroughly, comprehensively poorly managed basement. Their final payslip, had they ever actually lived long enough to receive one, would have needed a very, very, very long and detailed section prominently labeled Extreme Risk Allowance. And it still wouldn't have been enough. That extreme risk allowance, had it ever existed on some mythical Minoan payslip, still wouldn't have come close to compensating for the full spectrum of horrors endured by the labyrinth's janitorial staff. Beyond the constant threat of being gored, eaten, squashed by falling rocks, bitten by giant venomous spiders, or simply getting irretrievably lost in an Escher painting designed by a sadist, there was the silent, insidious, and utterly crushing psychological toll of their daily existence. Living and working under such extreme, unremitting duress, in an environment designed to inspire terror and despair, would inevitably grind down even the most resilient human spirit. So, as you sink deeper into the comfortable safety of your own bed, let's spare a sleepy, empathetic thought for the inner lives of these forgotten servitors, for the janitor's grim, almost unimaginable and mental and emotional existence. This wasn't just a bad job, it was a full-time, involuntary immersion course in existential dread with a very poor student support system. Imagine the constant, gnawing fear, not just the acute, heart-stopping terror of a near miss with the Minotaur, but the chronic, low-level anxiety that would become the very wallpaper of your consciousness. Every creak of stone, every distant bellow, every flicker of your torch in an unexpected draft would send a jolt of adrenaline through your system. You'd live perpetually on a knife edge, your nervous system frayed, your sleep, if you ever truly slept soundly, plagued by nightmares from which waking was only a temporary and equally terrifying reprieve. Ancient societies certainly recognized various forms of mental distress, what we might broadly term anxiety, depression, or even forms of madness, though their understanding and explanations for these conditions differed greatly from modern psychiatric concepts, often attributing them to divine anger, curses, demonic possession, or imbalances in bodily humors rather than to environmental or psychological stressors. But whatever they called it, the conditions in the labyrinth were a perfect breeding ground for what we'd now recognize as severe chronic stress and trauma. It's hard to practice mindfulness when a half-ton bullman might be practicing his pounce around the next corner. Then there was the overwhelming sense of hopelessness and despair. The labyrinth was, by definition, inescapable, at least for its designated prisoners and, by extension, for those forced to work within its coils. For the servitors, there was likely no prospect of promotion, no chance of early retirement other than the very early, very permanent kind. No hope of ever seeing the sunlit world outside again, unless it was on their final grim journey as a snack for Asterion. This utter lack of agency, this complete absence of a foreseeable end to their suffering, would be profoundly corrosive to the human spirit. Why bother trying to do a good job? Why bother trying to stay sane when your ultimate fate seems so cruelly, inevitably sealed? It's the kind of soul-crushing despair that can make even the simplest task feel like an insurmountable burden. The labyrinth wasn't just a physical prison, it was a psychological one. Its winding corridors mirroring the inescapable, looping thoughts of a mind trapped in unending misery. Their only hope was perhaps that the Minotaur was a particularly quick eater. Small mercies, the monotony and dehumanization of their daily task would further compound this psychological burden. Shoveling dung, hauling water, sweeping endless identical passages, these are not activities that nourish the soul or affirm one's humanity, especially when performed in constant, mortal fear, in near darkness, and in almost complete isolation from the normal sights, sounds, and comforts of human society. The work was repulsive, repetitive, and seemingly without any positive purpose beyond prolonging their own miserable existence and that of their monstrous charge. They were, in essence, cogs in a machine designed for suffering, their individual identities slowly being erased by the grime, the gloom, and the grinding routine. The extent to which individuals in ancient, highly stratified, and often incredibly brutal societies were able to articulate, share, or find any form of communal support for what we would now readily identify as psychological trauma or severe occupational stress, versus a societal or personal expectation of stoic endurance, a fatalistic acceptance of one's lot, or perhaps attributing all such suffering to the inscrutable will of the gods or inescapable fate, remains a challenging and deeply poignant area of ongoing historical empathy and nuanced scholarly interpretation. Were they able to comfort each other, to find solace in shared misery? Or did the environment foster a grim, suspicious individualism where it was every unfortunate soul for themselves? Paranoia would likely be a constant companion. In a place where survival depended on vigilance, but where your senses were constantly being tricked by echoes, shadows, and the oppressive atmosphere, how could you trust what you saw or heard? Was that flicker of movement at the end of the corridor just your torchlight playing tricks? Or was it him? Was that faint scraping sound just rats? Or something far larger, far more deliberate? Even your fellow servitors might become objects of suspicion. In such a desperate environment, could you truly trust anyone not to betray you? Or abandon you? Or even push you towards danger to save their own skin? The labyrinth would be a breeding ground for mistrust, for the kind of gnawing unease that eats away at your sanity. It's hard enough sharing an office with someone who steals your stapler. Imagine sharing a subterranean maze with colleagues who might, at any moment, decide you look tastier than the hay bales. How did they cope? Or did they simply not cope, eventually succumbing to madness or a catatonic state of despair. Perhaps some found a kind of grim numbness, a shutting down of emotion, a way to perform their tasks robotically, without truly feeling the horror of their situation. Apathy could be a shield, a way to distance oneself from the unbearable reality. We've already mentioned the possibility of gallows humor, those desperate whispered jokes in the face of certain doom, a fleeting, defiant spark of humanity in the oppressive darkness. Anyone else notice the boss is shedding a bit more this season? Maybe we should collect the fur, make some nice warm slippers for winter, if we live that long. Maybe some clung to tiny, almost irrational hopes. The hope of a mistake, a forgotten gate, a sudden earthquake that just might, offer a path to escape. The hope that Theseus or some other hero might one day arrive, though if they knew the full details of the Athenian tribute, that hope might be tinged with the grim knowledge that more victims were simply on their way. Perhaps they engaged in small, secret acts of rebellion or attempts to maintain a shred of their former identity. A quirky and often moving tidbit from studies of enslaved or imprisoned peoples across various cultures is the discovery of small, almost invisible acts of resistance or expressions of individuality. A hidden carving on a wall, a secretly kept personal token, a forbidden song hummed softly when no one was listening, or even just the mental fortitude to remember one's own name and story in a system designed to erase them. Did any labyrinth servitor ever dare to scratch their initials, or a tiny symbol of defiance or hope, onto a forgotten stone in some remote passage? A minuscule "I was here, I existed," against the overwhelming indifference of the maze. We can only wonder, and perhaps, sleepily, hope they did. They might have developed their own deeply personal, desperate superstitions or private rituals. Perhaps, as we speculated, they offered silent prayers to forgotten gods or local spirits of the earth and darkness, not for heroic deliverance, but simply for the strength to face another day, for a moment's inattention from the Minotaur, for their torch not to go out at the worst possible moment. These small internal acts of faith or ritual could provide a fragile psychological anchor in a sea of terror and meaninglessness. The sheer sensory deprivation in some ways, coupled with the constant sensory overload of fear and stench in others, would also play havoc with the mind. The eternal twilight, the unchanging, monotonous stone textures, the limited range of sounds mostly terrifying or depressing. It could lead to a kind of waking nightmare, where the boundaries between reality, memory, and fearful imagination begin to blur. Did they see things in the shadows that weren't there? Did the echoes begin to whisper their names? Or their deepest fears? The labyrinth was not just a physical trap, it was a mental one, a perfect environment for breeding despair, delusion, and the slow, quiet unraveling of the human mind. Their only escape was perhaps into their own thoughts. But in such a place, even one's own thoughts might not be a safe refuge for long. The daily grind wasn't just physically exhausting, it was psychically vampiric, slowly draining away their will to live. One miserable, terrifying chore at a time. That rather understated and entirely hypothetical. Extreme risk allowance on their payslip had such a wonderfully anachronistic and employee-conscious document ever actually existed in Minoan Crete, still wouldn't have even begun to remotely compensate for the full, horrifying spectrum of physical and mental anguish endured by the labyrinth's perpetually unfortunate and entirely forgotten janitorial staff. Beyond the constant visceral threat of being unexpectedly gored by massive horns, brutally eaten by a mythical monster, unceremoniously squashed by tons of falling rocks, painfully bitten by giant venomous spiders of unusual size, or simply, and with tragic finality, getting irretrievably, hopelessly lost in an architectural Escher painting, seemingly designed by a particularly malevolent sadist, there was also, and perhaps even more insidiously, the silent, relentless, and utterly crushing psychological toll of their grim, day-to-day, subterranean existence. living and working under such extreme, unremitting, and inescapable duress, in an environment meticulously and ingeniously designed to inspire abject terror and profound, soul-withering despair, would inevitably, over time, grind down even the most resilient, most optimistic, and most determined human spirit. So, as you sink ever deeper now into the comfortable, encompassing safety of your own familiar bed, let's spare a final, sleepy, deeply empathetic thought for the tormented inner lives of these anonymous, long-lost servitors, for the labyrinth janitor's grim, almost unimaginable and profoundly isolating mental and emotional existence. This wasn't just a statistically bad, undesirable job with poor prospects. It was, for all intents and purposes, a full-time, entirely involuntary, and deeply immersive experiential course in advanced existential dread, one that came with a notoriously poor student support system and absolutely no possibility of early graduation. Except perhaps through the Minotaur's own rather abrupt and messy form of final examination. Imagine, if you possibly can without upsetting your own peaceful slumber, the constant gnawing, acid-in-the-stomach sensation of fear. Not just the acute, heart-stopping, ice-in-the-veins terror of a very near miss with the bellowing Minotaur himself, but also the chronic, debilitating, low-level and free-floating anxiety that would inevitably become the very wallpaper, the very fabric of your daily consciousness. Every unexpected creak of ancient stone overhead, every distant, unidentifiable bellow echoing from the lightless depths, every unsettling flicker of your precious torch flame in an unexpected, unfelt draft would send a fresh, sickening jolt of adrenaline surging through your already overstressed system. You'd be forced to live perpetually on a razor-fine knife edge of heightened alert, your entire nervous system irrevocably frayed and screaming for relief. Your all too brief periods of exhausted sleep, if you ever truly, deeply slept soundly again in that terrible place, undoubtedly plagued by terrifying, vivid nightmares from which waking was only a temporary, and equally terrifying, short-lived reprieve. Ancient societies, from Mesopotamia to Egypt and Greece, certainly recognized and described various forms of what we would now broadly term mental distress, conditions akin to severe anxiety, profound depression, debilitating phobias, or even forms of perceived madness or personality disintegration. However, their understanding and explanations for these deeply troubling conditions differed vastly from modern psychiatric or psychological concepts. Such afflictions were often attributed not to environmental stressors or internal cognitive processes, but rather to external supernatural causes, such as the direct anger of a particular god or goddess, the effects of a malicious curse or witchcraft, demonic possession by malevolent spirits, or perhaps physiological imbalances in the body's essential humors, as later Greek medical theory would propose. But whatever they might have called it, or to whatever divine or demonic agency they might have ascribed it, the unrelenting, oppressive conditions within the Cretan labyrinth were undeniably a perfect, nightmarish breeding ground for what we'd now readily recognize as severe, chronic, and complex post-traumatic stress disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and profound clinical depression. It's incredibly difficult to practice mindful meditation and positive affirmations when a half-ton, carnivorous bullman might genuinely be practicing his deadly pounce just around the next dark, unlit corner. I am safe. I am calm. I am... Oh gods, what was that noise? Then, layered on top of the constant fear, there was the almost unbearable, soul-crushing weight of utter hopelessness and profound, unyielding despair. The labyrinth was, by its very nature and ingenious design, intended to be entirely inescapable, at least for its designated primary prisoners, the Minotaur and the Athenian tributes, and, by logical extension, for those unfortunate souls forced to work within its bewildering, disorienting coils. For the labyrinth servitors, there was likely no conceivable prospect of future promotion to a less hazardous department. No chance of earning enough for an early, comfortable retirement other than the very early, very permanent, and decidedly uncomfortable kind offered by their horned coworker. No realistic hope of ever seeing the bright, warm, sunlit world outside the maze again. Unless it was perhaps on their final, grim, one-way journey as a prepackaged snack for Asterion. This utter, abject lack of personal agency, this complete and terrifying absence of any foreseeable positive end to their daily suffering and confinement, would be profoundly, deeply corrosive to the very essence of the human spirit. Why, one might eventually ask in the depths of such despair, even bother trying to do a good job of sweeping? Why bother trying to stay sane and alert, when your ultimate gruesome fate seems so cruelly, so arbitrarily, and so inevitably sealed it's the kind of soul-crushing, existential despair that can make even the simplest, most mundane physical task feel like an utterly insurmountable, Herculean burden? The labyrinth, you see, wasn't just a fiendishly clever physical prison. It was also, and perhaps even more effectively, a terrifyingly efficient psychological one. Its endlessly winding, repetitive, and inescapable corridors perfectly mirroring the inescapable, maddeningly looping, and doom-laden thoughts of a human mind trapped in a state of unending, abject misery. Their only realistic long-term hope was perhaps that the Minotaur was a particularly quick and efficient eater when the time finally came. Small and rather grim. Mercies, eh? The sheer mind-numbing monotony and the profound, almost spiritual dehumanization inherent in their daily, repulsive tasks would further compound this already considerable psychological burden. The endless shoveling of dung, the laborious hauling of heavy waterskins, the eternal sweeping of identical, featureless passages. These are not exactly activities that nourish the human soul, affirm one's intrinsic self-worth, or inspire great works of art and poetry, especially when they are performed in a state of constant, mortal fear, in near total darkness, and in almost complete terrifying isolation from the normal sights, sounds, smells, and comforts of ordinary human society and companionship. The work was relentlessly repulsive, brutally repetitive, and seemingly without any discernible positive purpose beyond merely prolonging their own miserable, fear-filled existence and, paradoxically, that of their monstrous, ever-present charge. They were, in essence, little more than expendable, biological cogs in a vast infernal machine seemingly designed for the sole purpose of perpetuating suffering and despair. Their individual identities, their personal histories, their hopes and dreams, if they ever had any, were slowly but surely being systematically erased by the pervasive grime, the oppressive gloom, and the soul-destroying, grinding daily routine. The precise extent to which individuals in ancient, highly stratified, often incredibly brutal, and pre-psychiatric societies were even able to clearly articulate, to openly share with others, or to find any form of meaningful communal support or effective coping mechanisms for what we would now readily identify as severe psychological trauma, debilitating occupational stress, or profound existential despair, versus a deeply ingrained societal or intensely personal expectation of stoic, silent endurance, a fatalistic, unquestioning acceptance of one's divinely ordained or socially determined lot in life. Or perhaps the common practice of attributing all such deep suffering to the inscrutable, unavoidable will of the gods or the inescapable workings of blind, indifferent fate remains a particularly challenging, deeply poignant, and often quite speculative area of historical empathy, social history, and nuanced scholarly interpretation. Were these labyrinth servitors ever able to truly comfort each other in their shared misery? To find some small, fleeting solace in their collective, horrific predicament? Or did the terrifying, isolating, and intensely competitive environment, where another's demise might mean your own temporary survival, inevitably foster a grim, suspicious, and ultimately self-destructive individualism, where it was every unfortunate, terrified soul, for themselves in a desperate, daily struggle for existence? A corrosive, gnawing paranoia would likely also be a constant, unwelcome mental companion for anyone working in the labyrinth. In a place where your very survival from one moment to the next often depended entirely on your heightened vigilance and the reliability of your senses, but where those same senses were constantly being cruelly tricked by distorting echoes, by deceiving, flickering shadows, and by the generally oppressive, fear-inducing atmosphere, how could you ever truly trust what you thought you saw, heard, or even smelled? Was that fleeting, indistinct flicker of movement you just glimpsed at the far end of the long, dark corridor merely your overworked torchlight playing tricks on your exhausted eyes? Or was it him, silently, patiently watching you? Was that faint, almost inaudible scraping sound just the normal settling of ancient rats within the walls? Or was it something far larger, far more deliberate, and far more menacing approaching your position? Even your few fellow servitors, your only human companions in that hellish place, might eventually become objects of deep, consuming suspicion. In such a desperate, high-stakes, every man for himself environment, could you ever truly, completely trust anyone not to betray you for an extra food ration? To deliberately abandon you in a moment of panic? Or even in a truly desperate situation, to actively try and push you towards an imminent danger in a desperate attempt to save their own skin? The labyrinth, with its isolation and constant threat, would be a perfect, fertile breeding ground for intense mistrust, for the kind of gnawing, corrosive unease and suspicion that slowly but surely eats away at your sanity and your ability to form normal human bonds. It's hard enough sharing a small, modern office cubicle with someone who consistently steals your favorite pens or microwaves fish for lunch. Imagine trying to share a vast, dark, subterranean maze with colleagues who might, at any given moment, genuinely decide that you look significantly tastier, or at least less dangerous, than the prospect of delivering the next load of hay bales to the perpetually grumpy bull monster in residence. How then, did they cope? Or did they, in fact, simply not cope? Eventually succumbing entirely to a gibbering madness, a catatonic state of profound despair, or a complete merciful mental shutdown. Perhaps some, through sheer force of will or grim necessity, found a kind of desperate protective numbness, a deliberate, almost physical shutting down of all emotion, a way to perform their dreadful, repulsive tasks almost robotically, without truly consciously feeling or acknowledging the full, unbearable horror of their daily situation. Apathy, in such extreme circumstances, could be a surprisingly effective, if ultimately soul-destroying, shield, a way to temporarily distance oneself from an entirely unbearable, inescapable reality. We've already briefly mentioned the possibility of a deeply ingrained gallows humor, those desperate, defiant, whispered jokes shared in the face of almost certain gruesome doom, a fleeting, fragile, yet profoundly human spark of shared defiance and resilience in the midst of overwhelming, oppressive darkness. Anyone else notice that the big boss seems to be shedding a bit more of his lovely fur this season? Maybe if we collect enough of it, we could knit some nice, warm, albeit slightly smelly, slippers for the Cretan winter, always assuming, of course, that any of us actually live long enough to see winter. Maybe, just maybe, some individuals clung desperately to tiny, almost entirely irrational, yet life-sustaining hopes. The faint, desperate hope of a sudden, unexpected mistake in the labyrinth's security, a miraculously forgotten gate left unbarred, a sudden, fortuitous earthquake that might, somehow open up a new, unknown path to blessed escape. The even fainter hope that Theseus, or some other divinely favored, heroic figure from the outside world, might one day actually arrive and somehow vanquish the beast. Though if these servitors knew the full, grim details of the regular Athenian tribute, that particular hope might well be heavily tinged with the bitter, cynical knowledge that more innocent victims were simply, and tragically, on their way to join them in their misery. Perhaps in their darkest hours, they engaged in small, entirely secret, and deeply personal acts of defiance or pathetic attempts to maintain a tiny, flickering shred of their former, pre-labyrinth humanity, a quirky, and often incredibly moving historical tidbit that frequently emerges from detailed academic studies of enslaved, imprisoned, or otherwise brutally oppressed peoples across many diverse cultures and historical periods is the discovery of often tiny, almost invisible, yet profoundly significant acts of personal resistance or expressions of enduring human individuality. A minuscule but hidden carving, scratched onto a prison wall with a fingernail, a secretly kept and treasured personal token like a smooth pebble or a faded ribbon, a forbidden ancestral song hummed softly and defiantly under one's breath when no overseer was apparently listening, or even just the immense silent mental fortitude required to simply remember one's own true name, one's family, and one's personal story in a dehumanizing system relentlessly designed to erase all traces of individual identity. Did any truly unfortunate labyrinth servitor, in a moment of desperate courage or profound despair, ever dare to scratch their own initials, or perhaps a tiny hopeful symbol of some forgotten god or a cherished memory, onto a secluded, forgotten stone in some remote, unvisited passage of that infernal maze? A minuscule, defiant cry of, "I was here, I existed, I suffered," against the overwhelming, crushing, stony indifference of their prison. We can only wonder, and perhaps, as we drift off to sleep, fervently, if futilely, hope that some of them did. They might well have developed their own deeply personal, intensely desperate, and entirely syncretic superstitions or private, whispered rituals in an attempt to survive. Perhaps, as we have previously speculated, they offered silent, heartfelt prayers to long-forgotten local Cretan gods of the earth and darkness, or to any benevolent spirits they could imagine, not for heroic, miraculous deliverance from their plight, which would have seemed an impossible dream, but simply for the basic human strength to face another terrifying day, for a precious moment's inattention or indigestion from the ever-watchful Minotaur, for their vital, flickering torch not to suddenly, disastrously go out at the worst possible and most critical moment. These small, intensely personal internal acts of faith, superstition, or ritual could potentially provide a fragile, desperately needed psychological anchor in an otherwise overwhelming, turbulent sea of constant terror and utter, abject meaninglessness. The sheer, unrelenting sensory deprivation in some aspects of their existence, ironically coupled with the constant, unavoidable sensory overload of fear, stench, and oppressive gloom in others, would also undoubtedly play cruel havoc with the delicate balance of the human mind. The eternal, featureless twilight of the maze, the unchanging, monotonous texture of the cold stone walls, the severely limited range of discernible sounds, most of which were either terrifying, depressing, or both. It could all easily lead to a kind of disturbing, disorienting, waking nightmare, a state where the already blurred boundaries between harsh reality, fleeting memory, and fear-fueled, vivid imagination begin to completely dissolve and break down. Did they, in their exhaustion and terror, start to see monstrous things in the deepest, darkest shadows that weren't actually there? Did the endless, subtle echoes within the labyrinth begin to whisper their names, their deepest, unspoken fears, or even the tempting, mad promises of escape if only they would venture down that one particularly ominous-looking, unexplored corridor? The labyrinth, it is clear, was not just an ingenious physical trap, it was also, and perhaps even more effectively, a devastatingly efficient mental one, a perfect sealed environment for systematically breeding profound despair, terrifying delusion, and the slow, quiet, unnoticed unraveling of the fragile human mind. Their only conceivable escape, for many, was perhaps into the deeper, darker labyrinth of their own tormented thoughts. But in such a dreadful, accursed place, even one's own innermost thoughts might not, for very long, remain a safe or reliable refuge. The relentless, grinding daily routine wasn't just physically exhausting beyond measure. It was also psychically vampiric. Slowly, inexorably, and cruelly draining away their precious will to live. One miserable, terrifying, and utterly forgotten chore at a time. That psychically vampiric daily grind, slowly draining the will to live from the labyrinth's permanent, unseen workforce, one miserable, terrifying chore at a time, took on a whole new, even more ghastly dimension with a dreadful, periodic regularity. This was when the ships from Athens arrived. Their dark sails, or so the later part of the story goes, a grim portent, bearing that most infamous of tributes, 7 youths and 7 maidens, destined for the labyrinth's unholy depths, for the regular labyrinth servitors. These arrivals probably didn't mean a day off. Oh no. It likely meant a fresh set of even more harrowing, more emotionally charged, and profoundly depressing chores related to the grim logistics of processing these doomed young souls before their final, terrifying appointment with Asterion. This wasn't just about mucking out stalls anymore. This was about managing the holding pens for human sacrifices, a truly delightful addition to an already stellar job description. The Labyrinth HR department must have had some very awkward onboarding sessions. Imagine the scene on the Cretan docks, or perhaps at some discreet, heavily guarded landing place. The Athenian ship, heavy with its sorrowful cargo, makes landfall. The 14 young tributes, terrified, bewildered, probably seasick, and under no illusions about their grim fate, are disembarked. The practice of powerful states exacting tribute, which could take the form of goods, precious metals, or even people often as hostages or, in more brutal contexts, for servitude or sacrifice, was a known, if grim, feature of ancient warfare, diplomacy, and imperial domination in many parts of the Mediterranean and Near Eastern world. Though the specific human sacrifice to a man-eating monster aspect of the Minotaur myth is, of course, highly particular to this legend. These weren't just anonymous numbers. They were individuals, torn from their families, their city, their hopes for the future, now standing on hostile Cretan soil, their young lives already overshadowed by the labyrinth's dark reputation. From the docks, where would they be taken? It's unlikely King Minos paraded them through the streets of Knossos for a public viewing, given the rather shameful secret the labyrinth was meant to contain. More probably, they were hustled away under heavy guard to some secure, isolated holding area. Perhaps there were specially constructed cells or stark antechambers built into the less bewildering outer fringes of the labyrinth itself, a kind of grim waiting room for death. Or maybe there was a separate, dedicated prison complex nearby, designed to hold these special guests until the appointed time. The exact nature of the Athenian tribute, as it was originally conceived or understood, whether it was always, from its inception, perceived as literal human sacrifice to a monster, or if it might have originally symbolized a more mundane, though still harsh, form of political subjugation, a demand for hostages, or even a quota of individuals for some form of forced labor, with the terrifying monster myth being a later, more dramatic, and perhaps allegorical embellishment, is a complex topic of ongoing, careful discussion and reinterpretation among classicists and historians of ancient Greece. But for our sleepy purposes tonight, we're sticking with the most famous and most chore-intensive version 14 souls for the Minotaur's periodic feast. And who would be responsible for the care and feeding of these doomed youths and maidens in their final days or hours? Not King Minos himself. Surely, not the royal chefs, who were probably busy with less emotionally taxing culinary challenges. No, this grim task would almost certainly fall to our already overburdened labyrinth servitors. A different kind of catering. This time not for the beast, but for his designated menu items. There's a particularly bleak irony in it. The same hands that delivered hay to the Minotaur might now be delivering meager rations of bread and water to those who were destined to become his next meal. The job description just kept getting worse. Wanted labyrinth attendant. Must be proficient in both monster feeding and victim sustenance. Equal opportunity employer of misery. Imagine the atmosphere in these holding cells. The air thick not just with the usual labyrinthine bouquet of damp stone and fear, but now also with the almost palpable terror, grief, and despair of these young Athenians. You might hear muffled sobs, desperate, whispered prayers to far-off Olympian gods, perhaps the defiant, if hopeless, cursing of King Minos and his monstrous creation, or maybe just a profound, stunned, heartbreaking silence. The silence of those who have seen their fate and can find no more words. For the servitors tasked with bringing them food and water, or cleaning their wretched cells, because even prisoners awaiting a gruesome death have basic biological needs that someone has to deal with. Each interaction, however brief or nonverbal, would be a fresh stab of horror. To look into those young, terrified faces, knowing what awaited them, would require a heart of stone, or a mind already numbed beyond feeling by its own daily exposure to the labyrinth's horrors. Perhaps they avoided eye contact, performing their tasks with a grim, mechanical efficiency, trying not to see the humanity in those they were, in a way, preparing for slaughter. It's not like they could offer a cheerful, enjoy your meal when delivering the final rations. A quirky, yet central tidbit in the Theseus myth is the tradition that he himself volunteered to be one of the 14 tributes, or that the lots were drawn in Athens under a cloud of immense public sorrow and anger against King Minos' cruel exaction. This highlights the devastating impact this tribute had on Athenian society and provides the heroic motivation for Theseus's quest. For the labyrinth servitors, however, the arrival of these particular volunteers or lottery winners would just mean another round of deeply unpleasant, emotionally draining, and terrifyingly proximate work. They were the unwilling stagehands in a recurring tragedy, responsible for ensuring the victims were presentable, or at least still alive, for their final, fatal performance. What would these holding cells even be like? Probably not a luxury suite at the Knossos Hilton. Dank, dark, stone-walled chambers, perhaps with a bit of straw on the floor for bedding straw that would also, inevitably, need mucking out, a single amphora of water, and a rough clay bowl for food. The servitors would have to enter these spaces, perhaps under the watchful eyes of Cretan guards, to deliver the meager sustenance, to remove waste, to ensure the prisoners hadn't somehow, against all odds, found a loose stone or a rusty nail with which to end their own suffering prematurely, thus depriving the Minotaur of his due. This was a job that required not just a strong stomach, but a carefully barricaded heart. And then, the final, dreadful chore escorting the tributes. Or perhaps just opening the final gate that led them. Stumbling and terrified into the true, inescapable depths of the labyrinth proper, where the Minotaur waited. What would that be like? The heavy clang of a bronze-barred gate swinging shut behind them, the last flicker of torchlight receding, leaving them to the darkness and the echoes, and to whatever fate Daedalus's ingenious cruelty had designed. The servitors involved in that particular task would surely carry those sounds, those last terrified glimpses, with them into their own troubled, fleeting dreams. It's a level of complicity, however unwilling, that would weigh heavily on any soul not entirely hardened by a lifetime of horror. It's the ancient equivalent of being the guy who has to load the condemned onto the tumbril, knowing full well where it's headed. Not a popular role at the company picnic. The very presence of these doomed Athenian youths, however briefly they were maintained by the labyrinth staff, would add another layer of profound psychological torment to the servitors' already grim existence. It was a periodic, stark reminder of the labyrinth's ultimate bloody purpose, a purpose that went beyond merely containing a monstrous royal relative. It was an instrument of state terror, a symbol of Cretan dominance, and they, the humble labyrinth keepers, were its lowest level, most intimately involved functionaries. Their daily chores were not just about cleaning up after a beast, they were about facilitating a brutal, recurring ritual of human sacrifice. That's a heavy burden for any soul to carry, especially when your own life is just as precarious and almost as devoid of hope as those of the unfortunate tributes you are temporarily caring for. The labyrinth wasn't just a workplace, it was a factory of despair for everyone involved, right down to the last trembling soul sweeping its endless, blood-stained corridors. That psychically vampiric, soul-crushing daily grind, which so relentlessly and systematically drained the very will to live from the labyrinth's permanent, entirely unseen, and utterly forgotten workforce, one miserable, terrifying, and mind-numbing chore at a time, took on a whole new, even more ghastly, and profoundly disturbing dimension with a dreadful, almost calendrical, periodic regularity. This, as you might be sleepily anticipating with a certain sense of impending doom, was when the black-sailed ships from distant Athens arrived. Their ominous appearance on the Cretan horizon or so, the later more romanticized part of the Theseus story goes serving as a grim, maritime portent. They were bearing that most infamous, most tragic, and most politically charged of all ancient tributes. 7 carefully selected Athenian youths and 7 equally unfortunate Athenian maidens, all destined for the unspeakable, lightless horrors of the labyrinth's unfathomable depths. For the regular, long-suffering labyrinth servitors, these periodic arrivals of fresh human sacrifices probably didn't mean a welcome day off or a festive public holiday. Oh no, not in the slightest. It likely meant a fresh, unwelcome set of even more harrowing, more emotionally charged, and more profoundly, deeply depressing additional chores, all related to the grim, practical logistics of temporarily housing, minimally sustaining, and ultimately processing these doomed young souls before their final, terrifying, and entirely unavoidable appointment with Asterion. The Minotaur. This wasn't just about mucking out monstrous animal stalls anymore. This was now about managing the dark, terrifying, temporary holding pens for innocent human sacrifices. A truly delightful and no doubt highly sought after addition to an already stellar and incredibly appealing job description. The Labyrinth's Human Resources Department, if such a concept even existed, must have had some very awkward, very euphemistic, and probably very poorly attended onboarding and training sessions for this particular set of duties. Module 3 Humane Handling of Sacrificial Tributes. Pre-consumption phase. Imagine for a moment the somber, dreadful scene on the bustling Cretan docks at Knossos, or perhaps at some more discreet, heavily guarded, and less public landing place along the coast, specifically chosen to avoid undue public attention or potential unrest. The Athenian ship, its crewmen silent and grim-faced, heavy with its sorrowful, almost funereal human cargo, makes its reluctant landfall. The 14 young tributes, undoubtedly terrified beyond measure, utterly bewildered by their strange and hostile surroundings, probably still suffering from the rigors of the sea voyage, and certainly under no comforting illusions whatsoever about their grim, impending fate, are formally, or perhaps quite roughly, disembarked onto Cretan soil. The often brutal practice of powerful dominant states exacting various forms of tribute from weaker, subjugated neighbors, which could take the form of valuable material goods, precious metals, essential raw materials, or even, quite chillingly, people often as high-status political hostages to ensure compliance, or in more brutal and less well-documented contexts, as individuals destined for forced servitude, gladiatorial combat, or even, in some extreme cases, actual ritual sacrifice, was a known, if deeply grim and morally reprehensible, feature of ancient warfare, coercive diplomacy, and overt imperial domination in many different parts of the ancient Mediterranean and Near Eastern world. However, the specific, almost gothic horror aspect of a regular state-sanctioned human sacrifice to a man-eating hybrid monster confined within a diabolical maze is, of course, the highly particular and uniquely memorable to this specific Cretan legend. These weren't just anonymous, abstract numbers in a political calculation. These were terrified individuals, boys and girls on the cusp of adulthood, brutally torn from their loving families, their familiar city, their hopes for the future, now standing alone and vulnerable on hostile Cretan soil, their bright young lives already tragically overshadowed by the labyrinth's dark, bloody, and terrifying reputation. From the crowded, noisy docks, where would these unfortunate young people then be taken? It's highly unlikely that the sophisticated King Minos, for all his legendary power, would have paraded them triumphantly through the public streets of Knossos for a humiliating general viewing, given the rather shameful, monstrous family secret that the labyrinth itself was primarily designed to conceal from the world. Far more probably, they were quietly, and efficiently hustled away under a heavy, armed guard to some secure, well-hidden, and suitably isolated holding area, far from prying eyes and sympathetic whispers. Perhaps, as some interpretations suggest, there were specially constructed reinforced cells or stark, windowless antechambers built directly into the less bewildering outermost fringes of the labyrinth itself, a kind of grim, subterranean airport departure lounge for death, where one awaited the final, non-negotiable boarding call. Or maybe, and perhaps more plausibly from a security perspective, there was an entirely separate, dedicated, high-security prison complex located somewhere nearby, specifically designed for the sole purpose of securely holding these special guests until the appointed, dreadful time of their introduction to the maze. The exact, precise nature of the Athenian tribute, as it was originally conceived, historically understood, or perhaps even mythologically intended, specifically whether it was always, from its very inception in the mythic cycle, perceived as a literal, gruesome human sacrifice to a physical monster, or if, just possibly, it might have originally symbolized a more mundane, though still incredibly harsh and humiliating, form of profound political subjugation, a regular demand for high-status hostages to ensure Athenian obedience, or even a cynical quota of strong, healthy young individuals destined for some form of arduous, life-shortening forced labor perhaps in Cretan mines or quarries, with the terrifying man-eating monster myth being a later, more dramatic, more allegorical, and perhaps even more politically potent embellishment of an already grim reality, is naturally a complex, sensitive, and highly debated topic of ongoing, careful scholarly discussion and nuanced reinterpretation among classicists, archaeologists, and historians of ancient Greece. But for our specific, sleepy, and chore-focused purposes tonight, we're generally sticking with the most famous, most dramatic, and certainly most chore-intensive version of the tale, 14 young, terrified souls periodically delivered for the Minotaur's exclusive, and presumably rather messy, private feast. It's the version with the most bite, shall we say? And who, then, would be directly responsible for the day-to-day care and feeding, a particularly ironic phrase in this context of these tragically doomed youths and maidens during their final, terrifying days or hours of Cretan captivity. Not King Minos himself. Surely he would have been far too busy with important affairs of state, like judging international disputes or perhaps commissioning Daedalus to design a new, even more confusing wing for the palace. Not the royal chefs either, who were probably already fully occupied with preparing less emotionally taxing, and certainly less morally ambiguous, culinary challenges for the royal table. No, this incredibly grim, profoundly unsettling, and uniquely depressing task would almost certainly, by default, fall to our already chronically overburdened, deeply traumatized, and entirely expendable labyrinth servitors. It represented an entirely different and infinitely more disturbing a kind of catering duty for them. This time, not for the voracious beast itself, but for his designated, pre-portioned, and tragically human menu items. There's a particularly bleak, almost unbearable irony in it. When you stop to think about it, the very same calloused, trembling hands that might have earlier that day delivered rough bales of hay to the monstrous Minotaur might now be tasked with delivering meager, pitiful rations of coarse bread and stale water to those innocent young people who were destined, in very short order, to become his next bloody meal. The labyrinthine job description just kept getting progressively, unimaginably worse. wanted labyrinth attendant must be emotionally resilient and highly proficient in both monster feeding protocols and victim sustenance procedures. Equal opportunity employer of profound, unending misery and despair. Imagine, if you can bear it, the dreadful, suffocating atmosphere within these dark, dank holding cells. The very air would be thick, not just with the usual labyrinthine bouquet of damp, cold stone, ancient dust, and ever-present fear, but now also, heartbreakingly, with the almost palpable, tangible emanations of raw terror, profound grief, and utter abject despair emanating from these young Athenian captives. As a labyrinth servitor, performing your duties in these areas, and you might hear their muffled, hopeless sobs through the thick stone walls, their desperate, whispered, futile prayers to the distant, seemingly deaf Olympian gods, perhaps even the occasional defiant, if ultimately hopeless, whispered cursing of the cruel King Minos and his monstrous, abominable creation. Or maybe, even more chillingly, you would encounter just a profound, stunned, almost catatonic, heartbreaking silence. The terrible, empty silence of those who have looked directly into the face of their hideous fate and can find no more words, no more tears, no more hope. For the labyrinth servitors who were specifically tasked with bringing these condemned individuals their meager daily food and water, or with cleaning their wretched, primitive cells because even prisoners awaiting a gruesome, imminent death still have basic biological needs that someone somehow has to deal with. Each brief, necessary interaction, however minimal or entirely nonverbal it might be, would surely be a fresh, agonizing stab of shared human horror, or perhaps a further, necessary deadening of their own already brutalized emotions. To have to look day after day into those young, beautiful, terrified faces, knowing with absolute certainty what monstrous fate awaited them, would require either a heart of solid stone or a mind already so numbed and calloused by its own daily exposure to the labyrinth's pervasive horrors that it was simply beyond feeling anything anymore. Perhaps in a desperate act of psychological self-preservation, the servitors studiously avoided all eye contact, performing their grim, necessary tasks with a detached, mechanical, almost robotic efficiency, consciously trying not to see the vibrant, extinguished humanity in those they were, in a very real and terrible way, systematically preparing for imminent slaughter. It's not as if they could offer a cheerful, encouraging, enjoy your meal or have a nice day when delivering the final pitiful rations to these doomed souls. The awkwardness would be unbearable, even for a hardened labyrinth janitor, a quirky, yet absolutely central and defining tidbit in the later, more developed. Theseus myth is, of course, the famous tradition that the heroic Prince Theseus himself bravely and selflessly volunteered to be counted as one of the 14 young Athenian tributes, with the secret intention of confronting and slaying the Minotaur to end the dreadful sacrifice once and for all. Other versions of the myth state that the victims were chosen by a cruel, random lot drawn in Athens, under a dark cloud of immense public sorrow, righteous anger, and bitter resentment against King Minos's cruel, tyrannical exaction. This particular detail, however it's framed, serves to highlight the devastating emotional and political impact this brutal tribute had on Athenian society as a whole, and it provides the essential heroic motivation for Theseus's subsequent perilous quest into the heart of the labyrinth. For the humble, anonymous labyrinth servitors, however, the periodic arrival of these particular heroic volunteers or tragically unlucky lottery winners would simply mean another emotionally draining, physically demanding, and terrifyingly proximate round of deeply unpleasant, morally compromising, and soul-destroying work. They were, in effect, the unwilling, entirely powerless, and utterly forgotten stagehands in a constantly recurring, state-sponsored tragedy, primarily responsible for ensuring that the innocent victims were, well, presentable, or at least still alive and minimally functional, for their final, fatal, and entirely unavoidable performance before a very exclusive and very hungry audience of one. What would these dreadful holding cells for the Athenian tribute even be like? Probably not exactly a luxury guest suite at the Knossos Hilton, with fresh sea breezes and a complimentary fruit basket. Far more likely, they were dank, dark, cramped, unadorned stone-walled chambers, perhaps with a little bit of rough, probably already soiled, straw scattered on the cold, damp floor for minimal bedding straw that would also, inevitably, need mucking out by our unfortunate servitors. There would likely be a single, heavy clay amphora of brackish water, and perhaps a rough, unglazed clay bowl for the infrequent delivery of coarse, unappetizing food. The labyrinth servitors would have to regularly, and no doubt very reluctantly, enter these confined, fear-saturated spaces, perhaps under the cold, watchful eyes of heavily armed Cretan guards stationed outside, to deliver the meager, life-sustaining, but only temporarily so sustenance, to remove the accumulated human waste, and perhaps even to ensure that the desperate prisoners hadn't somehow, against all conceivable odds, found a sharp stone or a rusty, forgotten nail with which to tragically end their own suffering prematurely. Thus, in the cold logic of the state, depriving the patiently waiting Minotaur of his rightful, ritually significant due. This was undeniably a job that required not just an exceptionally strong stomach and nerves of steel, but also, almost certainly, a carefully barricaded, deeply anesthetized heart. And then, finally, after days or perhaps even weeks of this terrifying limbo-like confinement, would come the ultimate, most dreadful chore of all for some designated labyrinth staff, the task of escorting the terrified tributes to their final destination. Or perhaps just the act of opening the last, heavy, bronze-barred gate that led them, stumbling, weeping, and utterly devoid of hope, into the true, inescapable, unlit depths of the labyrinth proper, where the monstrous, unseen Minotaur patiently, hungrily awaited their arrival. What would that final, terrible moment be like for the servitors involved? The heavy, grating, final clang of that massive gate swinging irrevocably shut behind the last victim. The last faint, flickering glimmer of their own torchlight receding into the oppressive blackness. Leaving the youths and maidens entirely to the enveloping darkness, the disorienting echoes of the maze, and to whatever hideous fate Daedalus's ingenious, inescapable cruelty had so meticulously designed for them. The labyrinth servitors directly involved in that particular, uniquely horrifying part of the process would surely carry those terrible sounds. Those last despairing, terrified glimpses of young, doomed faces, with them into their own troubled, fleeting, and nightmare-filled dreams for whatever remained of their own short, miserable lives. It's a level of direct, albeit unwilling, complicity in such profound horror that would surely weigh incredibly, crushingly heavily on any human soul not entirely and irrevocably hardened, or perhaps entirely broken, by a lifetime of exposure to similar, if less concentrated, daily horrors. It's the ancient mythological equivalent, perhaps one of being the nameless, faceless person who has the grim, thankless job of having to load the condemned onto the tumbril each morning, knowing full well and with sickening certainty exactly where that tumbril is inexorably headed. Not exactly a popular or sought-after role at the annual Labyrinth Staff Appreciation Picnic, assuming such a wildly improbable event ever actually took place. The very presence of these doomed, innocent Athenian youths and maidens, however briefly they were maintained and processed by the Labyrinth's internal staff, would inevitably add another profound layer of almost unbearable psychological torment to the Labyrinth servitors' already incredibly grim and precarious daily existence. It was a periodic, stark, and unavoidable reminder of the Labyrinth's ultimate, incredibly bloody, and deeply immoral purpose. A purpose that clearly went far beyond merely containing a single, monstrous, if royally connected, unfortunate relative. It was, in its essence, a sophisticated state-sponsored instrument of brutal political terror, a terrifying symbol of Cretan naval dominance and regional power, and they, the humble, forgotten labyrinth keepers, were its lowest level, most intimately involved, and perhaps most morally compromised, essential functionaries. Their endless, thankless daily chores were not just about cleaning up after a particularly messy and dangerous beast. They were, in a very real and tragic sense, about directly physically facilitating a brutal, grotesque, and constantly recurring ritual of human sacrifice. That's an incredibly heavy, almost unendurable burden for any human soul to have to carry, especially when your own everyday life is just as terrifyingly precarious, just as relentlessly oppressive, and almost as devoid of any discernible hope as those of the unfortunate temporary tributes you are so grimly and so briefly caring for. The labyrinth, you realize with a final sleepy sigh, wasn't just a cleverly designed physical workplace. It was, in its deepest, darkest essence, an incredibly efficient, soul-destroying factory of unending despair, not just for its intended victims, but for absolutely everyone unfortunate enough to be involved in its dreadful, daily, mundane operation, right down to the last, lost, trembling soul still dutifully, hopelessly sweeping its endless, blood-stained, and eternally haunted corridors. That soul-destroying factory of unending despair, the labyrinth, with its grimly efficient, if terrifyingly mundane, daily operations, its dutifully hopeless servitors sweeping its endless, blood-stained, and eternally haunted corridors, was a system built on a terrible, unchanging routine. A routine of feeding, mucking out, navigating by faint marks and fainter hopes, and processing the periodic batches of doomed Athenian youths. It was a closed loop of misery, designed by Daedalus, enforced by Minos, and stalked by Asterion. But even the most deeply entrenched, most horrifically boring routines can be shattered by the arrival of an unexpected element, a disruptive force, a hero. Or perhaps more accurately in this case, by a hero and a rather clever princess with a very useful ball of string. The arrival of Theseus, aided by Ariadne's love and ingenuity, was about to throw all established labyrinth protocols, all those threadbare, fear-soaked routines of the daily chores, into complete and utter, if ultimately liberating, chaos. The labyrinth's regularly scheduled programming was about to be dramatically and fatally interrupted. Imagine you are one of the labyrinth's long-suffering servitors, going about your usual Tuesday morning task of, say, delivering a particularly unappetizing bale of what might generously be called hay to the Minotaur's less frequented northern feeding trough. You're following your usual memorized sequence of lefts and rights, trying not to think too hard about the ominous new stains on the wall near Corridor 7 when word filters down, perhaps through hushed whispers from the guards at the outer gates, or a subtle change in the atmosphere of dread that always permeates the palace complex, that the latest batch of Athenian tribute has arrived. So far, so tragically normal. But then, something is different. There's a new energy, a flicker of something that isn't just abject terror. Among this particular group, one of them, a young man named Theseus, son of the Athenian king Aegis, or sometimes him, son of Poseidon, depending on which paternity test you believe, isn't just passively awaiting his doom. He's here with a purpose. He's here to do something. This, for the labyrinth's established operational procedures, is a major spanner in the works. The Athenian tributes are supposed to be menu items, not active participants with heroic agendas. It's like a delivery of groceries suddenly announcing it intends to cook itself and then fight the chef. Highly irregular. The first disruption to your grim routine would be Ariadne's intervention, King Minos's own daughter. Smitten by the heroic Theseus love, as they say, makes you do the daftest things like betraying your monstrous half-brother and your entire kingdom. Decides to help him. She consults Daedalus, the original architect of their misery, who, perhaps out of guilt or boredom, or maybe just because Ariadne asked very nicely, provides the crucial secret, a ball of linen thread, or in some versions, a jeweled crown that illuminates the darkness to ensure Theseus can find his way back out. The exact symbolism of Ariadne's thread, whether it represents ancient matriarchal wisdom being passed on, a specific, perhaps now lost, ritualistic knowledge for navigating sacred or dangerous spaces, a forgotten technological innovation, or simply a clever and narratively convenient plot device, continues to be a rich and wonderfully open topic for ongoing mythological interpretation and scholarly head-scratching. For the labyrinth's internal staff, however, this thread is revolutionary. It's a cheat code, a direct violation of the labyrinth's primary design feature, its inescapable nature. All their painstaking, terrifying efforts at navigation, the chalk marks, the pebble cairns, the whispered directions, are suddenly rendered almost obsolete by a simple ball of string in the hands of an outsider. You can almost hear the Labyrinth Servitors Union complaining, unfair labor practices. He gets a magic thread, and we have to rely on remembering if it's 3 lefts or 4 past, the really big ominous stain. Then, Theseus actually enters the labyrinth, not as a cowering victim to be passively herded towards a feeding zone, but as an active hunter. This throws the Minotaur's routine, and, by extension, the servitors' carefully calibrated routines for feeding and cleaning around him, into complete disarray. The Minotaur, accustomed to his meals being delivered with a certain terrified predictability, or to finding his victims wandering aimlessly, is now being actively stalked. He might become more agitated, more aggressive, moving through the labyrinth in new and unpredictable patterns, bellowing with rage or confusion. For the servitors, this is a nightmare. Their already slim chances of avoiding an encounter now plummet. The safe corridors are no longer safe. The beast could be anywhere, at any time. His usual habits disrupted by this unprecedented intrusion. Delivering that bale of hay suddenly becomes an extreme sport, with a significantly higher chance of a fatal penalty. Right, team. Theseus is in Quadrant Gamma looking for the boss. Let's try delivering the afternoon snacks to Quadrant Zeta and hope they don't cross paths. Or worse, mistake us for the hors d'oeuvres. And then, the fight itself. Imagine the sounds echoing through those ancient stone passages. Sounds never before heard in such intensity. The clash of bronze if Theseus was armed with a sword, as some accounts say, or perhaps a club, or even just his bare fists. According to others, a quirky tidbit of mythological variation is the lack of universal agreement on Theseus's specific weapon of choice. Adding to the heroic improvisation, the enraged, pain-filled roars of the Minotaur, a sound far more terrifying than his usual mournful bellows. The shouts of the hero, if he made any for the labyrinth servitors, cowering in some distant, forgotten passage, or perhaps huddled in their miserable sleeping quarters. These sounds would be apocalyptic, the very foundation of their terrifyingly stable, if horrific world is being shaken. The monster, the seemingly invincible, eternal center of their dread, is being challenged. What would they feel abject terror at the unprecedented violence? Certainly. But perhaps also a tiny Bugan Xiangxin. Bugan Xiangxin, unbelievable. Almost Bugan Shi Wang Bugan Xi Wang. Afraid to hope flicker of hope, or maybe just a pragmatic desire for it all to be over quickly. One way or another. So they can figure out if they still have a job tomorrow, or if they're all about to be made redundant by a dead monster. The final cataclysmic disruption to the labyrinth's daily chores comes, of course, with the death of the Minotaur. Theseus, guided by Ariadne's thread, finds the beast in the labyrinth's central core and, after a mighty struggle, slays him. Imagine the silence that follows. Not the usual oppressive, watchful silence of the labyrinth, but a new, profound, almost deafening silence. The absence of the bellow, the snort, the heavy tread. For the servitors, this silence might be the most disorienting sound of all. The entire purpose of their dreadful existence, the reason for the labyrinth, the focus of all their fear and all their labor, is suddenly gone. Minoan Crete, as a sophisticated Bronze Age palace-based society, undoubtedly had complex and deeply ingrained religious practices and social structures, which the myth of the Minotaur and the labyrinth, if it reflects any distorted historical memory of bull cults, tribute, or Cretan power, would have represented a dark, ritualized aberration within or alongside. The end of this specific, monstrous ritual would therefore be a profound disruption, not just to a few janitors, but to a core, if terrifying, element of the Cretan state's mythological underpinnings, at least as Athens later portrayed it. What happens to the labyrinth maintenance department now? Are they suddenly free? Do they cheer? Or are they just bewildered, left in the echoing silence with their brooms and buckets, wondering what on earth to do next? Their entire world, their entire operational manual, has been rendered obsolete overnight. No more Minotaur meal prep, no more mucking out the monster's mess, no more navigating by secret dung heaps. The very job title, Labyrinth Servitor, is now redundant. It's like the entire company you've worked for your whole miserable life has suddenly vanished, and you're left standing in the ruins of the head office with a stapler and a profound sense of anticlimax. Ariadne's thread, that simple yet ingenious device, has not only saved Theseus and the other Athenian tributes, it has also, in a way, cut the Gordian knot of the labyrinth's miserable, chore-filled existence. It has rendered all those painstakingly developed, fear-driven routines, all those generations of accumulated labyrinthine know-how or know-how to survive another day, utterly pointless. The threadbare routines are finally, definitively, unraveled. For the few servitors who might survive this transition, the future is uncertain. But one thing is clear, their old job, the worst job in the ancient world, is no more. The echoes in these dark passages will now carry a different kind of silence. The silence of a burden lifted, a terror ended, and a truly epic amount of suddenly unnecessary cleaning supplies. Severance pay from a notoriously prickly King Minos for a job well done, or rather, a job now spectacularly, heroically rendered obsolete was probably, let's be honest, about as likely as the Minotaur suddenly developing a taste for vegan cuisine and taking up interpretive dance. But whether they received a golden handshake, a new loincloth, or simply a bewildered stare from the palace bureaucracy, one thing was certain for any surviving labyrinth servitors: their dreadful, daily subterranean grind was definitively over. The beast was slain. The hero had presumably, with Ariadne, at least for a little while, sailed away. And the labyrinth, that ingenious engine of terror and tedious chores, had lost its monstrous heart and its singular, horrific purpose. And with that came a new kind of peace to its winding stone passages. Not the watchful, fearful quiet of before, but the profound, echoing, and ultimately final quiet of utter emptiness. The cessation of its dreadful daily upkeep, a true post-Minotaur peace, at least from a work-wise perspective. The Labyrinth's department of repulsive chores was officially, permanently out of business. Imagine the morning after, or perhaps more accurately, the period of uncertain duration after the loud fighty noises stopped and the big guy didn't ask for his breakfast. For the first time in generations, perhaps, no one is being reluctantly dispatched into the labyrinth's maw with a bucket of slops or a bundle of hay. No one is nervously checking their chalk marks or whispering anxious directions in the gloom. The shovels can finally be leaned against a wall. The twig brooms can gather their own undisturbed dust. The water skins can hang empty and dry. The sheer, almost unbelievable absence of these relentless, terrifying chores would be the first, most profound change. It's like when a truly terrible, never-ending construction project outside your bedroom window finally, mercifully, finishes. The sudden silence is almost more shocking than the previous din. What of those few remaining servitors? The ones who hadn't become an unfortunate part of the labyrinth's ecosystem, or suffered a workplace accident of the more mundane kind? Were they suddenly freed, given a small plot of land and a donkey, and told to try and forget the horrors they'd witnessed? Or were they simply forgotten, left to wander out of the now monster-free, but still bewildering, maze on their own? blinking in the unaccustomed sunlight. Their social skills probably a bit rusty and their resumes rather uniquely terrifying. Previous experience, Chief Dung Removal Officer for Mythical Bovine Hybrid. References available upon very brave request. As. The fate of slaves or low-status laborers in ancient societies upon the completion of a major project or the death of a master was incredibly varied. Some might be reassigned, some sold, some perhaps granted manumission, while others could simply be abandoned to their fate if they were no longer considered useful. For any surviving labyrinth staff, their future was likely as uncertain as navigating one of its unlit cul-de-sacs. Perhaps they just quietly melted away, trying to find some semblance of a normal life. Forever haunted by the echoes and the smells of their former employment? One hopes they at least got a long weekend off. And the labyrinth itself. Without its primary occupant, and without even the minimal fear-driven daily upkeep it once received, it would begin its final, inexorable slide into true ruin. The passages, no longer swept, would quickly fill with dust, fallen debris, and the undisturbed webs of now entirely unchallenged spiders. The carefully maintained or not so carefully maintained navigational marks would fade completely. Any hidden air shafts or drainage channels Daedalus might have ingeniously incorporated would become clogged with leaves, dirt, and the nesting materials of birds or small animals now brave enough to explore its outer reaches. Many grand ancient monumental sites, once their original purpose was lost or their patron society declined, think of Roman forums in the medieval period, or indeed the eventual fate of Minoan palaces like Knossos itself, often fell into significant disrepair, were systematically quarried for their valuable building materials by later generations, or simply became overgrown, mysterious, and often feared ruins, objects of local superstition and fantastical folklore. The labyrinth, stripped of its terrifying inhabitant and its grim human tribute, would become just that, an empty, echoing, increasingly dangerous, and profoundly confusing stone shell. The unique soundscape we explored earlier would transform again. The hushed sounds of fearful human labor would be gone entirely. The drips of water, the rustle of wind through crevices, the skittering of rats who were probably having a party now that the big cat, or bull, was away, and the calls of cave-dwelling birds would become the dominant sounds. But the most significant change would be the utter, absolute absence of those deep, guttural bellows, those angry snorts, those heavy, menacing hoof falls that had for so long defined the labyrinth's auditory terror. The silence now would be one of genuine emptiness, of a purpose extinguished, a story concluded. It might, in its own way, be even more unsettling for a time, like a phantom limb still aching with the memory of what it once held. The ultimate fate of the physical labyrinth structure in Cretan, popular memory, or local folklore throughout the subsequent centuries, and whether any specific, now-lost geographical locations on the island were ever traditionally pointed to by locals as its true site before Sir Arthur Evans's influential excavations and somewhat imaginative reconstructions at Knossos in the early 20th century, which he famously associated with the labyrinth myth, remains rather shrouded in the mists of prehistory, fragmented legend, and considerable scholarly debate. Was it eventually sealed up by a relieved King Minos, hoping to bury his shame forever? Did it gradually collapse in on itself, becoming an unnoticeable jumble of rocks and earth? Or did local shepherds, centuries later, stumble upon crumbling, vine-covered entrances, whispering tales of the monstrous bullman who once dwelt within, their stories keeping a distorted, fearful memory of the place alive? We don't know for sure. The labyrinth, having served its dreadful purpose, slips from the realm of mythical daily chores back into the deeper, more ambiguous realm of pure legend. And what of the other key players in this drama? Once their labyrinth-related roles were over, a quirky and rather poignant mythological tidbit concerns the subsequent fate of the clever Princess Ariadne. After helping Theseus escape, she famously sailed away with him, only to be rather unheroically, and some might say cruelly, abandoned by the hero on the island of Naxos while she slept. Not exactly a fairy tale ending for the girl who provided the ultimate life-saving hack. She was later rescued and married by the god Dionysus, so she did eventually get a divine upgrade, which is some consolation, I suppose. Daedalus and his son Icarus, as we know from another famous myth, also made their own dramatic escape from Crete using wings fashioned from feathers and wax, their labyrinth building and monster maintenance consulting days definitely being over. Their story, too, ends in tragedy for Icarus. But Daedalus, the genius who started it all, lived on. His creation's a mixture of wonder and terror. These lives, moving on from the shadow of the labyrinth, underscore the fact that its own story was also moving into a new, final phase abandonment and the long, slow piece of decay. The cessation of those dreadful daily upkeep chores marks the true, boring, and wonderfully sleep-inducing end of this particular nightmare. No more mucking out, no more perilous food deliveries, no more terrified sweeping of endless, identical corridors. The sheer mundane horror that underpinned such a terrifying myth simply stops. The labyrinth becomes just an empty, increasingly derelict, and profoundly confusing structure. Its purpose gone, its secrets slowly being reclaimed by the earth and by the quiet, in different passage of time. It's like when the truly awful reality TV show you were inexplicably forced to watch finally gets canceled. There's just a vast sense of relief and a sudden blessed silence where once there was only noise and manufactured drama. The final quiet that descends upon the labyrinth is different from all the silences that came before. It's not the watchful silence of the servitors, nor the sacred hush before Tengri's thunder wrong myth. I know, but you get the idea of profound silences. It is the quiet of absolute finality, the silence of a story told, a terror vanquished, and a truly terrible job finally, mercifully and permanently, made redundant. The stone giants can now truly sleep, undisturbed by beast or broom, until a new kind of human, centuries later, comes to ponder their enigmatic, silent grandeur. And so, as the last faint, dusty echoes from within the now truly silent, monster-free labyrinth finally fade completely from our sleepy thoughts, our long, winding, and often rather unhygienic journey through its imagined daily chores comes to its gentle and hopefully deeply soporific conclusion. We have walked its shadowy passages, not as heroes with swords drawn, but as humble imaginary observers of the mundane, thankless tasks that would have been necessary to maintain even such a mythical and monstrous prison. We've considered the food deliveries, the mucking out, the navigational nightmares, the constant gnawing fear, and the endless, repetitive, soul-crushing sweeping, all performed in an atmosphere that likely redefined the very concept of a hostile work environment. The Minotaur is gone, slain by the hero Theseus. The terrifying tribute from Athens has ceased, and with that, the relentless, dreadful daily routine of the labyrinth. Forgotten servitors has, at long last, come to an end. There is a new kind of peace within those ancient stone walls now, the profound, undisturbed peace of abandonment, of a purpose extinguished, of a great and terrible burden finally lifted. The labyrinth, no longer a functioning prison or a place of sacrifice, can now begin its slow, inevitable return to the earth. Its secrets gradually veiled by encroaching nature, its horrors slowly receding into the mists of legend and the realm of half-remembered nightmares. Let the image of those vast, empty, silent corridors soothe your mind now. Imagine the dust settling in thick, undisturbed layers, the cobwebs growing intricate and vast in the still, cool air, the only sounds now the gentle drip of water, the faint rustle of unseen, tiny creatures, and the profound, all-encompassing silence of a place whose terrible story is finally, truly over. There are no more chores to be done, no more monsters to feed, no more fear to endure, just the quiet, enduring presence of the ancient stones, slowly, peacefully, surrendering to time, May your own journey into sleep be as tranquil and as blessedly uneventful as the labyrinth in its long, long, monster free retirement. Sweet dreams